conference meeting this April 6, 2021. I just want to make one announcement that tonight we will be holding a moment of silence and recognition in commemoration of the passing away of Congressman Alcee Hastings. He passed away this morning after a vigorous and hard-fought battle with pancreatic cancer. So I just want to make that announcement for the public. So today we have quite a bit on our afternoon agenda, and a lot of presentations, a lot of exciting things happening in our city. And so what I thought we would do is we would begin with our commission reports. And it's been a little while since the commissioners have really had a chance to do their commission reports. So we'll begin that this afternoon. And but before we do that, I think I have something I have to read, don't I, Mr. Clerk? The city of Fort Lauderdale is hosting commission meetings in both a virtual and in-person format. For additional information on how to view or sign up to speak at a meeting, please visit bit.ly/virtual CC meetings. To help ensure decorum, we ask that you please abide by the following guidelines. Number one, please refrain from any behavior that is disruptive, distractive, profane, and/or inhibits the meeting in any way. Two, while you are on the phone waiting for your opportunity to speak, please mute the meeting broadcast on whichever manner in which you're watching that meeting to avoid delays in the broadcast. I will call upon you when it is your turn to speak and also notify you when your time has expired. City staff has automatically added speakers into listen-only mode, and you will be unmuted to speak when recognized. Once you've completed speaking, you will be muted and may either hang up to exit the meeting or stay connected to listen to the remainder of the meeting. So is everyone on the commission in attendance? We are, everybody here? Okay, great. So Commissioner Moritas, District 1.
Good afternoon, Mayor. How are you?
Very good, thank you.
But do we need to take attendance or anything? Or no, we're all good? Not for conference reports? Okay, well, thank you. All right, so our commission reports. Let's see. Quite a few things happening in District 1 the past few weeks.
Is your microphone on?
Is my mic? Can you hear me?
She can hear. Okay.
Yeah, you can hear me. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe because you're back behind all this.
Yeah, I know. The
Plastic.
soundproof booth you're in.
Kind of bouncing from area to area. Okay, so District 1, like I said, a lot happening. I do want to shout out to Rufus. I know he just won a very prestigious award from the Southeast chapter of the American Association of Airport Executives, named Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport Manager as the Professional of the Year. Shout out to Rufus. Are you here somewhere, Rufus? Yay. Very proud of you. Thank you for all you do.
Chris, didn't you, our city manager went to, was it Atlanta?
Yes.
It was Savannah where the
Savannah
award was issued. Yeah, it was great. I don't see Rufus on yet. So maybe when we do see him pop on, we'll
he hasn't made it back from Savannah yet.
No, he went back up to Atlanta to come home. I just came directly home. So I had the better 2 flights.
All right. Well, we're proud of him and the work he's doing over there. And appreciate all that. Let's see. I spoke recently at the Sunrise Intercoastal, their annual meeting. And one concern they brought up, and I know, Chris, you all maybe discussed it even when I jumped off that meeting, but I didn't know if it was affecting other districts as well. So I wanted to get your input, maybe Steve and Ben, if you're hearing any complaints, the jet skis. And I know we probably talked about this a few years ago. We are having some issues with the jet ski rental companies and just making sure that they were going over our rules of the waterways, so to speak, before they rent them out. Just a lot of complaints about reckless jet ski use on our waterways. And Chris, I don't know, maybe if we can get an update from the police, what they're seeing, the Marine unit, anything we can do to help neighbors. Should they just call the police when they're seeing this reckless behavior? What can we?
Yeah, so we can do a couple of different things. You know, when we talk about those jet skis, we look at it really from are they operating legally perspective, and then once they're rented, are the people that are operating the skis operating responsibly? And so part of that would be a code response. The other part of that would be a police response. I know that our police marine patrol was going to take an active stance in the waterways on jet skis in the area of Sunrise Intercoastal where there was the complaint. We can get an update on that. The chief is on his way here. He just says he's stuck in traffic on Broward Boulevard. So if we can come back to that and maybe ask the chief to weigh in. And we also have, let me see if we have anybody here from our Marine group, either in the room or on Zoom.
You know, I also hear these complaints and a lot of people are just not respecting the no wake zones, whether they be jet skis or whether they be small boats. And
Correct.
And that has a detrimental impact on people who live on the water, creates more erosion, there's more noise, and it's really, you know, do we have an action plan? Do we have enough staffing to monitor this? I don't know whether we're capable of even responding in a meaningful way to situations like this.
So probably what makes sense to do rather than respond on the fly is to schedule something with our Marine Patrol. Let them do a presentation to the commission on their spring activities, a little bit about what our capabilities are, how they're staffed, how they respond, the things that they target and look at. I know that they're out on the waterways. I know where they deploy from. I know generally the size of the unit, but I don't have the specifics as to what exactly their capabilities.
And then maybe, I'm sure jet skis have a number on the side of them, right? So we can identify where these jet skis are coming from. Maybe if it is a particular business, we could have some kind of communication to the business. I did get the no wake zone map from Andrew Cuba, and I appreciate that. I think the area that I'm referring to is not a no wake zone though.
Is that right?
So you are allowed. I know neighbors would probably want to make it a no wake zone. You know, when you put the boat in at George English Ramp, you can go south, right, and you be on the Middle River. And so that's a pretty heavily trafficked. I don't believe that is a no wake zone. So you can go faster. That is where a lot of the kids though, water ski or tube
I think north of the bridge is no wake in front of the Riva.
Probably north. I'm sure north is because that's almost a dead end.
South, not.
South, I think they can go a little fast. And south is Sunrise Intercoastal.
Here he is.
I am told.
That's okay. Yeah, I know.
I was about to say, I'm told the chief does have an update, in fact, on jet ski. So if we want to go to your next topic and then we'll
Okay,
come back to it,
super.
let him get settled.
Okay.
And we'll ask him to give us an update.
Okay, so that's jet skis, and I know it's complicated, and I don't think I'm asking for that to become a no wake zone because I do believe it is a recreational area but just how can we enforce it a little bit more? Okay, let's see. Zoe and I met recently with our advisory board, the group that works with Atlantic Technical College and our avionics program and all the business owners at FXE. And we did hire a new consultant, Dr. Sean Gallagher. Zoe, are you on this? Do you want to maybe, or I can give an update on, maybe just tell us real quick, maybe what Sean's going to do over the next 6 months, because I believe he did just start, and then he is going to come back to the commission in a few months with some suggestions and recommendations. If Zoe is around and she can come on.
We will have to, I do not see her as a panelist. We'll have to, she is as an attendee. If IT could move.
So Dr.
From attending panelist.
That's Rufus. Rufus, we just gave you a shout out and awards. We just wanted to all clap and congratulate you. So that's what we were saying.
It looked like Rufus was piloting a jet.
I think he was flying. I think you're flying at something fast. Yeah. So congratulations, Rufus. We just acknowledged you and the good work you're doing at our airport.
All right. We now have Zoe's moved over to being a panelist, and there she is. Hey, Zoe.
All right, Zoe. I know I got the update when we were on our advisory board meeting with our partners, Broward Atlantic Technical College and our FXE partners. Do you want to just give a quick update maybe on our hiring of Dr. Sean Gallagher from Broward College? Maybe what he's going to do for us, the commission and city for the next few months?
Absolutely. Hi, good afternoon. Zoe Saunders, Chief Education Officer. Very pleased that we've moved forward with selecting a consultant to come on board and help us to conduct the feasibility study for the aviation and aerospace training program in Fort Lauderdale, building on the work and our collaboration around the avionics systems technician program. Broward College was selected as the consultant, and they have contracted with another third-party consultant, Dr. Sean Gallagher, who brings a lot of wealth of experience in the industry. For the next 30 to 60 days, the focus will be on analyzing the industry needs and the demands for training. As part of that, they will be interviewing a number of stakeholders in the business and education community, and that will culminate with an inventory of current training programs that are offered locally and in the wider region, along with an assessment of the highest demands in terms of training needs for jobs that are available here in our local community that are high wage and really great career opportunities. The consultant will come back to the commission in June to share that analysis and present some preliminary design considerations as they move into the next phase of planning. Any questions for me?
Thank you, Zoe. And I'm looking forward to getting that update. And I know we're just, I think this moving forward with this initiative is also in line with the governor and his career technical funding, initiative and priority also in this space. So hopefully the city of Fort Lauderdale with the executive airport and some business partners can move forward offering new career technical opportunities to our young people. So thank you for working on this. I look forward to seeing what we come up with in a few months. Okay, let's see what else. I attended the Broward League of Cities board meeting on behalf of our city and the Florida League of Cities advocacy meeting. Basically, our vacation rentals are moving forward as we would like them to move forward. And Daphne could probably, I know you all get her updates too. So she has more information in there. The no smoking on the beach, it seems like it's kind of stalling. I don't think it's going to pass. I don't think we will get our wishes on that, but we can certainly keep up the advocacy efforts. And then they're talking a lot about, I don't necessarily know our position on it, the home-based business bill. I don't know, Chris, are you following that at all? I guess Florida League of Cities, I believe they're opposed to it because it preempts the cities from regulating businesses in our neighborhoods.
That's correct. Let's get Daphne to.
Daphne, hey Daphne.
She's here in the room, so we can get her.
So I don't know
to talk specifically.
I don't know where that bill is going, and I don't know if you all are tracking it, but basically there's a bill in the legislature right now, and I know Daphne can explain it better, which would allow home-based businesses to be in our neighborhoods and obviously preempt us from regulating this.
You're not on.
No, thank
You're
you.
not on.
Am I on now?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm close enough. Good afternoon, Commissioner Moritas. So home-based businesses would require that in order to be considered a home-based business, that the business operates in whole or in part from a residential property. Employees have to reside in the residence. Parking for business activities complies with local zoning requirements, so we would still be able to enforce our local zoning requirements. And activities of the business are secondary to the property's use as a residential dwelling. We've been following it, but not as closely as other preemption bills, so I can have a more in-depth analysis of it for you.
Does it look like it's passing or moving forward?
No.
Okay.
So from what I am seeing, it was temporarily postponed on second reading in the House, and in the Senate, it is in rules, but it has not been placed on the agenda.
Okay, so they only have a few more weeks left, really. So it hasn't been calendared yet. Okay, so those are just a couple big items that they were talking about.
Can I just ask a question? Daphne, if the state is trying to compose legislation that relates to home businesses, yet it's subject to local zoning, what is the efficacy of such a statute should it become law if we still have final say over whether or not certain neighborhoods could have in-house offices if our zoning doesn't permit it? I mean, we haven't dug that deeply into this, have we? So that might be a question we need to try to answer, because there are zoning classifications that do permit in-house offices. I just don't know what the purpose of the statute is.
definitely a lot of mom
That
and pop
I'll
business.
get more
Yeah.
information from the League of Cities about that. As said before, this was one of the 400 that we've been following this
Right.
session. But overall, it doesn't look like it's going to pass, but we are met with surprises with about 4 weeks
Okay.
left. So I'll get that to you within
Okay.
the hour.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Daphne. Yeah, it's just something they brought up to ask us to get behind, and I don't really understand it enough, really. I mean, obviously, I don't like to be preempted, but do we want to allow people to have businesses in their homes? I don't know.
I mean, I think in today's day, during and post COVID, a lot of people are realizing they can work from home. So I think that's the real reason for this type of legislation, that we shouldn't, as cities, deny people the right to be able to operate out of a second bedroom or be able to run a business. I don't think anyone wants to have, like a drugstore out of their living room. So it's not that kind of business, I would imagine. So, but we already allow business, certain neighborhoods to have home offices. But again, maybe Daphne, you can get that better defined going forward. All right.
Let's see if it's okay. So that's last week. A couple grand openings today. Dunkin' Donuts had a grand reopening. It's the same Dunkin' Donuts right there across from Holy Cross, but I guess it may be new ownership, and that was this morning. And Henderson.
Bring any samples with you?
I know. I thought about donut holes, but I didn't think anyone. I just thought, well, I didn't.
Just
I brought
asking.
you.
Just
I
ask.
brought you a smoothie
Yes,
instead.
thank
I
you.
know. I have Maya papaya. Sorry, I do like Dunkin' Donuts, but okay. Henderson Behavioral Health, they have a ribbon cutting ceremony coming up on Thursday. And maybe, I'm sorry, Commissioner McKenzie, if I stole your thunder, I believe he's speaking at that. I will also attend, but I believe he's speaking too. So I'm sure you'll get.
Future Vice Mayor, you can steal my thunder anytime.
What's that? What is that? Look forward to, we're very thankful for them expanding their services and growing in our community. Couple other things, FDOT, they had a public meeting, Bayview Drive. That, once again, you're going to hear about that. It'll start in the spring of 2022 and it'll take about a year. FDOT spending at $1.5 million. We're going to sidewalks on both sides of the road, bike lanes, and roundabouts, drainage and pedestrian crossing. So you're going to hear a lot about that when it gets started. I'm sure neighbors will be contacting us, and obviously the road, Bayview, will be closed again. It'll be from Sunrise to all the way up to Commercial, I believe is okay. So that's the whole, that'll be a year. And I know they were just closed for the sewer work, so that it's a little bit of an issue in District 1, closing that down again. Just went to a lot of other neighborhoods and spoke, Neighborhood Leadership Academy, just out and about. Thursday night at 6, if anyone would like to attend. There is a new restaurant opening in District 1 from Manhattan. Yeah, this is the first ever expansion they're doing outside of that. So I hear it's pretty good. It's called Patrizia's, and it will be in the old Jackson's location
Okay.
down in the Galt Ocean Mile, the North Beach Shops. So 6 o'clock on Thursday, if anybody wants to attend, we're just going to do a little city ribbon cutting and maybe sample some food. So that's it.
Very good.
Do we want to go back to jet skis?
Go back to jet
real quick?
skis.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so let's, I think between the chief and Phil Thornburg, we've got updates from the park side as well as police side. So chief is in the room and so is Phil. So we'll ask them to come to the podium and give some updates, interim updates.
I don't think it's on.
Good afternoon. Okay, good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Real brief, number one, we've continued our additional patrols in the waterways with the Marine Unit. The additional enforcement is still ongoing. Also of significant note, number of businesses that were operating out of city parks, the jet ski rentals from city parks. To the best of my knowledge, we've stopped all of those. And I know at least one of them has applied for a permit. I don't know the status of that though. So, but for the moment, as far as we know, we've shut them all down.
Okay, so we are not allowing the jet ski operators to use our ramps to operate out of George English Park.
Correct.
So that's probably reduced the amount of jet skis quite a bit.
I would think so, but yes.
Interesting. Is there, did we restrict them because they weren't following the rules, or we just restricted them until we could get our?
We restricted them because the rules don't allow that. So, and from what I understand, I'll defer to the city attorney or the Parks and Rec director that there is an avenue apparently for them to pursue to gain a permit for that. So,
So they haven't applied the correct way to use our ramps to operate out of.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Hey, Phil.
So there's a park rule that nobody's allowed to do business in a city park without permission. And
Okay.
typically when we talk about a business in a park, we go through the RFP process or a bid process. So understanding that there were jet ski rentals operating out of George English and also out of the 15th Street boat ramp area, which is also considered a park. PD, as the chief mentioned, has started to enforce the park rule and in informing them that that was not allowed for the park rule. I also know that PD, and I've talked to Sergeant Mills and Assistant Chief Souza. I know PD has wrote quite a few citations as far as what you talked about earlier with the not observing the rules and some of the issues that are out on the waterway itself. So we're really dealing with it from the land side and the water side at this point. So if we decide we want to, and actually there's a meeting tomorrow internally with staff, with PD and myself and some of my staff to talk about it. But if we want to start to regulate the jet skis by permit, then we would just develop some type of scope and put that out as an RFP like we've done for other business type activities in the parks.
Okay, so like we have the relationship with the vendor who operates the kayaks right there. So it would be the same sort of process where we pick the vendor or the RFP and then they can apply. I mean, I think it probably makes sense if they follow our rules to allow somebody to operate there. So
yeah, we'll just need to look at what the waterway can allow and supply, because it is a busy area. And we do already have, like I say, the paddleboard and kayaking, which went through the RFP process. Also, remember, we do have a jet ski rental on the ocean, on the beach, and there's also the one that operates out of Birch State Park. So we have two available to clients now that you can do it in the ocean. So this is just something that would allow them to do it in the river instead of in
okay,
the
so
ocean.
Birch State Park also is the ocean. They can take the jet skis and go in the ocean from that rental facility.
Right.
And then there's some a little further down south. So I guess maybe you all will decide, or I don't know, or if the commission, we can just decide if we want to have more jet ski operators operating out of our parks, which would obviously increase the jet ski use. And okay, so you all are going to meet tomorrow and kind of come up with what you think and maybe come back with a recommendation to us?
Well, yeah, we're going to talk about it internally as far as what we think between PD and parks we would recommend. We'll recommend that to the city manager.
Okay.
And then Chris can give us some direction on what we want to do.
Okay. So I don't know how many, since they have been shut down, there probably are a lot of private jet ski operators also operating on the waterways at this point, just from their backyard. So I guess you guys just come up with a plan to see if we have any more capacity for additional jet skis. And I don't know in terms of the ticketing, if it seems like it's people from their backyards or if it's from the jet ski rental companies. Do you all have a feel for that?
I don't have that.
You don't have a feel for that? Okay. So I have heard anecdotally that it is more the rental companies. I don't know that for sure necessarily, but it seems like those are the ones that are spotted and being flagged from neighbors, at least in my district. So, okay, well, thank you for that update. I appreciate it. And we'll see if making that change or suspending the service right now from those operators helps. And then we'll determine what we do next. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Does that conclude your remarks? Great. Vice Mayor Glassman.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. Rufus, congratulations. That's incredible and wonderful and so well deserved. Mayor, I also wanted to mention my sympathies as well for the family of Alcee Hastings when I read that this morning. And I also wanted to mention two other folks that did pass away this week that I think are deserving of some recognition as well. For those of you that did not know, Gypsy Graves was quite a woman in our community for many, many decades. She actually was the founder of the Graves Museum of Archaeology and Natural History in Dania Beach. She lived for decades in a home at 1115 North Rio Vista Boulevard that actually became known as the Gypsy Graves House because she lived there so long with her family. It actually started as the Rio Riente. It was one of Francis Abreu's most grand riverfront mansions and caused quite a stir when it was demolished in 2002. Actually, our city's Historic Preservation Board recommended unanimously that the house be designated, but the City Commission did not uphold that unanimous recommendation. And a few months later, in 2002, it was demolished. I remember it caused quite a stir, for those of you that might have paid attention in those days, but that was really a lot of activity around that. And those that were defending the house in terms of preserving it said the proof in the pudding was that it was so well constructed that it took 3 days to demolish it. That's how difficult it was to actually demolish that house. A lot of people had a lot of emotions, but she was really quite an incredible woman. She did leave the area. She sold that house in 2000, a couple of years before, on the promise by the buyers that they would preserve the house. So we know that that did not work out. I just wanted to mention her, though she contributed a lot to the community. Also, the passing of Jack Osterholt, who was our Broward County Administrator for 6 years, from 1991 to 1997. So those two citizens did pass away as well. It was a good couple of weeks for meetings and met with some really great organizations. The day after our last meeting, I met with the Marine Industries Association, their anchor group, on the 17th. Also that evening, I attended the Neighborhood Leadership Academy and the Flagler Village Civic Association meeting. On the 18th of March was the Lakewood Civic Association meeting. On Friday, March 19th, the Beach Council Board meeting, had a good discussion with those folks from the chamber. Tuesday, March 23rd was the South Middle River Civic Association meeting. I was unable to attend, but Fatima and Nancy attended. And by the way, I did want to take this opportunity for those of you that have not met Nancy Fry. I'm sure everyone is aware that Fatima is leaving us shortly and moving out to Seattle. And Nancy has come on board, and we're a little bit of a transition period right now. But Nancy Fry is with us, and I hope everyone gets a chance to meet her. I wanted to welcome her to the city and also to the District 2 team, and we're very pleased to have her. And of course, it goes without saying how much we will miss Pratima and wish her the very best in her next chapter. Thursday, March 25th was the Central Beach Alliance meeting, always lively, always full of good discussion. Coming up tomorrow, Wednesday evening begins a Yom HaShoah, which is the Holocaust Remembrance Day. It's one day. It's a day of commemoration for the approximately 6 million Jews that perished and almost 5 million others as well. And that begins tomorrow evening. Tomorrow is also the Victoria Park Civic Association meeting at 7 o'clock. Thursday, Thursday, just so you know, I will be meeting with our tenants on the Bahia Mar as instructed by the commission to start those discussions. I have had some preliminary meetings with the tenant one-on-one, and I'll meet with their attorneys and them again, all of us together on Thursday at April 8th at 3 o'clock to continue those. I hope to be able to make progress reports to all of you as we get further down the road. And I'm optimistic that we'll get to a point where everyone will be very pleased with what we will see on that very important peninsula. Tuesday, April 13th, Solid Waste Delegate Workshop. I'm sorry?
So what goals do you have on behalf of this commission based on the consensus we reached last time? When you go into your discussions with the tenant, what kinds of things are you bringing to the table? I mean, we never really had a fleshed out discussion. I mean, are you still talking about extending their lease? Are you still talking condominiums? I mean, what exactly are we discussing?
Well, I think we made it clear there was a consensus for no condominiums, if I remember from our meeting. That was a takeaway that I had from our meeting on the 16th. Also, I think that, as I said, on the 16th, much of the discussion of lease extensions will depend on what we're able to accomplish in terms of that site plan and in terms of how we are going to be able to monetize those assets. So what I would like to see, and what I told the District 2 pre-agenda meeting this evening and also the CBA meeting, I believe there's a general consensus, and correct me if I'm wrong, that 651 units, whether they're the rental units that were approved by the prior commission, or even the condos that the tenants seem to want to have, is way too much and much too much density. I think there are too many buildings on the site. I think the public access has to be increased, even though we have not really heard from the boat show, because I do believe they have certain contractual obligations. I cannot believe that open space and out in the outdoors would be not preferable to being housed in the garage. So I'm looking for more open space on that peninsula. I think that we could probably all agree that the Marina Village, that first phase with the food courts and restaurants, is a good public access for the community to enjoy. I think the promenade's a good community access for everyone to enjoy. I think the supermarket is something that folks in that area have always wanted to have on that part of the beach, and anything else that we can contribute in terms of public access. I also think that the zoning, the SMBHA, small business, South Beach Marina and Hotel area, says it all. I mean, right now we have about a 200-room hotel that's desperately in need of renovation and updating. They've done a great job, don't get me wrong, with the interior, but still it's an older building. I think that should be primarily an amazing resort for the public to enjoy. It shouldn't just be a 200-room hotel. So I'd love to see an expansion of the resort. It should be a first-class resort and a first-class marina, just like the zoning says. So those are some of the things. And that, by the way, is a far cry from the approved site plan that we're looking at from 2017. So preliminarily, those are the goals that I have, Mayor.
Okay, very good.
Mayor,
I'm sorry.
Mayor, can I jump in there? It's Ben.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just so we're all, I think, on the same page, and I think we are. When we last talked, there are three things we kind of all agreed on. One is no condos, right? So I think, Vice Mayor, you got that. Number two was the boat show will be at the table. So if you remember that one of the challenges that we talked about is not being able to hear from the boat show due to contractual issues, and we talked about that would be part of the discussion. So, Vice Mayor, are you able to make that possible?
Well, I that certainly is on my list. By the way, that was a discussion I had when I appeared with the Marine Industries Association anchor meeting on the 17th. So yes, I think that's vital, and I maybe I just took that for granted because I obviously believe that we have to do all we can to make sure that boat show is there for. I think right now they have a 30+ year agreement with our tenant, if I'm not mistaken. Might even be longer than that, actually.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but okay, great. As long as they're participating and legally allowed to do so, they've got to be able to do that. As you mentioned, Vice Mayor, we said we're open to residential, possibility on the property, just not condos. And then just Mayor and Vice Mayor Commission, just my perspective. I don't think we have to do anything. This doesn't mean we are, I think we have the leverage here. I don't think we have to force some kind of development or growth here. There's approved site plan. So I think the opportunity to kind of continue to discuss and explore, but I don't think we're under any pressure to do anything, and the possibility of seeing if this property we could continue to explore possibilities for it to come back to the city, I think is worthwhile.
All right. Thank you.
That's it, Mayor, Vice Mayor. Thanks.
Hey,
No,
Mayor,
thanks.
just for the record.
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen, I know you, I think Vice Mayor Glassman said that you didn't want to see condos. I don't think we agreed of any terms. I think we just said that we would like to see something come back to us. We all gave our input as to what we'd like to see, but more importantly was bring something back to us with the district commissioner leading those talks. So I don't want the record to say that I agreed for those terms when all I'm agreeing to is bring me something back that I can vote up or down, add to, take away from, and have some type of subject matter in front of me as opposed to what we did the last time, just for the record.
Okay.
Great.
Vice Mayor.
I understand. again, I thought that there was a consensus of at least 3 that did not want to see the condos. But also, Commissioner Sorensen, to your point about we don't have to do anything, I think you were the only one who said that out of the 5. I think that the rest of us felt that we did need to do something, that we didn't want to see it sit there for 41 years without anything happening. Although purchasing is always an option. That's why I've always asked John Herbst for, those kinds of dollar amounts, those possible thoughts. And I think that's always on the table. I mean, if we can't come to any kind of agreement, or, it's not going to work for both sides, I don't see why that's not an option. I just don't know what that dollar amount is. And all I've heard is, oh my gosh, that would be astronomical, and where are those dollars coming from? But I'd love to get some more input in that. And I'd also like to hear down the road also from Alan about what he thinks in terms of how much the boat show can say, how apt we are to actually be able to get a copy of all of those documents that we've never seen before. What are our options in terms of all of that? So those are other things we need to explore as well.
Yeah, and I think those boat show documents, I think that's something you can talk to the tenant about. I'm assuming there's some, that they're able to release them, or the boat show's able to release them. So one of those.
Right. Well, I agree.
It's not up to us to release those. Or we don't
No, exactly. Well, I don't even think we have them to release.
Exactly.
To be honest with you.
So just talk to the tenant, I think, about that.
Right. Well, I guess the tenant, I don't think it would be one-sided. It would probably have to be the tenant and the boat show. But yes, all of that has to happen. As I mentioned, I've only broken the ice this past week. I had just one conversation just to introduce myself and say we need to talk. And I am looking forward to moving forward with that and making updates, and hopefully we make some progress and see that place really be what it needs to be for all of us to enjoy. So I will definitely keep everybody posted. Let's see. I will be attending the International Swimming Hall of Fame board meeting on the 13th. On the 14th, I'll be attending the Sailboat Bend Civic Association meeting. On the 15th, Bonnet House Board of Directors meeting. And on Friday, the Symphony of the Americas is having appreciation night. I did want to take this opportunity to welcome their new executive director of the Symphony of the Americas, Stephen Haynes, who's returning to the area. He was here quite a while ago. So I wanted to mention that as well. And then Monday, April 19th, the Middle River Terrace Neighborhood Association will be meeting, as will the Progresso Village Civic Association meeting. I wanted to piggyback on something that Commissioner Moritas has been mentioning, and I thank her for that, in terms of the League of Cities updates with regards to a lot of the bills that are coming through Tallahassee. And Mayor, I wanted to mention, we get really nice updates from our city clerk on all these different resolutions that are passed by our neighboring cities in Broward County. We don't necessarily take that path of resolutions, and yet when I read some of these resolutions, I find that they really do affect our constituents and our city. And right now, the same in Tallahassee. I'd like us to maybe contemplate doing some resolutions when we feel that we have to take a stand on something and adding our voice. I don't know if any lobbyists are on the call today at all, Chris, but I did want to mention a few of these bills that I think that we should actually be taking action on in terms of a resolution. We should be adding our voice to some of these issues. Because a lot of them are preemption and obviously affects our home rule. Some of them are not. When I was looking through the City Commission legislative updates, for instance, today we're going to have a presentation on affordable housing. And yet, once again, Tallahassee is looking at raiding the Sadowski Trust Fund and bringing in a lot of other very worthy issues, don't get me wrong, to spend those dollars on. I think resilience and water protection and wastewater funding are all vital and important, but I think that's a false choice. And I know that these funds get rated every year, and I just didn't know if we wanted to take a position on that. Vacation rentals, as Commissioner Moritas mentioned,
Vice Mayor, let me for just a second. We kind of already did take a position on this when we voted to accept the legislative priorities, at the beginning of the session. We had a whole list of goals and priorities, things that we're in favor of, things we're not in favor of. And we give that to our lobbyists, and those are the folks that represent our interests in Tallahassee. I'm not sure which you want to separate out certain of those for emphasis. I'm just trying to figure out, because we already do take a position and we already do vote on it. So
I understand, and many times we do take those positions. They're a bit general sometimes, and yet are not totally focused on what bills are actually coming through the committees and making it perhaps to that final vote. Some of them obviously fall by the wayside, but I'll go through a few of them. I'd love to hear what everyone has to say about it. But for instance, and then we get more information as time goes on. I think when we approve our legislative priorities, we don't necessarily get into the weeds of some of the bills that seem to be successful or are going to be successful. For instance, when we, said, obviously we support any kind of action for resiliency, water protection, wastewater funding. We just didn't say we wanted that to come out of the Sadowski Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So, I mean, here are those kinds of nuances where I think that you can, be a little bit more, specific. Vacation rentals, I'm very encouraged. I think that bill started off horrendous. It's getting better and better, and I wouldn't be surprised if it just dies. And there are some other issues as well, preemption of firearms and ammunition, seaport regulations, smoking in public places, which the commissioner has mentioned, Commissioner Moritas. There's, taking a state cut of funds for red light cameras. I did also want to mention something that I think is troubling. I've heard from folks. I read a really wonderful editorial in the newspaper today by Heather Brinkworth. I'm having some issues with the bills that are called, actually, I think the names of these bills are, it takes a lot of chutzpah for these names, but the House bill is called Fairness in Women's Sports Act, and the Senate bill is called Promoting Equity of Athletic Opportunity Act, or Promoting Equality of Athletic Opportunity Act. I think that these bills are classic examples of a solution in search of a problem. Everything I've read says that for 10 years now, the school boards have been doing just fine with this. All of the associations have been doing just fine with this. And yet this is popping up across the country with a lot of bills like this that are attacking the transgender community. This one in particular is very hurtful and cruel to young transgendered students who really just want the opportunity to participate like everybody else. So I know that passed in committee again, and that seems to be on a fast track. I'd love to take a stand on that. I saw some really good statements from the Miami Heat. I think our other sports teams will be following suit on that. But I just have a concern about, what that says, especially where I have not been able to find any instance where there is an issue. Even one of the professors who was cited by some of the bill sponsors has come out against this legislation. So I just wanted to mention that. I think it's a harmful piece of legislation and it affects our students in Fort Lauderdale. And I think that all of our students should be treated equally. So if anyone has anything to say on that later, but I'd love to see a resolution and join.
Well, let's ask. I think your request is meritorious. It is a bill that seems to be making its way through the legislature. I don't know, what its chances of success are, but certainly something like that, which I feel is hurtful to individuals. We as a commission, but I don't know if there's a unanimous interest in passing such a resolution. I do think if we're going to pass a resolution, it has to be unanimous. Otherwise, it loses its impact. Does anyone have any thoughts on this?
Maybe Daphne could send us the bill. I actually haven't read it yet or seen it, or that would be helpful.
All right, so why don't we circulate the legislation to the commissioners and we can pick this up again. But Vice Mayor, I think that might be a good idea to put together a resolution if we have unanimous interest in supporting that resolution. So Alan, can you provide that the pending bills so each commissioner can take a look at them?
And we did pass a resolution for smoking on the beach, like Commissioner or Vice Mayor Glassman is talking about. So that is an example of a resolution that we have passed.
We can,
Yes.
we've got some of that prepared, so we can circulate it around as well.
Circulate that.
We can.
Exactly.
Please proceed.
Yes, thank you for that. I was disappointed to see that there was some legislation. Maybe someone can help me understand why it died. But in terms of film incentives, we used to have a very thriving film industry and TV industry in Florida. We lost out big time to Georgia on that. And there was some good legislation in terms of to bring it back, the incentives, and it was based on after production, so that you had to prove that you really did use a certain amount of, Floridians, you had to use resources locally, and that production actually ended, and it was sort of like on a reimbursement basis. I thought it was a really nice approach, but I haven't been able to find out why it died. If someone can let us know. 'Cause
Daphne's approached the podium. She has something to report on here.
Great, thank you.
Vice Mayor, the reason why the film incentives died is because the legislature believed that it would be corporate welfare. They didn't believe that the state of Florida needed any additional incentives to promote or market in the state. We believe Florida speaks for itself, and Florida drives tourism and markets itself with its beaches.
Okay, well, I guess I'll just have to agree to disagree with that from Florida's legislature. I do know that we've lost billions of dollars to Georgia with regards to film and TV production that has gone there specifically because of the incentives. And I will say that a lot of that is actually in danger now because of some of the election administration laws that Georgia just passed, and that debate. And that's another topic I'd like to actually mention. I am concerned about our state's election administration laws. I think that will impact our voters directly. I do know that as recently as Friday, I believe it was 170 companies across the country issued statements to protect voting access. As we know, the All-Star game was pulled out of Atlanta. I just don't want to see our businesses or jobs hurt at all in any way. I've looked at some of the issues on this bill. There are many that actually mirror Georgia, but I do have concern. I didn't know if people wanted to take a stand on that, but it will impact our voters as well. That's something else in my mind that is a solution in search of a problem. Again, many states are looking at this right now for obvious reasons. And I just think that that's another thing that I wouldn't mind taking a stand on because I think that we need to be as open. People have to have as much access as possible. And I am concerned with some of those provisions. And I think that those are pretty much the major issues, Mayor, that I was looking at when I was looking through the legislative update. There are other ones, just so you know, weakening the constitutional amendment on medical marijuana, weakening the minimum wage amendment that voters passed, weakening the felons' right to vote that voters passed. I think, yes. No, I'm just throwing them all out there. I just think that, I just want to know if we have an appetite to be more aggressive with specific resolutions about specific issues when it comes a little bit further down the line after we've already taken a stand on our legislative priorities. That's all.
Okay, and I think your suggestion has a great deal of merit, and certain things that do stand out, that do seem of particular importance, that are going to impact our constituents. I think we probably should separate out and pass a resolution for emphasis and send it to the governor, Senate President, Speaker of the House, and so forth, our representatives as well. I do think that there's a lot of merit in that. So maybe the voting rights bill that seems to be circulating at the State House, maybe we can, if you can find that and circulate that amongst the members of this commission. Those are very, very important issues. I don't really know why Florida is getting involved in that, since we had a squeaky clean election time this past November, especially in Broward County. Peter Antonacci did a great job in securing the vote here in our county. So I just don't. You're right. It's a solution in search of a problem, and if we're just trying to play up to the national narrative to make ourselves look relevant, I think it's being done to the detriment of our voters. So anyway, all right. So
I also think we can be effective individually, because I don't know honestly how I feel about all these different issues, and I don't know if it will be unanimous moving forward with all of them. But in terms of the vacation rental bill, I really lobbied hard and with all my constituents, and I know Ben, Sorensen also did, and I don't know what other commissioners did, but our advocacy efforts individually with our own constituents actually were able to change the course of that vacation rental bill. And we didn't have a resolution passed on behalf of the city of Fort Lauderdale to do so. So I really prefer not getting political about this, especially, I mean, if you all want to move forward and do it, I don't want to take votes on things that I don't need to vote on. I'm not a state representative, and I choose not to divide this commission even more than we have been. So I really don't support moving forward with controversial resolutions.
Okay. All righty. Commissioner McKenzie.
Hello, all. Mayor, it's good to see you again. I think I saw you, 72 hours ago? That was a great grand opening. I'll let you do that. I won't steal your thunder as did
Cuba Libre.
It was amazing. The setup, the investment, the commitment, and I think we just have another selection on Los Olas and in this city to choose for dinner or lunch. That was a ribbon cut, by the way, and I think it was attended by myself, the mayor, and Ben Sorensen, Commissioner Sorensen, and a host of other folks. So I'm sure the mayor will bring us up to speed with the details of that, but I enjoyed that ribbon cutting ceremony. I also would like to piggyback on Rufus James' award he received. And I want to congratulate him publicly, but I also want to check and see, because I know when we promoted him, Chris, prior to you, but there was some things that we were trying to do, a reclassification, I believe it was, and some pay. Did we ever get that straightened out?
I signed something yesterday that straightened it out, yes.
Okay, fantastic. I mean, I think he's doing a bang up job. And again, thank you. And thank you, Rufus. Congratulations on your award. And also the district commissioner, big shout out to you too. Got to be proud of that. The other thing is, Mayor, and I'm sure you're going to do this because you are a good friend of Congressman Alcee Hastings. Hopefully we can have a moment of silence at our next meeting. And then maybe down the road, we can figure out something that we could do for him in our city that's appropriate at another time.
I had indicated tonight you're going to have a moment of silence for the congressman. Yes,
and I really like to see us do something down the road. Maybe I can help, figure out what that is to find a place for him in the city of Fort Lauderdale, because the place that they're doing in the county, that's over in the county piece. If we go through the annexation process that I propose, and we do that, then that street would be in the city. Right now, it's not. I would like to see something in the city of Fort Lauderdale, since he practiced law and was a judge, in our downtown area. I would love to see something in our city to honor his efforts. So I'm sure we can work on that moving forward. I'm sure you all have watched the news this weekend. We had two shootings in the city, not police shootings. But the most recent ones was 10th Terrace, where a 32-year-old male was shot a couple of times, but he survived, thank God, in front of a convenience store that I have complained about since I've been here. Have been working with the police department for a solution. I don't think we've ever come up with one, but I want to just go a moment and talk about policing and talk about these stores. And let's go to Tony's Market, where the little 6-year-old, the 16-year-old, and there was a third child, I understand, Chris, that was shot outside of the store Sunday night around 9:30 p.m. And I just want to bring some other stores into play here. Tony's Market is the store on 8th Street and 22nd Road where the 3 were shot the other night. Too Quick is right behind or just east of our building department. And That owner came to me about 3 months ago. We had a luncheon and was complaining about a couple shootings at his store. And he's been operating that store for years. And I asked him why now. And the reason why he came forward now is because the shootings were directed at him. But all the other prior shootings at his store were just shootings of the behavior that is allowed to linger and loiter in front of these stores. Ray's Market is another one. Lucy's Meat. Sam's store on 13th and Sistrunk. The store at 9th Avenue and Sistrunk. And again, you got 2 stores on 10th Terrace. 10th Terrace. These stores, in my opinion, are public enemy #1 in my district. And I haven't just started talking about these stores today, but I wanted to bring it to the other commissioners' attention that we've been struggling with redevelopment in my area and trying to change the image of that area. But with these stores present in their current practices, allowing people to hang in front of the stores and gamble, hang in front of the stores and drink alcohol, hang in front of the stores and sell drugs. And this behavior is why you will get 3 innocent children shot. And Chris, previous police chief knows. I know I'll be sitting down soon with this police chief, and I just don't understand how we cannot get ahead of this type of stuff. And the shooting that took place Sunday night is a direct result of something you've been talking about, Mayor, which is these ATVs and these motorcycles riding on the beach. And I've given my input of how they start and where they start. And what they do is they try to find a road to a place where they can descend upon and do tricks and have, shows and pop wheelies and all sorts of things. But along with that group comes what we call a car show. We've been chasing this car show, at least I know in my district, for years. And even on 10th Terrace, where the shooting took place yesterday at 1 o'clock, the car show was there last year this time, and a person died. They were at our park, Oswald Park, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, and I got with the city manager, got with police, and we came up with an action plan to end the ATVs, to deter them from coming to the park. And we set up a safety plan, and we were successful in doing so. That same group moved to Tony's Market, where the shooting of the 3 kids were shot Sunday night. But in our city, because we're lax in our policing of this type of behavior, and I think what I've been telling the city manager and the police is falling on deaf ears, or maybe we don't have enough people for the enforcement. I don't know what it is, but I plan to follow up with this and see what we can do about it. But a little city called Lauderdale, 2 years ago, and the unincorporated pockets of Broward County at Sunrise and 31st Avenue decided they didn't want these groups in their cities anymore, because they would descend on corner gas stations by the swap shop, which is the entryway to the city of Lauderdale, and 19th Street and 31st. They decided that they would not allow them to come there. So every Sunday, city of Lauderdale puts up police officers at these intersections, and they deter that type of traffic behavior and display to come back to the city of Fort Lauderdale. And I've shared this information or this intel with our staff, and that, to me, it sounds like it's falling on deaf ears, but I want to share it with the rest of the commissioners. We talk about, jet skis, we talk about the ATVs on the beach, but if we don't have any type of enforcement, or something that we do on the front end. It just falls on deaf ears. But this behavior that I've been complaining about, Mayor, for 7 years, if we pull the stats, I can guarantee you we have over 15, probably closer to 20 deaths between these stores. And it's not because someone's going to buy a bag of potato chips or a 6-pack of beer to take home. It's because of what is taking place in front of these stores. And you made a comment last meeting about this house that I was asking about, this lift station, and possibly purchasing the house. And you said, can't we just use eminent domain and take it? Well, I want to use that same phrase because we can't use eminent domain anymore. But back when we were using it, a lot of the stores where you see new businesses now in the Cityfront corridor, we did use eminent domain, or we use some type of nuisance abatement to take possession of those stores. But in order to do that, we would have to become serious about these affidavits we put in these stores called no trespassing. You can pass by any one of those stores anytime you want to, and there's 10 to 15 people standing underneath the signs. And I don't know if it's a extra ask for the police officers, but I bring this up all the time that we need to do something about it. But for some reason, we're not. Some cases we have for a day, for a week, and then it goes away. But until we deal with these stores and these store owners, the efforts, the resources that we're pouring into redevelopment is not going to change the thing. It's going to allow this type of behavior to carry on. You don't see this at a Circle K. You don't see this at a 7-Eleven because they have standards. And you're just not allowed to loiter in front of those stores. For some reason, it's not like I haven't been advocating for it. We have failed, and innocent lives are being taken as a result of this. Now, the 2 Quick store where the owner reached out to me, we now have a safety plan. He's working with our police department to do something. But yesterday, I decided to drive by each one of these stores and see who has changed the standard of the behavior, and not one of these stores have changed anything. There were people in front of the 2 Quick store yesterday, sitting on blocks, going on with their day-to-day business, selling drugs, drinking alcohol, and gambling. And they also do this in 2 of our parks, Lincoln Park and Little Lincoln Park. I've been complaining for 7 years. There's records of it. I'm just fed up. I'm just tired. I don't know where else to turn. But when I turned on the television the other night on Easter Sunday to see what had happened there, and when Lauderdale forced those car parades to come back into our district, and then we forced them from Oswald, we forced them to 10th Terrace, no one thought it necessary to, when they rode down 22nd Road, if they rode down 22nd Road to 8th Street, that it was okay for like hundreds of people to sit there in the middle of the street having parties, sitting on top of cars like you saw down on South Beach. No one did anything. And these are preventable incidents, because I wouldn't have a problem with a car show going to one of our parks, having a car show if they fill out our application to gather and have an activity. There's police protection there. There's a safety plan like any other event we have in the city, but we allow people just to gather that aren't from our city and to practice this type of behavior. It's unacceptable. I don't know where we go with this, but I'm asking for all of your help and help me find a solution for this, because I've been talking till I'm blue in the face about this issue, and even with the last police chief, I mean, it got so bad that we had to have a meeting every Friday to talk about loitering in front of the stores. And what I find ironic, and I'll conclude on this subject matter, is that it's the same time every year when spring break comes about, we send all of our police resources to the beach just in case something happens. Well, in my district, in these stores that I pointed out today, there's always something happening there, and we don't even have a preventative plan to deal with this activity. But we
Well,
gear up, and we
Commissioner-
send all the resources to the beach. I'm
Commissioner,
frustrated.
let me
I don't
ask
know where to turn.
Let me ask the police chief to step up to the podium, and how would you like to respond to this? I know you're new.
Yeah, he's new. He's walked into a difficult situation, but a lot of people that I know that he
Presented a
knows
very complicated situation for him. So
speak very highly of this chief, and I'm not going to take anything away from you, but I wanted you to know what one of my issues is, and my issues are the same issues for this city. I think we all have the same heart for what happens in the city. So, but this particular or these stores and this behavior is common in my district, and sometimes it spills over to the beach, especially with the ATVs and the motorcycles. But there has to be a better solution. I had lunch the other day at the Riverside Hotel, and someone made a comment there. Oh, I know how to deal with the ATVs and the motorcycles. Just let the bridges up. I'm saying, so it's okay to let the bridges up and let those motorcycles, ATVs, run wild in the rest of the city, instead of trying to deal with this issue on the front end and just deter them from coming to our city. And when they come, it's not just one or two. It's a lot. It's a lot of cars. It's a lot of motorcycles, and a lot of people looking for something to do. So I know you're new, and hopefully you already got a gist of it from when I made the phone call to the city manager yesterday, and I'm going to sit down with you. But as the mayor indicated, please speak to it, if you will, sir.
Yes, first of all, can everyone hear me?
yes,
Okay, great. Number one, I share your concerns, and I sense your unhappiness with the situation, as I am also unhappy with this. This last weekend was completely unacceptable. But this is a problem that needs to be addressed at a number of different levels. A couple of things. Number one, with the car shows, we're familiar with that. Officers have been out at that park, sometimes as many as 14 officers. And we have a plan in place to address that for this weekend coming up, along with a couple of the markets. As you mentioned,
but hold on one second. I don't want to cut you up. The park, the last 3 weeks, we've been monitoring the parks, and they're doing well, and they've ran the ATVs and motorcycles away, and the car show. That's why they go to other parts of the city when we're not looking, and have this type of behavior. So we got the park under control if we just keep it going.
yes, and the goal is not to find a short-term solution. The goal is to find a long-term solution, so we don't have to continue to deal with this. So there's a couple of different things, as you articulated. There's the convenience stores, which are obviously problematic. There's the issue with the car shows, which are problematic. And then we have a situation like last weekend where we had the number of shots fired, a number of people who were injured. That obviously is a problem.
Yes,
so
sir.
On the investigative end, we're working on that to try to identify the shooters involved in that. And keep in mind, that same weekend, we had someone shoot at one of our police officers.
Yeah, 6th Avenue.
And thankfully that was correct. Thankfully that officer was not injured, and that person was taken into custody. We have a meeting coming up. I don't think I can go into all the details of what we have planned now, but I do think it'd be a good idea for us to meet.
Okay.
And if I may suggest, in the future, I'm available. Please call me. You mentioned you spoke to some of our staff or people in the police department. I don't know that it might be best if you and I speak, would be my preference.
Well, typically how our charter reads, I'm not to interfere with operations. I typically give that instruction to the city manager. Then he sends it down the chain of command. So I always want to give that courtesy. And oftentimes the city manager say, we'll call the chief or call this person, or we'll sit down and have a meeting like we're trying to get done now. But I wanted to just bring the subject matter to the attention of all of us, because when you turn to your television, it says Fort Lauderdale, it affects all of us.
Correct.
And the sad part about this is the people that are doing these things aren't citizens, aren't residents of Fort Lauderdale.
Mm-hmm.
They're just trying to find a place to wreak havoc on the weekends where there's the least resistance. And I've been following this stuff for years with former chiefs, captains, what have you. Sometimes we wrap our heads around it. Sometimes we don't, but we just can't say it's solved in one place and not in the other. But I think if we attack these stores, you'll find that the owners in most cases are participating in some of this behavior, especially the drugs and the alcohol. They're involved in it. And if we get enough arrests, from my understanding, and we can take them to the nuisance abatement board, we can end up shutting those stores down or reducing the hours of operation. So I just want to make sure that we are constantly doing our job so that if they're displaying bad behavior, we can shut them down. But if we don't do anything, they're allowed to perpetuate this type of behavior forever. So I look forward to our meeting, but this is more for the public. This is more for my colleagues to know what's going on in our city, and that we're going to do something about it.
I can assure you, we will be doing something about it. The message has been received by loud and clear, and we're not looking for a short-term fix. We're looking to do something long-term if we can, and we'll pursue every legal avenue that we can to address this.
Thank you, Chief. And I look forward to sitting down with you all. Are there any questions from the other commissioners or clarification you need for understanding on anything? Are you all okay?
Well, go ahead. Did you want to say something? Do you want to say anything? Because this problem has been there for a very long time. It has shrunk to the extent that redevelopment begins to take place and has supplanted some of these shady businesses that continue to attract unseemly characters doing antisocial behavior. What happened this past weekend by shooting these kids is completely reprehensible. And why there's so much gun violence in our city is just, it's scary because it could happen anywhere. And we're very, very lucky that no one got killed, but the use of guns with such a cavalier attitude, not just here, but places all across the country is frightening. And I appreciate the police chief making this a priority in terms of trying to minimize the impact of this type of conduct in our community. But the reality is simply this: the police can't be everywhere. They can't be on every street corner, and they can't be watching everybody doing everything. The only way to minimize and frustrate this type of behavior is for communities to get together and for communities to band together and to be the eyes and ears and the enforcement of how we conduct ourselves in our own neighborhoods, on our streets, at stores. This is what, don't be afraid to speak up. Don't be afraid to say to somebody, that this is unacceptable behavior. When we see shootings at cookouts and at churches and church parking lots. This is, who takes a gun to church? This is unacceptable behavior. And it's not for the police can only respond. They can only react. It's we as a community that need to be proactive in being there ahead of the game, being there before it starts, before the impulse is there to do something that is going to hurt someone else. We are the responsible parties, and it's up to us to be responsible in these situations.
But I do want to add to that. I think you got some of it correct, but my community has spoken out loudly to me, and this is one of our priorities daily. So we have spoken out. We have been proactive. Our problem is we don't get the resources that you get when spring break comes on the beach, when they take away my nat team. You don't get the resources of police officers sitting in front of a city place waiting for something to happen. These are events that have consistently happened in the last 7 years, 15 deaths because we allow it to happen on our streets. I pointed it out. I've had tireless meetings with police and staff to no avail. So what will we do? What will we do to combat this? So it's not so much that it's the guns around the world. I'm talking about the guns in the city of Fort Lauderdale. I'm talking about the guns right here on Sistrunk Boulevard, the guns on 8th Street, the guns on 22nd Road, the guns on 10th Terrace. I'm not talking about what happened in Washington, D.C. I'm talking about what's happening here in the city of Fort Lauderdale, in our city, in my district, where people are dying monthly at these stores because we have the intel. The police, they showed me a flyer a couple weeks ago when I brought it to the attention about Oswald Park. They said, well, they're trying to go to Mills Pond this weekend. Working with me, I said, we don't want people coming to Mills Ponds in those numbers without having a permit to gather and holding someone responsible for the activity that's going to take place. These folks are just riding around the city looking for places to land their parades, and I've given them every destination that they're going to land these parties. Unless we are serious about devoting the resources, this stuff is not hard. I ride and I see it. It's not as hard as we're making it today and saying it's the responsibility of folks to say, if they see something, say something. They have said something. They are crying out loud. Joan Hinton, Mickey Hinton, God bless his soul, was at my door saying, hey, Mackenzie, we have to get these people from in front of these stores doing the things that they're doing. If the 7-Eleven you go to every morning, man, I don't want to put your business in the street, and have that cup of coffee. Imagine if there was 15 guys on that sidewalk gambling, selling drugs. Victoria Park would be in an uproar. This corridor is in an uproar. We do not want this kind of behavior. We're asking and pleading for help from our police department.
And if
Well,
I may,
let's hope we can.
I can assure you every effort will be made.
Okay.
And if I can interject one bit of positive news, this time last year, we had 12 homicides. So far this year, we've had 3. Our goal is to make every effort to ensure that we don't have any more homicides and to keep that number as low as possible. And I think with the plan that we're working on, I think we'll make good progress in that respect.
Okay.
And address his concern.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
My
Thank you,
next
Commissioner.
No, thank you, Mayor. And I'm passionate about it, so I get a little loud, so I apologize.
Well, you have a right to be angry, so you can be more than passionate.
I got a question for all of us. I know Commissioner Moritas brought this up about the stormwater assessment fees and us revisiting them. I know we didn't have an appetite to revisit them, but I got a phone call from a church over off 22nd Street in the Rock Island, Royal Palm neighborhood, just adjacent to Oswald Park. It's a smaller church. It's a street that we refer to in the community as Church Road. There's a bunch of churches in this residential neighborhood. But this particular church is the smallest church on the block. And when I got the phone call from the pastor, they didn't have a problem with paying their fair share. They had a problem with how were they the only ones on the block that had the highest stormwater fee. Now, based on what I understood from how we calculated this, it was trips, it was a land mass, and there was another factor. What was that, Chris?
It has to do with how the property appraiser identifies the property as to what category it's in.
And it's a very small church, but I know they acquired some residential lots, behind it. But this street is not like it's on a major highway. So when you talk about trips, it can't be that many trips in this single-family residential neighborhood. And there's also a school on this street. So I don't know if they're calculating this wrong, but
it could be. So, Commissioner, if you want to send me the information of the church itself, we have found in certain circumstances where we've worked with the property appraiser's office to change the designation of a property because it just, there's so many of them in Fort Lauderdale. Every once in a while they get it wrong and they call it a church and it's really a school or it's.
Well, this is definitely a church, and I told her she can call the appraiser's office and have it re-evaluated for an appraisal. But I think
we'll help with that.
But they sent her back to us saying it's the city. And that's when I got concerned. When the county sends them back to us saying it's the city and it's stormwater fee. And I'm wondering if we do have an appetite to go back and just look at situations like this or whatever we all desire in how we calculate. Because this church, city manager, is as small as that building on 19th Street we're looking at for the substation. It's as small as that building.
Sure.
It's a
So
small.
why don't we start by making sure that it's calculated correctly?
Okay.
And let's confirm, and then we'll dig into it from there.
Okay, and if we got an appetite to go back and look at some of those classifications, if I'm correct, do schools pay stormwater fees?
Public schools do not.
Okay. 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 All right. So I may have an appetite. I may have an appetite to bring this back when we figure it out, because I don't think, especially when it comes to categories like this, our calculations are correct. So if someone from staff can come and sit with me and maybe help me, wrap my head around it. And I'll give you this information at a later date, City Manager.
Great, thank you.
The other thing, did we ever get the reports back from the water damage? Remember, I was asking about the mitigation reports that show whether we had mold, how much mold, where we are in terms of mitigating that. And in particular, I was more worried about asbestos, especially in the area that I sit in, and not so much my area, but your staff told me that, we didn't have asbestos in the building. But my question was, why did we put carpet on top of carpet when we put new carpet in the building? And now we're ripping out wet carpet and we're going to put carpet back over the wet mildew carpet that we mitigated to move forward, because we're afraid of asbestos. But if the reports came in and we don't have asbestos, why can't we just take that filthy carpet up and put new carpet in? Not just so much in my office, but anywhere that this damage took place. So are the reports in?
Yeah, so let me try to dismantle that and answer them in sequence. So yes, the reports are in. The commission was provided the reports yesterday by email with a cover letter, so you should have a copy of it. You can read it at your leisure. We provided the whole thing. One of the common ways to not cause asbestos to be an issue is to lay over an area where it may have existed at one point in the past. And that's why the carpet is laid on top of carpet. In all of the samples that were taken in City Hall, was not asbestos found in any of them. Any of the samples taken, there was.
1 second, since that's the issue right there. And the reason why I'm stopping you, Chris, is I just happen to see the condition of the carpet that we put on a common practice to not disturb asbestos. The carpet's filthy. Now, since we had a flood up there, I would think the best time now to mitigate everything, because we had people exit those areas, is to mitigate it while we're mitigating mold. Because it's the same process. It's the same people that clean it up. Why can't we just remove the carpet and put the new carpet down? Because when you see the carpet, we're putting carpet over, it is disgusting from what I can see. And I just don't feel comfortable myself with that practice or process. So that's why I brought this to our attention as a commission. And I read the reports, and I know what you're going to say, but I just don't feel comfortable with that carpet underneath the new carpet for that reason. But continue your report. So I just wanted you all to understand why I'm bringing this to our attention.
So you're right in characterizing the fact that the building's not new. Carpet. It's, there was a reason that we replaced it the last time. The recommendation we got from the professionals that deal with this was to do the least disturbance possible. And the least disturbance possible was to remove only that which was necessary to remove and replace it. And we acted upon that advice of the professionals, and that's how we move forward. I don't disagree with you that the carpet that's underneath it, I walked on it for many days. It is not clean. Even after we cleaned it, it didn't look clean. And that was the reason we moved forward with installing over top of it.
Anyone else want to say anything
Okay.
about that, Mayor, or anybody? You guys are okay with that?
Well, I don't think this is something we should talk about privately with the city manager. It's not really like a public interest
Well, I
kind of
think it
thing.
is,
So
Mayor, because
I think
you got staff up there. You got, well,
yeah, well, your concerns are valid. I'm just
and
saying
I
that,
am
you know,
public. I'm a public figure.
no, you are a public figure. I'm not denying that. But I'm
But I'm
talking
saying, I
about
think this, but I
subjects
can't, we can't
interest.
talk outside of this sunshine. So this is the only time I have an opportunity during conference to bring up issues that I think are pertinent to the commission and to the community.
right. But
I can't just sweep this under the rug.
all of these,
No pun intended.
is that a pun?
No.
But this is a conversation between you and the city manager. So
Well, I brought this up. I brought it up to all of us last time, and he was going to go back and get some more information. But at the end of the day, it's our call in terms of what we want them to do for us. They took the least route of resistance in this instance, based on what I've gathered, and I just don't feel comfortable, putting people in harm's way. I do this for a living. I take asbestos out of buildings all the time. It's just a process, and how you remove it and where you dump it. And it's the same people that's removing the mold and saying, hey, we got 60% over. Read the reports. 60% over there, and there's more in the building than outside of the building. Mold. That doesn't concern them.
And if I can just respond to that, the reports recommended the method in which we remediated the issue, and that was a couple of things. One was to disrupt as little as possible and overlay the carpet with new carpet in places that it had to be removed and gotten rid of. The second was that it asked or suggested that we deeply clean the areas in the building that had a higher elevation of mold inside the structure than it did outside in the open air. And that was completed as soon as we got that report back. That was completed this last weekend and is done. And the air is being resampled for conformance with current standards. So we have meticulously followed every direction, every recommendation we've gotten from the professionals that we've worked with on mold and water remediation. And I don't.
So Alan, let me ask Alan a question. Alan, let me ask you a question.
I can give.
So if someone comes back now and gets sick in this building and then there's a lawsuit, who pays for that? The company that said they recommend this remedy, or it goes on our shoulders?
That depends on a lot of factors. I'm not trying to be evasive, but there's so
you
many
are being
things.
evasive, as is the city manager, because this is a health and safety issue for me. And if a professional is going to come outside and say, don't replace the carpet, well, in my office, I want it replaced, and whatever it takes to get there, that's what I want done. And if you want to put other people, not you, Alan, and because you're not making a decision whether or not to put it over, but since we're going with the recommendation, you want to put the other employees at risk, you guys do that. But in my office, I know what I want. So it's not a whole lot to do in there. So it's not very costly, but I would feel better walking into that office with that filthy carpet removed. Since you guys want to be evasive about what happens if we get a lawsuit. You know what's going to happen, Alan. They're going to sue us.
all right, again, I don't think anyone on the commission knows how to respond to that. So I think it's something that we'll have to take up outside of the meeting and try to figure out a way to, remediate the problem and at the same time ensure the safety of those who work in and around that area. So
okay. My next, I know I don't normally say a whole lot, but today I have a lot to say.
You're making up. You're making up for lost time.
But this is probably my last one. I know we talked about the sidewalk policy, Alan. Who's responsible, who's not responsible, and we decided as a commission we were going to go back and revisit that. Where are we on the sidewalk policy in terms of if there's a crack in front of my house, whose responsibility is that to repair that crack?
I know that we're working on it. We're assisting staff with an ordinance rewrite. I don't know exactly where that's at currently. It depends. If it's a matter of repairing it, technically it is on the adjoining landowner as it is written. However, the process by which it can be done, the city commission essentially has to approve that repair, and the homeowner can't just proceed on their own, which has been a problem from an enforcement standpoint in the past, which is one of the big reasons why it needs to be rewritten, because it effectively just hasn't worked. From a liability standpoint, if somebody trips over that crack, from a legal standpoint, there's no way to transfer our liability as fee owner of that right of way onto the adjoining landowner. So from a liability standpoint, there's no transference. It's our responsibility. From a repair standpoint, again, as written in our ordinance, it would be the adjoining landowner, but there's lots of hurdles in order to get that repair done. And I believe in the past, what's typically happened for purposes of public safety is we've jumped in and we've gone ahead and fixed it ourselves because we just needed that time and make sure and remediate it as soon as possible. But we are currently working on everything.
Go ahead.
Well, that clears things.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Alan.
No, it's just I know that our office is working with staff on a new ordinance as to the exact details of what is coming up. That I would probably have to defer to staff on that and the engineers and those.
So how much longer do you think we have? Because I'm sure that I know Mayor Trentals, we started talking about this the previous commission, and we keep hearing the same information you gave us. It's not bad information. Just want to know, when are we gonna finish that document so we'll know if it's, because at the end of the day, you said it's going to be our liability if there's a lawsuit.
Correct.
So how much longer do you think we have before we get this document or recommendation or whatever it's going to be?
I do not have a time frame for you. I know that we're actively working on it now. It's on my list of what we're currently working on.
Raj may know.
Mm-hmm.
Raj may know.
Raj may know. We're deferring to the Public Works Director, who's, I believe, making his way to the podium. Or actually making his way to me.
You're the podium?
I don't have any further updates from Public Works. I'll find out for you, and hopefully I'll have it before the end of the meeting.
All right, thank you. That concludes my report.
Okay. Commissioner Sorensen, are you still there?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, let's start off with Bahia Mar, Mayor. If I remember right, at our when we last talked about it as a commission, I thought it was Vice Mayor and you were both going to serve as liaisons, kind of in
That's
helping.
correct. I have an appointment with with Mr. Tate in the next day or so. So yes, I'm also working in tandem separately, but at the same time, yes.
Okay, great. I just wanted to get a sense for how that works with Sunshine.
Well, I wanted to make sure that the Vice Mayor and I were on the same page, which is why I asked him the question.
Right.
What is his understanding of what the commission wanted? So I want to make sure we're both thinking the same way. Okay. Yeah. But you are correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. That all sounds good. Trusted in both of your deal-making hands. Mayor, I wanted to thank the police for some of their continued good work with homelessness, Mayor. They just, Officer Sandy and Officer George and Monica, they all just do great work with our homeless and day in and day out. And so I appreciate, it's a tough time right now, and they're just continuing to do good work. And our also Hal Barnes and Angela and Junia and neighborhood support continuing to serve the least of these, as it says in the scripture, with compassion. And I'm just very grateful for that work, Mayor. So I just want to mention that. Chris, I wanted to dig into the Commissioner McKenzie's points about the stores, and this is very concerning to me. And Chris, could if you or Anthony could educate me a little bit about completely understand what the chief is saying from a law enforcement standpoint. Help educate me from a nuisance standpoint, from a code enforcement. What teeth or options do we have there?
Probably should let the city attorney handle it. Whereas nuisance abatement really is within the police department.
Right. We actually, at the request of the city manager, I believe about a week and a half ago, we started looking at our nuisance abatement ordinance as well as Florida state law on it. So we have been looking at that with regards to some particular areas. We do have some teeth there, and I've been working and conversing with my prosecutor on that. What we're trying to do is get some more specifics on these particular properties with regards to reported crimes, obviously arrests and things of that sort. We do have some limitation under Florida law. Obviously, drugs is one of the activities. There's certain high levels of violent crimes that come into play, aggravated batteries, obviously homicides, things of that sort that will allow us to take it to nuisance abatement. But if it's something that the commission wants us to get aggressive with, even more than we have been, we certainly can do that. I can take a look at all these properties, these particular convenience stores, get a report from the police as to what type of activity we've enforced there and the reports we've gotten, and we can take it to the code enforcement board. The nuisance abatement board and get more aggressive in that regard.
Yeah, I think that'd be great. I mean, I'll defer to the.
Yeah, because unfortunately what I found was that when the original ordinance was written, it was very narrowly focused. And it was almost so narrowly focused, we couldn't back into it in many of these circumstances, which is why I think there's an opportunity to broaden it some so that it would apply in circumstances like this. I think that could work to our benefit.
It's technically written in a way where it incorporates new amendments into Florida law. So technically it's okay. But the wording of it, obviously, as the city manager alluded to, is very limited. If you go to Florida statute, and I don't remember the year it was amended, they did add some other sort of conduct that would constitute a nuisance for abatement purposes. So we're looking at that. And again, we're trying to get some data on these particular locations. And then obviously there's more for us to look at. And like I said, I have a dedicated prosecutor that goes to the nuisance abatement board. And oftentimes it doesn't necessarily have to be on the property itself where the conduct occurs. But if we can relate the conduct to the property or is arising or originating from the property, that we can take as well. So we'll definitely take a look at that a lot more closely.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. That's great. Yeah, I would love to try to look at adjusting, improving, so we've got more teeth to this thing and can be even more proactive than we are. So I'm all in for that. And Alan, let me ask you another question. Can I, obviously preserving sunshine, can I go out there with Commissioner McKenzie and kind of look at what's going on and talk to folks?
No, unfortunately you can't. You could do it independently, but not together.
Okay, so I can't. Okay, and what I can't see what's going on. I mean, even if we don't talk about what to do, or what's the limitation there?
Are you talking about policing, Ben?
Hey, Commissioner. No, I was asking Alan. I said, if I wanted to, could I go out there with Commissioner McKenzie and just kind of look and see what's going on and get a feel
with the stores and everything?
Yeah, with the stores.
How about if I either put you with an HOA president or one of the business owners?
Yeah,
and they'll be more than happy to show you what's going on, or one of or Lieutenant Stone.
Okay.
I mean, they're assigned to my district, so that's why I'm using those particular people. But I'll have someone reach out to you that can just take you on a little tour, and you'll be able to see it for yourself. Remember when we started the Black Lives Matter march that day by that store?
Yes.
That store is a good store, but across the street is a bad store. That's where the shooting occurred.
Oh,
that's Tony's Market.
Oh, I didn't realize that's where Tony's was, right there.
Not where we were standing.
Yep.
Across the street at the stop sign is Tony's Market.
Maybe on the east side of that street, is that it? Or
right there.
I remember.
What I can do is I'll get you addresses of all the stores.
Yep.
I'm not making that public right now. I'm sending that to your office, and then I'll get you with a point person that can take you out there and just show you what we're talking about. The minute any one of you ride down one of those streets, you're gonna say, "Wow,"
Yeah.
because you're gonna say, "This is beautiful." Then how did this get here? That's the sad part about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll hook you up. No problem.
That sounds great, Commissioner. So Alan, you're obviously good with that, right?
Yeah, that's fine. And to answer the mayor's question, under Florida, it's a little tricky because they allow fact-finding tours, things of this sort for advisory boards, but they have frowned upon it and prohibited final decision makers such as the city commission to actually conduct those. So fact-finding is permissible, but for advisory board members and those types of committees, but not for the
so let me ask you a
actual.
question, Alan. Just
Yep.
for my own clarification. So when Ben and Vice Mayor did the Las Olas working group there.
Yep.
How was that allowed?
Because it was publicly noticed and it was
So
available.
what if we
to the
public notice this?
You can, but the problem is that it's a moving target. So the public, for it to be fully open to the public and to be a public meeting, it has to be in a static location. So you can't, it's just like, for example, if you wanted to have a meeting at a restaurant, you can't because that's not really accessible to the public. So you'd have a moving target out there. So it would make it difficult.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. All right, Ben, so we'll do the latter and I'll get everything to you, okay?
Yeah, you get everything. So yeah, great. And Alan, I can roll myself and talk with whoever I want, right? Get all kinds of information.
I'm sorry, you can what?
I can go out there, meet with whoever I want, talk, walk around, right? All that stuff. I don't.
Sure, as long as it's not another elected official, you're fine.
Okay, great.
And if you want to send me those locations as well, we'll get started on pulling some data on each of those properties.
All right, thanks.
Yeah. All right. Great.
I'll get them.
All right. Thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you all.
Okay, great. So that's that. Mayor, Zoe, I know Zoe was on earlier. She just continues to do good work. I'm just partner a little bit with her and I know we're all passionate about this is just trying to connect with the business communities in our schools and just seeing opportunities, Mayor, to have businesses support our schools, whether it's like we've got some great businesses supporting some marine magnets and so forth. And so we're just trying to get the representative of the chamber, the alliance and so forth, just us all talking together periodically. So I'm doing that with Zoe and we're getting some good synergy and good ways to share successes and what good things the EAB is doing and so forth. So anyway, that's exciting and good. Cuba Libre, obviously very excited about that. Mayor, you can talk more about that opening on Las Olas. Great. I went there for dinner or Easter lunch. It was awesome. Noise ordinance. Mayor, I asked the city manager if we can start digging into our noise ordinance a little bit and just kind of, for different districts, different areas in the city, we have different noise levels for ambient noise and music and so forth. Just kind of take a look at that. We've got new technology to monitor, just kind of take a fresh look at what we can be doing and how we can make that noise ordinance even better and just kind of evaluate that. So they're taking some looks at that and we'll get back to us. Thoughts and prayers for Congressman Hastings' family as well. And Mayor, I don't know, the right Commissioner McKenzie, I think mentioned it, but the right recognition and so forth. So however that is appropriate, that'd be great. Support that. Let's see. Go to Chris. This is something that's come up a couple times, and I think Raj has addressed it well, but maybe just for public awareness for Raj and Chris. There's been some questions about having a certified landscape architect vis-a-vis the parks in Rio Vista. And Raj, you've obviously, we've all been communicating with Fred Stresow. And Raj, you just want to give us just a very high level why you think we're still, in good shape moving things forward And do we have a landscape architect? If not, why not? And so forth. Thank you, Raj.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. You want me to say publicly, Commissioner Sorensen, why I don't have a landscape architect, or can we have an?
Whatever you just
Well,
whatever you're comfortable kind of sharing and letting folks know that even though we don't have a landscape architect, are we still doing okay and so forth?
no, we are definitely doing okay. And one of the things that I have done, and I consider this to be a part of my job, is to evaluate the needs in the department, who is needed, who is not needed. And I have evaluated the needs, and we don't have a full-time work for the landscape architect in our department, or the quality of work that was produced was not consistent with where that position was. So in lieu of that, we have invited, as a part of our new library of consultants, where there will be half a dozen landscape architects whom we can choose based on the needs that we have for the city. So that's where it is, and that's the reason I have not filled that position. And in lieu of that, we are going to be hiring consultants, and that library of consultants is going to be coming before you for approval sometime in one or I'm hoping to have it before you sometime next month or a month after next. So that's the response, sir.
Excellent. Thanks, Raj. As always, I trust your expertise, and I think you're doing great work. So thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to assure you that just because we don't have somebody on the staff, it doesn't mean that the work is not going to get done or is it going to be impacted. That's ultimately my responsibility, sir.
Yep. So in other words, if we don't have an expert on staff, that's something we can leverage a consultant to provide expertise and guidance or other resources. Huh?
Thank you.
Yep. All right. Great. Thank you. Let's see. Chris, this was a question for you. Let's see. Yesterday, I went to the Chabad with Rabbi Kaplan on Broward, and it's amazing. They've kind of volunteered the Chabad for weekly COVID vaccinations, and it's with let's see, who's it with? It's with Atlantis Response, I think, are the staffing components, and they were just doing an amazing job. That entity that does those operations at that Chabad's said, hey, if there's any other sites or partnering with other faith entities that might be interested, and I think they cover all of the costs and so forth. I just want to see how are we doing in terms of, setting up an entity like that and connecting them with houses of faith or other places to set up more vaccination sites.
Yeah, so Chief Lucas in the fire department is leading that effort. What we have found is that every day we get a outreach from somebody who all of a sudden has gone into the vaccination business. So there's plenty of people out there. He's working with a group that he's been working with for a couple of weeks. We're looking at a first 3 implementation of a standalone pod, a point of distribution. One that will deal with city employees and their families that take our healthcare insurance. That was one place we could make a large impact. Second one was to open a location at Oswald Park. And the third at the Beach Community Center in District 1 to try to start to spread stuff out so that we're in the stadium, we're down in Snyder, we're out in Oswald out west, we're up towards the Barrier Island and the Galt at the Beach Community Center. Those will be the first 3 that we look to do in that format. But right now what we're finding is that there's plenty of vendors out there that are willing to do it and be in receipt of whatever the insurance pays for the person that they administer the vaccine to. It's really just a function of finding locations. So if they've got locations, there's no shortage of people that are willing to step up and provide those services.
Okay, and Chris, I am confident if there's a desire for more locations. I mean, a lot of our houses of faith have expressed an interest to me in helping. What should I do? Reach out to Chief Lucas and just.
I would connect them with Chief Lucas and the fire department. Yeah, if we have a single point of coordination, that'll work much better than if we're just all over the place.
Yep, that's great. Okay, I'll reach out to Chief Lucas and Mayor. I think that is it. Thank you.
I'm going to be very quick. I just want to say I hope everyone enjoyed their holidays, Passover and Easter, for those that follow those and observe those holidays. So I just want to move on with our business because it is kind of late. So I'll save those announcements for another time. So let us move on to our conference reports. We have CF1, our quarterly investment report for a period ending December 31st, 2020. Anyone have any comments? Excuse me. Do you have a report to make or just here for questions?
I could do a brief report if you'd like.
To do a brief report.
Okay, I will. So for all funds combined, that's our operating CRA and our longer term portfolio, the yield for the quarter and the trailing 12 months exceeded the benchmark. For our OPEB trust, cemetery, and both the pension plans, their returns exceeded their assumed actuarial rates of returns. And again, briefly with that, I do have Richard Pengelly, our investment advisor, available to either answer questions or give a market update. Commission's pleasure.
Looks like we did pretty good.
Yes.
We have some mad money, commissioners. Anyway, just kidding. Anyone have any questions? Okay, there being none. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, moving on to CF2, continuous monitoring of overtime, police department. Who requested this?
This is placed on the agenda by the auditor.
By the auditor. Is John there?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. This is a report that we have brought to management and to yourselves during the first quarter of 2020. We undertook to do some analysis of the data related to overtime in the city. We compiled a list of 30 that exhibited either a high dollar amount or a high number of hours. Those were primarily between two departments. That would be the police department and the public works department. And we did a review of the internal controls over overtime for those two departments. The one you have before you right now is for the police department. We'll be bringing out a separate memo as it relates to public works at a later date. We're finishing that one up now. The primary conclusion was that all of our overtime hours were properly approved and that all the payments were reconciled to the timekeeping records. But we did find some internal control weaknesses that we brought to the attention of management. Their response is included with the report, and generally they've agreed with the findings that we had and the recommendations that we made, which mostly just involved making some tweaks to the approval process for overtime, tracking, and monitoring. And in a summary, that's essentially what we found. Again, no instances of fraud or manipulation, just an opportunity for the department to improve their internal controls over the overtime process. And I'm happy to answer any questions for specific aspects of that.
Does anyone have any questions of Mr. Herbst?
Mayor, I do have a question.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And John, thank you for the report. I think it was excellent. I really appreciated reading it. I just wanted to note in the response from Chief Flynn, and I wanted to thank him as well for the police department response. In the second paragraph of his response, he talks about the fact that, because the police department's a 24-hour operation, at times the officer's immediate supervisor is not working while the officer is working. And then again, this was with regards to, employees must receive approval from a supervisor. But isn't there any supervisor that might be available, or is that not an issue at all?
Is that from the chief that you're looking for a response, or from myself?
Anybody. I mean, even though it's not specifically that employee's supervisor, is there any supervisor that can handle that responsibility, or is it not important?
Well, the chief has stepped up to the podium. Chief, would you like to respond to that, please?
Yes, good afternoon again. All overtime is approved by a supervisor, not necessarily, is it on?
You're on.
Not necessarily the individual officer supervisor. And that's because with schedule changes and shift changes, the particular officer or detective supervisor may not be on duty the moment they're working that overtime.
So
But a
how do we,
supervisor always does approve it.
how are we for sure that the individual officer actually performed that work? If the supervisor wasn't there to monitor, what's the quality control measure that you have involved?
Because a supervisor is there to monitor it.
A
So
supervisor.
in other words, if I'm on the afternoon shift and I'm working late and my overtime is approved by supervisor in the midnight shift, that supervisor is still there. Just that
Okay.
my supervisor is off duty. Or if I'm called into court and I'm a midnight shift officer, and that might be approved by a day shift supervisor, just say. as
But
an
that
example.
person that's approving it wasn't there to verify it.
You're there to verify that the request was made and we know that they worked it overtime. In a court matter, it's a subpoena. We know when they're in and out, so.
Okay.
So all of it is approved by supervisors.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, Mayor, Chris and I talked about this, but Chris, I talked with you about my concern about the level of overtime and you, when we look at, year after year, and to share with us again how you're looking at recalibrating this or adjusting this.
Yeah, I can take a quick stab at that. Chief can follow up too. So in John's report, he made one finding and two observations. So the one finding related to the amount of overtime generated by the detention center and the staffing related to it. Now, he and I both, I think, agree that as we implement the detention officer program that we have already brought forward and are already hiring for, that is going to help in a tremendous way at lowering the overtime that was identified in the finding in John's report. With respect to the two observations that he had, it required, as he alluded to, two minor policy tweaks that were very easy to make and able to implement. The police department has done that. So those are really more just straightforward. The other is going to decrease over time as we bring on board the detention officer program. Is there anything else that Chief?
Yeah, no, that's helpful. And I'd like to hear from Chief. Chief, I know you've been at various agencies. And how does this overtime and expenditure, how does that compare with, other agencies and what you've seen?
As far as how we're expending it, why we're using it, is that what? I think it's comparable. Most agencies are using a program called telestaff. It's entered into the system by the individuals involved in with the supervisor approval. A lot of it relates to late shift arrest. We also have 26 vacancies at the moment. So staffing is an issue for us. And when you look at the events that we've been involved in the last couple of months or last few weeks with spring break and with events like we talked about with Oswald Park and trying to make improvements there, it adds up. But everything that I've seen, there is a genuine, legitimate reason for the overtime.
Good. And Chief, I've been, used to go up to DC for Navy duty, and I'm sure you've been following the Capitol Police and just the horrific challenges they've been facing. And one of the big challenges Capitol Police are having is retention and hiring. They're just having a really difficult time on both fronts, and they're well below their expected manning level. How are we doing in terms of hiring and retention? Are folks, is this a especially tough time from a hiring perspective? What are you seeing? What are you hearing?
It is a difficult time from a hiring perspective and from a number of perspectives, actually. In fact, we met this morning and we went through our entire hiring process to see where we could make improvements or enhancements of that to try to accelerate that without compromising our standards in any way. And I think we're fortunate in that at the moment, we have a good pool of applicants that we're processing. And retention wise, at least during my tenure, which I acknowledge has been brief, I have not heard or seen any issues with the retention. We don't have numbers or significant numbers of officers resigning. In fact, so far there's been one, and the others have been retirements after many years of service.
Okay, good. And so it sounds like you're feeling good about the pool of applicants and filling at least a chunk of those 23 vacancies.
Correct. The goal is to fill as many of those as we can. And I think with some of the things that we identified today, and I haven't had a chance to talk to the city manager about this yet, but I think there might be some opportunities to improve a little bit there. Great. Internally also.
Excellent, Chief. And how are you doing in terms of diversity among that pool of applicants? You feeling pretty good about the diversity?
I do. We went through those statistics today. The numbers, I think, the question I have is, are we reflective of the community? We do have some work to do there, but we're close to our targets.
Excellent. Thanks, Chief. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay, great. Is that it, Commissioner?
Yes, thank you.
Chief. Okay, great. All right, before we go on to business one, I don't see in our agenda a line item for communications. So why don't we just take them? Do you see it?
There is, Mayor.
Where?
It's at the end.
Oh,
Yes.
commission. Oh, okay. Under commission. Okay. We got a couple of people, some of our citizens that have signed up to speak, or just.
If you want to take it out of order, we certainly can.
Can we take it out of
Sure.
order? Just things ran long today. We shouldn't have our meetings after 3 weeks. We should always do them after 2 weeks. Because
The three business items are largely staff driven. So if you want to handle communications, that's great.
yeah, let's just go quickly to communications. We have the infrastructure task force has sent a communication to the city commission. Motion made by Peter Partington, second by Mr. Agnelli, asking that the city manager and the commission use any designated CIP funds that become available as a result of the surtax funding be repurposed for other transportation projects. That was unanimous. I think it's certainly a policy we would follow, I would imagine. Mr. City Manager, correct?
Yeah, I think so, Mayor. I think what they're asking for is that if we had something programmed and accounted for in our capital plan, and then all of a sudden surtax funding becomes available, that we not abandon that funding to some other type of project, but that we continue to invest it in transportation.
Right. Mr. Partington, are you there? Did you want to speak on this? You signed up to speak. Is Peter Partington on the line?
I did see him. Let me make sure he's recognized *6, Peter *6.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm Vice Chair, Mayor and Commissioners of the Infrastructure Task Force. I just wanted to emphasize to you, it's just struck me, the actually huge amount of money that the county transportation surtax will generate. It is estimated at 15.6 billion over 30 years. And I just feel like emphasizing to you that this money should be lobbied for, and possibly it would even stretch to things like funds for a rail tunnel. That's all I really wanted to say on this item. Thank you.
Great. I agree with you, Mr. Partington.
Thank you.
Okay. No one else has signed up to speak with regard to the infrastructure task force that I can see. So we'll move on.
Just have a quick question, Mayor.
Yes.
In terms of funding for transportation projects, what about, I know we haven't had the conversation yet. I guess when will we, about the 39 million we're possibly going to receive for COVID money as a city? And can that money be used on transportation projects as well?
So we plan on having that discussion after we have some guidance as to what the do's and don'ts are with it. Right now, we know what there's 2 don'ts, but there hasn't been any published do's. And so I think we need to receive some future guidance from the Treasury. And once that happens, we'll start that discussion.
Okay, so maybe if we can use the money for, infrastructure projects, maybe we can get recommendations from the infrastructure task force.
Yeah.
Group
Good
about
idea.
what we should use money.
Some of that's going to be used to fill funding gaps, is it not?
The easiest use is to do revenue replacement, yes, from revenue loss. But there are other options as well. So we'll look to the commission to tell us if there's a balance. If you want to do all of one thing, we'll have that discussion as soon as we get a little bit more guidance from Treasury. I look to Susan Grant, make sure that I haven't. She's shaking her head and thumb. So that is where we are with those funds.
Okay.
So yeah, we should make that a discussion item at a conference meeting once we know how we can use that money.
Okay, good. But I would like the input from this team too.
Yeah, maybe we can have a joint meeting.
Yeah.
Good idea. Okay.
Mayor?
Okay. Yes.
Just a quick question on the meeting minutes for the infrastructure task force from March 1. It does discuss the possibility of a joint meeting with us in June. Is that going to be scheduled and planned? I'm just wondering about that.
I don't know. We can certainly do that, but I would like either then or before, as soon as we know how we can use the federal funding, we should certainly make it a priority to meet with the task force.
Yes, okay, I just wanted to mention, because that is in their minutes of that day, although they had the year wrong, they had 2020, that probably should be changed to 2021, but they did mention June.
Okay. All right, next is the Central City Redevelopment Advisory Board. I know that Luis Castillo, are you on the line? You had signed up to speak? Luis?
He's there. He's been recognized *6.
Okay.
How are you there?
Yes, I am here. Good afternoon, City Commissioner.
Yes, good afternoon. Did you have any questions? Do you want to say anything?
What we have in the communication is exactly what we want to tell you. We have found that after several iterations of the contract, this portion of the city is being left at the same level of density that we have right now. And we know that the circumstances why there is no fixing on that area. The area is very blighted, but nobody's going to be investing any money on a property per property level. It will have to be probably aggregated, and the code, or I mean, the density and what has been designated for the area doesn't jive.
Louis, let me ask
dragging out. Go ahead.
Louis, let me ask you a question. Didn't the city invest quite a bit of money on 8th Avenue to install new sidewalks and new light posts?
That is, I believe, is before my residency in the city, but I do know that it happened. There's lighting and there is sidewalks, but there is also an incredible amount of derelict cars, code violations, duplexes that have been converted to 4, plenty of police calls. It's kind of like the atmosphere in the area is not conducive to somebody coming and saying, I'm going to buy this house and I'm going to tear it down and build something else, because that's what they are. They're pretty much tear down properties. But at the same time, because they are rentals, they are a cash cow for the landlords. The only way that we can make this, and this is what everybody tells us, and there is a great consensus in the neighborhood, is that if we make it an incentive that this area can be redeveloped to a higher density and to bring it a little bit more, put more appetite on the developers to come and buy and develop.
So let me ask your district commissioner, Vice Mayor, do you think it might behoove community to have like a workshop to see exactly what recommendations can be brought before the commission? I know this is not the first time this has been brought to your attention, so I'm just wondering where can we go from here with regard to that?
Well, thank you, Mayor. And by the way, yes, in 2017, sidewalks and streetlights were installed as part of a CRA grant. So yes, you are correct. That was in 2017. I wanted to mention, I think what Louis is saying, and what
2007. Are you sure 17 or 7? Yeah, I think it was 7 because it was right after I finished my term, and it was a shovel-ready project, and my successor oversaw the implementation of that project. So I think it was 2007.
Okay, then they probably need to correct those minutes then from March 3rd, because the March 3rd minutes from their board reference it as happening in 2017.
Right.
Just so you know, okay, that was on.
2017 was the paving of 14th Street and
yes, 14th. I don't know if I am muted or not, but 14th Street and 15th Street were paved on 17, but the sidewalks and the lights on 8th Avenue were done before 2012, because that's when I moved into the city.
Okay, so maybe we can revisit that. But Mayor, the point is,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Tell me.
No,
Go
the
ahead,
point
go
is,
ahead.
this has come up. Remember, we had a whole rezoning project going on and it stopped for many, many, many months. It's back on track now with Corradino, but this needs to be a priority. And I think the community has spoken in terms of what needs to happen there. The communication to us in this that Louis just referenced is spot on. But if you look at those same minutes from March 3rd when their board met, it was stated by staff that that area, if the density were to increase and we were to change that zoning that Louis has requested, that we would have to revisit the comprehensive plan and the future land use plan, the map, with the county. And that's fine. Let's just do it. Let's just fast track it, because I agree with him. I think everybody knows what needs to happen there, but we just need to start the process. We need to get it going. It needs to become a priority of Corradino with regards to the rezoning project that's happening right now. So I think we know that what we need to do, we just need to do it and begin the work.
Mr. Woods is going to come up to the podium and comment on this.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, commissioners, and everyone here. So as a part of the rezoning project, this is an issue that we have been looking at, the consultants have been looking at. The issue is that in order to bring about any change in the zoning, as you stated, it probably would be easier to do it when it's time to do the amendment to the comp plan, because it's going to take much more money than we have, than the Central City CRA have at this particular time. And it's going to delay all of the other improved zoning changes and modifications that we're already doing. We've been pushing, trying to get the existing zoning changes enforced. And, the community is looking for us to hurry up and finish this. But if we were to now undertake that particular area, that's going to delay it much more. And we don't have the money for it at this time.
So we don't have the money to pay for a consultant to
Right.
make an analysis of trying to change the zoning?
In that particular area. The idea was to just deal with the low-hanging fruit at this point in time, which we do have enough funding to be able to, get all of the existing proposed changes done.
8th Avenue has always been a troubled street. There were some investors who had gone in there and bought some of the houses and rehabilitated them. And I remember Jerry Scanlon being a person in particular that went in there and started his own urban renewal project on his own dime without changing the zoning. But he has since left the area, but this has been something that has been needed for a couple of decades now. So it's a shame that all of a sudden we're finding that there just isn't any money to do a project there. I'm not sure what something like this would cost, but we seem to have a lot of money for a lot of other things, but we don't seem to have any money for this.
So we can go back and get a price on what it would take, and also try to get an understanding for the timing and come back to you. But
would you do that for us then?
Yes, we can look to do that.
All right, very good, thank you.
Mayor?
Mr. Castillo. Yes, sir.
I just wanted to make one more reference to what was noted in the minutes of their last board meeting, because they did say that they would need to start the process with a traffic study and a report, and they said that might all take up to 6 months. So I don't know why can't we at least get started with that, so we're prepared and we are ready to go and hit the ground running with that report and that study, so that when the time comes, at least we have that in hand. Is that a possibility?
Well, he's saying that. Why don't you respond to that?
Well, if that's going to be, I don't think that that's a part of their existing scope. Again, that would be something outside of what they are charged with doing now. So we would need to understand exactly what the cost would be. The whole rezoning project, where we picked up from where the last consultants were left off, was only supposed to take about 8 months. So if we're going to add to that, we need to understand whether that 6 months that they're talking about is in addition to the 8 months that they are scoped to finish up the project, or if it's an additional 8 months outside of their work now.
Did you hear that, Vice Mayor?
Sorry, yes, the host had muted me. Yes, I did. Thank you. I just want to say that if we are going to be doing something that's called the Central City Rezoning Project, this has to be up there with the priorities. That's all. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Well, let's see what we can do to include this area as part, because that Central City Rezoning Project has been languishing also. I don't know why we haven't moved forward on that.
No, we are in the process of, like I said, wrapping it up.
Oh, we are.
Yeah, we were in the process of wrapping it up. It was going to take about 8 months from the time that they started, to finish it up. They started in January. It's supposed to take about 8 months to finish the whole rezoning project. But if we're talking about now adding that additional area, it's going to be.
Well, I don't want to slow up the Central City Rezoning Project.
But that's exactly what we're talking about.
Okay, well, let's not do that, but let's at the same time see if we can price out what the 8th Avenue project might cost us to see if we can upzone that area to encourage redevelopment on the street that really has been, sadly neglected for many, many years.
Will do.
All right, thank you. All right, let us move on. The
Mayor?
next one- Yes.
I'm sorry, just one comment. Some people at my meeting, they would like to see minutes of all of the committees and boards in a little bit more timely fashion. They say that sometimes they check and it just takes a long time before they're able to read posted minutes, whether it's the fire bond or whatever. So they're just hoping that maybe we can get minutes up a little bit quicker for all the boards and committees. That's all. That was a comment that was passed on to me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The Marine Advisory Board, this is a communication motion made about rebuilding the seawalls along the New River and requests a master plan and budget for implementation. Do you have any response to that, Chris?
So we've done a master plan that deals with those seawalls within the recent past. So we've got that information that I think is still reasonably current enough to plan from. Let me check with Phil, maybe? Phil. No, he's here. I'm just looking for somebody who could update us on the recent
Phil's
study
behind you.
that we did with seawalls. Is that Raj or Phil? We're talking about the New River. Okay, so I'll get back to you. I do believe that I heard when we went out and looked at it from the water side that we had done a fairly recent one that we could still rely upon master plan of the seawalls on the New River. So I'll follow up on that and I'll bring back an update.
All right, so the request goes on to say that we need to come up with a budget for implementation and then to find to try to locate a source of funding so that we can get matching funds through the find.
Yeah, find will be one of many that we have to look to.
Okay.
It's a very expensive project to do what's recommended here. So find is a great grant and it requires typically 100% match. So there will be a matching dollars required for that, but we'll have to cobble together multiple sources of funds to be able to address the project that way.
Kitty McGowan, you had signed up to speak. Is she still online? Kitty, no? Okay. And Gina Ellis? Gina, are you on the line?
Yes, Mayor. I'm just speaking on behalf of Riverwalk in support of the Marine Advisory Board's recommendation. I think they're just suggesting that we move this forward as a priority and try to identify funding sources and tools to leverage to have it paid for.
All right, great. Thank you. Lastly, we have a communication from the Education Advisory Board. The board respectfully recommends that the commission reappropriate the funds in the amount of $500,000 to close the learning gap created in the wake of the pandemic, which has resulted in roughly 30% of the students failing to make adequate academic progress. What does $500,000 represent?
So this is actually an item you'll have on your evening agenda tonight, Mayor, a couple of different times. This would be appropriating some CDBG CARES funds to a program that Zoe will present later tonight in the evening meeting.
Okay, all right.
This would just preliminarily indicate the Education Advisory Board's support of what you will hear later tonight.
Okay. Alan Zeman has asked to speak. Alan, are you still on the line?
I don't see him. I believe he had to.
He had to leave.
I believe
Okay.
he had to fall off.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, let's move on to. Sorry, folks, for the delay today, but there's a lot that had to be discussed. Business One Breakers Avenue update. Ben Rogers. Thank you for your patience, Ben. What great stuff do you have for us?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commission. Ben Rogers, Transportation Director. So here today, give an update on Breakers Avenue streetscape. If you want to go ahead and put up the slides, please. For a quick reminder on slide 2, the project area is on Breakers Avenue, which is 1 block west of A1A between Rio Mar and Vistamar. And next slide. The project has been underway for the last couple of years. There's been a lot of planning efforts. We reached out to key stakeholders and neighborhoods throughout this. And as you can see from the illustrations here, the preferred concept is to widen the sidewalks, to increase tree canopy, and bring some gathering spaces and create a destination for this area. Next slide. And with that, here's a couple of illustrations of the vision. And so it includes improving the pedestrian safety, adding shade canopy, as I mentioned, upgrading all the utility infrastructure, reducing excessive pavement. As you can see now, the current intersections are extremely wide, and also becoming an event space and a destination for the North Beach area. The next slide. The key update here is on the finances. So at the 30% design, we had a 12.1 cost estimate. And so 30% to 60%, we were able to value engineer it down to a $9.8 million number. We currently have about $5.9 million, $6 million in funding. And so we do have a shortfall right now of $3.875 million. As the city manager alluded to earlier, there's a lot of funds that are coming out of Washington right now with the infrastructure bill, the rescue plan, transportation bills. And so we're waiting on a lot of that information now to find out what avenues we might have to fill that gap.
Would this kind of project fit into the categories that they're contemplating in this new legislation?
I believe so. And the infrastructure and the transportation bill, I've been working with Daphne on that. And as the city manager said, a lot of the information is very new. And so we're waiting on that clarification to come out.
Okay.
And then on the last slide, the timeline, like I said, we've just hit 60% design. The next month or two, we'll be meeting with the stakeholders to share what that 6% design looks like, talk about alternate options that might bring that cost estimate down a little bit more, and then advance this into construction. So we're looking at if everything falls together correctly and we can get funding in place, we're looking at construction to start by the end of this fiscal year. And we've also started conversations with our consultant and contractor that if we don't have funding in place, what a phased approach would look like and how we move this project forward without delay.
All right, that's good news. I have spoken to you, and perhaps could you respond to the commission as well? How can we expand this project to include Birch Road and Bayshore Drive, 2 areas that also see a expansive asphalt area? I know we hired a consultant in the past, came back with mixed results. How can we pick up from that study and move on and see what we can do to those 2 streets as well?
Yeah, we can definitely look into that. The question is, can we combine it with this project, or let slow the progress we have with this project now, or if we need to create a standalone project? But you are correct. In 2015, 2016, there were some efforts to put a median down the middle of the roadway on Birch. And because of all the back out parking and some of the property lines along that corridor, the idea was to put the sidewalk down the middle of the median, which is kind of a non-traditional approach and something you don't see all too often. So if that's the will of the commission, we can go back and look at that. Obviously, we already have a funding gap, so we'll need to find funding for those efforts as well. I have brought them up with the MPO to figure out what their thoughts are, and I'm in active conversations with Greg Stewart on that.
I did not see that design scheme, so I thought I had seen something different, but because of the back out parking where they built planters, and then they had, instead of a car being able to go out at will, they had to go through a pathway between two planters. Does that make sense to you?
I'll have to go back and dust it off, but
Okay. Do you have any thoughts, Vice Mayor?
Yes, actually, thank you, Mayor. First of all, I wanted to thank Ben. I want to thank all the stakeholders. This has been a very, I think, an excellent project. We've had meetings over the last 2 years. Things are really taking shape. I am optimistic that we will fit into those categories for CARES funding and other sources. I wanted to thank the MPO on helping on this. I've had conversations with everyone. And I'm cautiously optimistic that we are going to hopefully see some funding, state or federal level, to bring us to where we have to be on this project. Mayor, with regards to what you mentioned about Bayshore and Birch, at the very beginning, when we started talking about this street, Breakers, we actually did talk about that. And we thought that if we did a really great job on Breakers and showed everybody what could be accomplished in that part of the beach, that maybe that would even entice some people to do a self-assessment in those other areas. So that's also an option that we had talked about. I think if we go back, Ben, to some of our original meetings, we will actually find there were more than one option. There might have been 2 or 3 options in terms of funding for Bayshore. I don't think we ever got into Birch, but maybe Bayshore, maybe it was Bayshore and Birch. But I think, Mayor, that we're going to be successful on this project. It actually is moving forward. Again, I think it will be a model for those other streets.
So when I represented that district, I do recall having multiple conversations with multiple homeowners on Bayshore, all of whom agreed that they'd be willing to be assessed if they saw a nice streetscape environment that could be created on that street. So that's why I think we need to pick up on that and try to move forward with it. I just think the potential for the Central Beach area, the North Beach Village, would be so much greater if we could just find a path to fulfillment there.
Well, I don't think anyone's arguing with you, but the good news is Breakers is finally happening.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for making that a reality.
You know, my pleasure, Mayor. Thank you.
Right. Anything else of Mr. Rogers? Okay. Thank you, Ben.
Thank you.
Moving on to business 2, housing affordability policy presentation. Adam Anthony.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Anthony Fajardo, City of Fort Lauderdale. So the presentation today will update you on recommendations from staff regarding the feedback that we received in June 2019 from the Commission in the joint workshop that was held with the Affordable Housing Advisory Board.
June of 2019?
June of 2019, and then a follow-up meeting that happened in March in 2020, right before COVID, where we updated the commission on what actions the state had taken that preempted some of the things that we were asked to work on. So staff has received input from various sources and looked at what the county's doing, and Adam Schnell, Planner 3 with the department, is going to do the presentation, and myself and Chris Cooper, Deputy Director of DSD, are here to help answer any questions.
Anthony, before you, can we hit pause just for a second? I realize, Mr. Mayor, I've been getting some text messages as we've been sitting here that Alan Zeman still is on. He was just a dial-in number as opposed to a.
Who was on?
Alan Zeman for the Education Advisory Board. He's on as a dial-in number and didn't have a name attached with it, which is why I didn't recognize it. Could we give him a couple of minutes just to weigh in real quick before we continue to move on with this?
Sure. Have you finished your comments, Mr. Fajardo?
Well, he just didn't. Yeah, we're gonna have
a
presentation.
So who are you introducing next?
Adam's going to do the presentation.
Okay, so Adam, before you come up, just let Mr. Zeman. Okay.
Dr.
Zeman.
Star 6, please. Sorry, I didn't recognize your number. Star 6.
Are you there?
It's showing he's recognized, but on mute. So if you are talking to him, *6 is what he'll need to do to unmute. Maybe Zoe can unmute and tell us what's going on.
Hi, good afternoon. Zoe Saunders, Chief Education Officer. I also serve as the liaison to the Education Advisory Board. Looks like Dr.
Hey, Zoe.
Sam join us, so I'll let him.
Okay, there he is.
Hello,
Hi,
Mayor. I can beat your 2-minute mark. I'm just representing the board. I wanted the commission and you and the vice mayor to know that this was a huge topic at our last meeting. Spent almost half of our time talking about it. We got a great report from the county on what the slide in education is. It's affecting every student, you know, not just those that are left behind with technology challenges and things like that. And these monies will go very well to complement some of the federal money coming to the county. It's really to extend our camps to include some academics in them, which is just so essential. Anytime we have an opportunity to be trusted with the care of somebody over the summer, it just makes a lot of sense for us to have an integrated academic experience for them as well. We're buoyed by the fact that this is CDBG money rather than general fund, and we voted unanimously in support of this, as you might expect. So I just wanted to represent the board and make sure you had a little context of how deeply we went into this COVID slide issue and how pervasive it is. But there's tons of articles in the national press about this, and it certainly has affected us. And these monies would complement what the county's doing very, very well. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Hey, Zoe, can you stay on the line for a second?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so Zoe, help me out here. Is this a funding deficiency from the school board that we're making up? I'm not understanding. Is this money that we would have spent already and we found another source for it? I'm not understanding why we're being asked to give $500,000. What is, help me out here.
Certainly, and I do have a presentation. I believe I can go through that this evening, but it'll be up to the commission as to when you'd like me to. Really, the need is so great. We're seeing that nationally, and that trend is continuing in our county and our city. So currently, 30% of our students in Broward County Public Schools have been identified as failing. So the need is tremendous, and the opportunity is to identify how we can leverage the resources that Broward County Public Schools has, the city of Fort Lauderdale, and nonprofits to come together to really comprehensively address the need in a way that each individual organization would not be able to do alone. So we've been very intentional in our planning process to ensure that the dollars we would be able to bring forward would supplement the program. So currently, Broward County Public Schools has designed a summer academy that will be a half-day program Monday through Thursday. And we understand that many of our families, particularly if they're working parents, will really be challenged to find a full-day program for students. So this opportunity is being able to leverage the resources that the city has, the expertise we have with our recreation team as well, to extend that day, to provide academic and enriching experiences so that the kids can really have a fun summer, really do a great job in learning in the summer and having fun, getting re-engaged and reacclimated in that school environment. So it's just really a great opportunity for us to come together, really be innovative as a government, and bring together resources that are going to really truly enrich the children at really a time of unprecedented need.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay.
Do you want any further details?
Thank you. Okay, back to you, Adam.
Just wait one moment while I bring up the presentation. All right. Let me just fix this right here. I'm a little vertically challenged. All right. Good afternoon. My name is Adam Schnell. I'm a planner for the Urban Design and Planning Department. And today I'm going to be providing you a presentation on affordable housing policy recommendations. Just to let you know, on the backup material, these slides are a little bit different. I made some adjustments last minute to provide a little bit more information for today's presentation. Now, the intent of today's presentation, first off, is to provide information, and secondly, receive feedback from the City Commission in order to move forward in the next few months with affordable housing amendments. So over the course of the last 2 years, Urban Design and Planning has provided numerous presentations, some of which were to the City Commission, the last being on March 3rd of 2020, where the City Commission tasked the Urban Design and Planning Department with crafting new zoning regulations in order to support affordable housing development. Now, since then, Urban Design and Planning has crafted new language, which is currently with the City Attorney's Office to ensure compliance with state and federal regulations. And then secondly, we've also performed outreach to numerous stakeholders across the city, one being the Downtown Development Authority, Fort Lauderdale Housing Authority, and the Council of Fort Lauderdale Civic Associations, to name a few. And as Anthony Fajardo has mentioned, we received feedback from these stakeholders and have integrated into our policy recommendations. Also, I kind of want this to be more of a discussion. So of course, if there are questions from the commission members, feel free to kind of ask me anything along the way. So 3 topics of discussion today are, of course, the city affordable housing policy initiatives. Secondly, one of the county affordable housing policy measures, specifically PCT 20-4, otherwise known as the Geller Amendment, as well as next steps. Now, it's important to note that our policy recommendations are optional in nature. This happens to be because of House Bill 7103 that was passed by the state about a little over a year ago, which states that if a municipality is to mandate inclusionary zoning, that municipality must fully offset the cost to the developer for that portion of the affordable housing contribution. Offsets could include floor area increases, density bonuses, fee waivers, and the ambiguous other. Now, the issue here is that we have extremely permissive zoning regulations where we're proposing the affordable housing regulations. So we have opted for optional incentivization because we do not have to fully offset the cost to the developer. Now, why do we need affordable housing? This is primarily due to the increased cost of living and stagnant wages. In 2020, the average rental price downtown for a newer development for a studio was around $1,600. A 1-bedroom is around $2,000. A 2-bedroom is around $2,700, and a 3-bedroom is around $3,800. And citywide, approximately 60% of households who rent spend more than 30% of their income on housing costs and are considered cost burdened. And you've heard me say this before, the H&T index. This is housing plus transportation costs. This H&T index states that a household should spend no more than 45% of their income on housing costs, while the city of Fort Lauderdale is at 63%. Move this. Now in 2020, the average sale price across Fort Lauderdale for a single family home was almost $490,000. A townhouse is around $460,000 and a condo is around $320,000. Now across Broward County, all housing prices increased quarter over quarter 4.3%, year over year 11%, and over 5 years almost 38%. Now the average median family income across the county has only increased 1.59%. And this number actually goes back trailing 20 years. So as you can tell, median family income hardly meets increases in inflation. So there's a really cost burden here.
Are these sale prices for Fort Lauderdale or Broward County?
2020 sale prices, that's for Fort Lauderdale only. As for all housing prices and median family income, that's for the county.
Okay.
Now, to help deal with our affordable housing needs, what we've done is either modify existing zoning code or create new zoning incentives. One of the first policy modifications is to the residential flex policy. Historically, a developer could request residential flex units without any set-aside requirements. We're proposing a modification to this. So for developers to request residential flex units, a portion of those units would have to be set aside as affordable. Now, since this policy already exists, it uses the same geographic boundary on the bottom left-hand side of your slide, the residential unified flex map, which incorporates and includes the South Rack, Downtown Rack, Northwest Rack, and all primary corridors. This allows for a citywide approach. And it also focuses on area that permits higher density development. So it allows for an economies of scale to occur. It's also important to note that flex units are not by right units, so there are no entitlements. This also focuses on areas that has increased walkability and access to transportation, so people can bike and walk to work, which reduces the cost of transportation, again, focusing on that H&T index and hopefully reducing the cost of living. Now, there are three kind of segments for the set-aside requirements: rental, sale, and payment in lieu of providing affordable housing units. The rental component requires a 10% set-aside. Originally, we brought to you a 15% set-aside, but after discussions with the development community, it's come to our attention that development costs have significantly increased, and we're trying to come to an amicable approach. So we reduced that by 5%. Would require a 30-year deed restriction with 5% of the units set at or below 80% of the MFI. And we've chosen MFI to be in lockstep with the county, state, and federal government because they use the same MFI level, which represents the metropolitan statistical area for Broward County. And that's updated on an annualized basis. Now, the for sale component requires a 10% set aside with a 30-year deed restriction, 5% of the units at 100% of the MFI, and 5% of the units at 120%. Now, the payment in lieu of option, we've chosen the Broward County payment in lieu of fee, which uses the Florida Finance Corporation's average cost of construction. Let me just move this. Now, these monies would be deposited into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund to later utilize to build additional affordable housing. But I do want to touch upon a little bit more that Broward County payment in lieu of fee. So you kind of have a better understanding of how it functions. Again, we've been hearing from the development community that the cost of construction has gone up, and essentially the feasibility of the projects are in question if we adopt affordable housing measures. So what we've done, again, to come to an amicable approach is to create a modified payment in lieu of fee. So I provided two examples here, one of the Broward County payment in lieu of fee under PCT 20-4, as well as the modified version. I'll kind of just walk through each of them. So under the Geller Amendment, under this 100-unit development, you get the average cost of construction for a garden, mid-rise, high-rise, which is currently $300,000. You divide by 7 for a cost of $42,000, and you multiply 42,000 times the total units within a development. So in this particular instance, 100 units, and the payment in lieu of fee would be $4.2 million. Now, under the modified payment in lieu of, the same 100-unit development, the average cost is the same, $300,000, but you multiply by the number of units that have to be set aside as affordable, so you get a $3 million payment in lieu of fee. This is a 28% reduction. So we are looking for feedback from the City Commission today on which direction you would like us to go. So I'll wait until the end, unless you guys have questions right now.
So so if we do the payment in lieu, that where does the payment go?
The payment in lieu of, in this particular instance, under this policy, goes into our housing trust fund.
To the county's housing trust.
So we'll discuss that later. We're just utilizing the payment in lieu of scheme that the county has come up with for our payment in lieu of. For PCT 20-4 that we'll discuss a little bit later, those monies would be split between the county and the municipality. But for this specific policy, we're just using their payment in lieu of scheme in order to come up with our payment in lieu of scheme. So we're mimicking theirs, but I'm asking you if whether or not we should modify that to be a little bit more amicable.
Well, I have to be honest with you. Payments in lieu, it's, the money never seems to go or be sufficient. It never seems to go where it's intended or sufficient to provide the remedy that you often seek. My experience has been over the years that it's best to just have the developer build it and incorporate it and include it in their project rather than making a payment in lieu, because we're not in the business of building. We could use this money perhaps to provide incentives for other affordable housing projects, but the reality is, my opinion again is simply that we don't even include this, because you have on the previous slide, it's one of several options, right? The set asides and or the payment in lieu. And I just have never seen this being successful in attracting enough affordable housing units to be able to satisfy the need. So does anyone else have any comments on the commission regarding this?
I'm just trying to understand it a little bit. So the 3 million or the 4 million, that's what we're expecting the developer to pay if they don't meet the 5% set aside that we're asking.
So Anthony Fajardo, I think I might be able to add some clarity. So the example that Adam has in the presentation is just the calculation that the county is using for their PCT 20-4. What we're proposing is our own calculation for a fund that we would control. So using their calculation as a starting point to determine how we would calculate those funds is what we're trying to ask. So I'm not sure if that's.
No, I got
Okay.
that, but and I know the commission got that, but in the end, where is that money going? It goes into an account for us, and how are we going to use that money?
Correct. So the account right now has policies written to establish how the funds can be expended. Right now, it's primarily, I believe, for gap financing, but those changes could be made by the city commission as you determine what's the best use of those funds at a later date.
But even if we use it for gap financing, it's for another affordable housing project. And so, when does the affordable housing get built? If we require the developer to include, we're just talking about flex units, right? Because there's nothing left. There's almost nothing left in the downtown RAC, right?
So you're correct. Right now, we're focused on flex units. If we did go back to the county for additional units, that would be a different pool.
Right. And
they could have its own mandates in terms of what they would like to see in terms of affordable housing.
Well, they had mandates on the last 5,000. We completely ignored it. So, I don't know what strings they're going to attach in the next 5,000, but clearly they weren't tight enough to force us to observe their requirement of having, I believe it was a 15% affordable housing requirement. So out of the 5,000 units that we built, I'm not sure 15% were affordable housing. In fact, I know they weren't. So, what are we going to do to learn that we need affordable housing? And how is it that we're going to, we have a robust housing market right now. So we have leverage here. So why don't we just require it to be included in the project itself rather than kicking the can down the road and allowing them to pay off their obligation for someone else to build the affordable housing when we should require all new housing projects that are asking for flex units to include a percentage of affordable housing in their development. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, and it's definitely a policy decision on the commission's part. I would offer that having a healthy affordable housing fund, you can also use it for city projects that are addressing affordable housing. So it's purely up to the commission on how you'd like to move forward.
Does anyone else in the commission have?
Yeah, Mayor.
Okay, yeah,
Mayor?
go ahead. Ben, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate it. Let's see, Anthony, just some kind of clarifying questions. So when we're talking about set aside requirements, is this synonymous, just so we're kind of get our terms right, is this synonymous with inclusionary zoning?
So what we've done in these recommendations is try to stay away out of that lane of inclusionary zoning. Inclusionary zoning is a mandate on the requirement for affordable housing for units. Since the flex units are not entitlements, they're not by right, in other words, this doesn't fall under inclusionary zoning, and the payment in lieu of is attached to those flex units only.
But it works the same way, though.
It works the same way, but from a legal aspect, it's not inclusionary.
Right. Okay.
They're trying to avoid the state statute. Yes, just another name, but using the flex unit. So, okay.
Right. And okay, yeah. So Anthony, thanks. That helps understanding. Now, Mayor, the other thing, I mean, just to kind of continue to keep all options open, the other thing I'm hearing is this movement afoot by some folks trying to work with the county commission on getting on the ballot this possibly tax allocation that would provide for a countywide increased housing trust in terms of affordable housing, possibly even something with homelessness. I don't know if that's something you've heard about or.
I've heard about it and I definitely support it. And I think it's a good idea to get real money in a trust fund. Broward County has a trust fund as well. I know the city of Fort Lauderdale does, but Broward County, we should let them take the lead on this. We should have.
But they don't do anything with their money.
Well, if they had enough, they could. And then we could stop talking about Sadowski and just do it ourselves.
Yeah, it's got some interesting promise. I think it's all options need to be explored and possibly leveraged, but that's something that I think could be very interesting. Supposedly there's good support on the county commission. I don't know what you're hearing, Commissioner Moritas, but it seems like there's some possibilities there. Great. I just want to throw that in there as well. And then could you, Adam or whoever was driving, could you just go back a couple of slides? I said, go back maybe 2 slides to that the state statute, if you don't mind. Yep, right there. Yeah, perfect. So just track this a little bit more with me in terms of our zoning is pretty permissive, I think you said, which I agree. And so it seemed to me that by being permissive, that limits the amount of, are you suggesting it limits the amount of incentives we can offer, or I wasn't quite tracking what you're connecting?
That's correct. So an offset would potentially be a density bonus. Let's just say we're talking about RAC-CC. There is no density requirements downtown. Also, the setbacks up to a certain height, there are none. So we can't offer, let's just say, a setback incentive or a density bonus. Let's just say you are going to increase the floor plate, but then you have an issue essentially with tower separation. So any which way we looked at it, there wasn't really a lot of wiggle room in areas that permit higher density development, because we already permit almost everything that would be allowed. So we couldn't build out offsets.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of carrots left, in other words.
Correct.
And when I'm talking to affordable housing developers, what I'm hearing is, to that point, we just don't have enough incentives, and that it's the biggest and most critical necessity to financially make it work. Mayor, what I'm hearing a lot is just the having the dollars to be able to draw from. What are you hearing, Adam? What are you?
Essentially, I'm hearing something similar. The issue is that we haven't sat down to go over any performas with the private development community as of yet. We've asked them to sit down to go over performas and kind of run through the numbers to see how large of an impact these policies would actually have on a development project. Right. And we haven't necessarily been too successful. But I'd like to go back to the fact that these policies are optional. They are not mandated. So a developer has to choose to utilize these policies.
Yeah, and so that, I mean, that's my ultimate question. Go to the next one, Adam, if you would.
Of course.
Slide, maybe it's 2 slides to the set aside, the 10% set aside. Is would this allow for would developers build given this requirement? Like would would we have inventory coming on? And I haven't gotten a clear answer to that. And it sounds like you haven't either.
Would they build if this policy was adopted? I would think so. Right now on the corridors, if an applicant wants to construct a residential property, they would have to apply for residential flex units because their underlying future land use is commercial in nature. So they are not permitted by right to actually construct residential units. So at least on the corridors, they would actually have to apply for the residential flex units.
Yep. And so you don't think the set aside is too big of a detriment to move forward a project?
In a professional perspective, I don't think so. Most requirements that other cities have adopted, including the city of Sarasota, city of Miami, the county of Palm Beach, have all adopted regulations that have stricter requirements than what we're proposing here today.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Mayor.
Any other questions of Adam at this point? Steve? Go ahead, Adam.
All right. So now I'm going to tackle the income and rent limits. So as stated earlier, we're utilizing the Broward County Metropolitan Statistical Area median family income. In 2020, that number was $74,800. So at the 80% level, let's say a household of 4, the maximum income is $71,000. For at the 100% level, that's around $90,000 for the maximum income. That equates to, for a 2-bedroom at the 80% level, around $1,600, and at the 100% level, that's around $2,000 per month for the maximum rent for a 2-bedroom.
That's at 30%. That's at 30%.
80% and then 100%.
Right, but that's at 30% of income.
Correct. So using HUD standards of no more than 30% of a person's household income standard.
So a person in these, the person earning this amount that you've boxed should only be paying $1,600, say they were in an affordable housing project, and $2,000 if it was market rate for a 2-bedroom.
Correct. And I would like to also state, we're also talking about moderate income households. Housing community development primarily deals with the lower income, very low income, extremely low income categories. And we really wanted to focus on that missing middle, which is the moderate income households. So I just want to put that out there as well. But yes, that is the maximum income that someone with a family of 4 could earn, and that's the maximum rent that could be charged. And as you can tell, based upon the previous slides, there is quite a large differential between those two numbers. Remember, these are averages, so some of the rents are much higher. All right, now for the for sale component for the income and sale limits, it uses the same MSA number. And at the 100%, the MFI, the maximum income, again, is $90,000 for a family of 4. And at the 120% level, the maximum income is $106,000. So the maximum sale price for a 2-bedroom, let's just say at the 100% level, is $257,000. And at the 120% level, the maximum sale price is $318,000.
And you just told us that the average single-family home in Fort Lauderdale is close to 500,000.
Correct, closer to $500,000. All right.
Chris, you better get a second job.
All right. So the next incentive that we are proposing, though, is developments with a future land use of commercial who opt to add additional affordable housing over the required set-aside percentage could receive a density bonus of 2 market rate units for each additional affordable housing unit, but they are not permitted to exceed 30% of the underlying permitted density. The underlying permitted density currently is 50 units per acre, so the maximum density would be 65 units per acre.
Is this 613 Sistrunk?
Yes.
Okay.
Another modification is to the existing Northwest rack height bonus. Currently, there's a 10% set aside requirement in perpetuity. Honestly, that is way too long. Some would say forever. So we're proposing a 30-year deed restriction instead of in perpetuity. It's easier to get financing from banks, and it's in lockstep with the rest of our policy.
What is perpetuity, until the house falls down?
Yeah, exactly. So the income levels prior to this were 50% of MFI and lower, and 100% of MFI and lower. We've modified this to require 5% at 60% of MFI and 5% at 80%. Moreover, what we're proposing is a expedited review. Currently, additional height requires a site plan level 2 application with city commission approval. We're proposing site plan level 2 application with city commission call up. This could potentially save 2 to 3 months worth of time. Secondly, what we're hearing from even not-for-profit developers, when they go for low-income housing tax credits, it makes their applications less competitive when they have conditional approval requirements on their application. So if we have a call up instead of a city commission approval, it makes it that much easier for them to get funding during the application processes. All right.
Adam, real quick, can you go back to that? I'm just trying to kind of compartmentalize in my mind here. What we were talking about is, more like an inclusionary zoning thing for our whole city, downtown rack, everything.
Correct.
Now we switch to really the
Height bonuses.
What's that?
Now we switch to height bonuses incentives.
Okay, but now we're switching to the West rack. Isn't that our CRA area where we have different requirements anyways? When we give money to these projects, there are different set asides, and isn't this a different policy than what we're talking about citywide? I guess I'm kind of.
We already have specific requirements in the Northwest rack for height bonus. We're just modifying the existing incentive that already exists.
Okay.
To make it more user-friendly for developers.
I guess in my mind, when we come back and discuss this as a commission, maybe we separate these items, because the inclusionary zoning, even though that's not the real word, whatever the real word is different to me than this item in the Northwest rack and our CRA and that, different financing and the set asides there, I think are good because we're giving a lot of money towards these projects, but something in the downtown rack, I would feel differently about. So just my thought as you proceed.
Of course. Now in the South rack, this is another height bonus. So in the South rack, we already have a height bonus regulation in place, but currently there are no set aside requirements in the South rack. So what we're proposing is a similar regulation within the South rack with the set aside requirements, 10% of units set aside as affordable, 5% at 60% of MFI, and 5% at 80% of the MFI. As well as the Northwest rack, a height bonus, it requires the same plan level 2 with city commission approval. We're proposing city commission call up to potentially save 2 to 3 months worth of review time, and the same issue with applying for low income housing tax credits or other grant programs. Now in the uptown urban.
Let me ask you a question, Commissioner McKenzie.
Commissioner McKenzie, is that you?
Yeah, to Heather Moritas' or Commissioner Moritas' point, in the Northwest rack, that we already have our bonuses and incentives. You said you want to modify that. Explain to me what you mean. You say modify.
Can you say that again?
I can't. We couldn't hear you well. Your microphone didn't pick up your voice very well.
What do you mean by modify in the Northwest rack?
Modify, by that I mean currently there's a requirement for 10% set aside in perpetuity. We're changing that deed restriction from in perpetuity to 30-year deed restriction, and proposing an expedited review process for the height bonus. So modify just means making it easier for the development community going forward.
I think I like the word in perpetuity. In my district, I don't think we need to do anything over there. And I'll tell you why we don't need to do anything over there, because all of the billable sites that can handle height are already committed to projects, and there aren't any more sites that are developable with height there. I mean, we've reached Everything else is residential. And as you go down the corridor, it's very similar to Los Olas, where you have low, medium, 3-story, 2-story buildings. You don't have any land mass to do height. And that's why when we created these racks early on, we looked at each rack individually and we created what we thought would spur development. And it obviously worked because look at downtown, look at Flagler Village, look at my district. South is still a little slow, but we're hoping that growth happens. I think how we got here was when I think the mayor started talking about developers opted out or not building affordable housing units. So I think all we should be looking at is how do we get them to put money in this bank, if you will. And as the mayor alluded to earlier, I think it might have been another commissioner said, the county isn't doing anything. We were just trying to find other incentives to get people to provide affordable housing downtown and in other areas. In my district, I have affordable housing. I have the #1 market for low income. So, I mean, I'm not looking, what other racks are looking for. I'm looking for marketplace. I'm looking for, workforce housing. I'm looking for improvement. And in the rack, there aren't any more developable sites to offer this incentive to. I mean, look at it.
Okay. Yeah, we can definitely modify that to bring back in perpetuity instead of the 30-year deed restriction, if that's what you're looking for.
Well, let's before we make changes.
For example, the one time we had an opportunity, take 613, for example. As much as I was, deeply involved in that project from beginning to end, when he went after his tax credits and all of that other stuff, he chose or opted out of 30-year because he didn't want to deal with the penalties if he opted out. So he went 15 years and he reduced 3 of his stories because he didn't want to go 30 years with the term. This is a developer who's doing affordable, supposedly. Got $7 million must. Good friend of mine. Has done a great job with the project. But in his own financing, he didn't want to go 30 years, so he opted to take the floors off and not go this route with our current incentives on the books. So he got less money from us, but he didn't want to be tied up for 15 years because everyone's looking down the road when they do these projects. What could happen if I make it to the 15-year mark and flip my property or convert? So developers are a lot more smart, a lot more smarter than we are in terms of how they set the deals up. That's why none of them chose to go with this low income that we
yeah, but based on that, Commissioner, based on that experience, going in perpetuity is going in the wrong direction. Commissioner, based on your statements, wanting to keep it in perpetuity would be going in the wrong direction. If Mr. Burns' experience was that he didn't even want 30 years, he wanted 15, you would think that we would want to reduce the length of time, not increase the length of time, because it's a disincentive for developers to want to be shackled with a in perpetuity standard as they're trying to build their projects, right? I think we lost him. He was driving in his car. Is he back? All right.
I can proceed. We can double back.
Let's talk about Uptown.
All right. So the Uptown Urban Village area. We're not choosing to modify the density bonus incentive. We're just trying to modify the 15-year deed restriction. to a 30-year deed restriction, again, to be in lockstep with the other deed restriction requirements that we're proposing. That's the only modification here.
Okay. You have any thoughts, Commissioner? You're good? She's good.
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
Now, the last amendment that we're proposing is the PCT 20-4, otherwise known as the Geller Amendment, which permits residential density in exchange for affordable housing in 2 applicable areas with the future land use of commerce and regional activity centers. This geographic boundary is quite similar to the Unified Flex map. And how the allocation of units would function, it's that it comes from a separate pool of units outside of the residential flex pool and outside of the rack unit pool. And density would be determined by what income level the developer is willing to set aside units at. So at the moderate income level, the developer would get 6 bonus units or market rate units. This would equate to around a 14% set aside. Low income is a 9-to-1, so a 10% set aside, and a very low income, which is a 19-to-1, which is a 5% set aside, and would most likely see a blended percentage with developers choosing to choose both moderate income, maybe low income, so on and so forth, depending upon the site and how many units they needed. Now, studio units under 500 square feet would be counted as half a unit. I do propose that we most likely cap the number of studio units within a development. We don't necessarily want to race to the bottom where we have a development with 400 or 500 studio units. So I'm just going to put that out there as well. In addition to this, there is a 10% floor area requirement for commercial square footage and a 30-year deed restriction. And lastly is that payment in lieu of option, which is based on the Florida Housing Finance Corporation's most recent total development cost averages. We cannot modify this because this is a county regulation. Now, monies that would be placed into the Housing Trust Fund for 50% go to the county, 50% go to the city's Affordable Housing Trust Fund, if this option is used.
Just double back for a second. Didn't we pass an ordinance putting a minimum square footage per
400 square
400,
feet?
right?
Correct.
See, my concern, I think that you're wanting to adopt, the Broward County's formula is, there may be merit to that if we decide to allow a payment in lieu. But, it really concerns me about the county only because on the corner of Sistrunk and Andrews Avenue, the northeast corner, that lot has been sitting empty for years. In the meantime, there have been several affordable housing projects that are built in and around that intersection all the time while Broward was figuring out what they were going to do. I'm told they made an agreement with one developer and it's just sitting there. So I don't want to use them as an example for anything because we can't seem to find an example of how they have moved forward with their affordable housing program. I don't know of anywhere in the county. And you guys that are here who have had experience with the county, if you can pinpoint one project that they have done in the last 5 years, you can. Okay, good. You're going to have a chance to speak shortly, so you can include that in your remarks, Mr. Lockery. Okay. Anything further, Adam?
I just have 1 or 2 more slides.
Go ahead.
This is more informational than anything, and it has to deal with some staff at the city. The city manager's office have identified a list of surplus properties owned by the city that may be appropriate for affordable housing development using a list of criteria. And the next steps would be a member of city staff providing a presentation to the city commission at a public hearing. And then the city adopting a resolution that includes the list of inventory that'd be best used for affordable housing development in the future. And there's 2 primary options. The first one would be selling the land for proceeds and earmark it for affordable housing development, or purchase new land for affordable housing development, or secondly, sell the land with restrictions of affordability. Our next steps, hopefully, depending upon how today's meeting goes, is going to the Planning and Zoning Board on the April 21st, just to give them a recap. That's for the good for the city meeting, and then go to public hearings for PZB, hopefully in May, and then City Commission in July.
Alrighty.
All right.
Next slide.
And that's all she wrote.
Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you so much, Adam. There are
problem.
several people who have signed up to speak. Before I ask commissioners their comments, can we just take a moment, allow these folks to see if they have, if they're still online, to be able to step forward and speak. Alexander Johnson. Is Alex on the line?
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Alexander Johnson, Affordable Housing Chair for the League of Women Voters of Broward County. Just stating that we support the city's efforts and look forward to seeing progress on this important issue. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you. Susie Bailey, are you still on the line? Is Susie Bailey there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I was actually trying to speak on business too about the regarding the partnership between Fort Lauderdale Police Department and the City of Fort Lauderdale's Homeowners Association.
That was not business 2.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was. It says, oh, business 3. Sorry.
You want to, so we save you to business 3?
If
Okay,
you don't mind, I'm sorry.
no problem.
Thank
you. Alan Hooper, are you still on the line? Alan?
Yes. Hey, Mayor, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon to the commissioners. You know, I really think that the county is trying to start a new program. They want to lead the way to encourage and facilitate affordable housing for the future units and not the city units that already exist or that are they're really for units that are outside of the residential flex unit pool, as Adam pointed out. I would ask that we take the time to coordinate and schedule any of our city efforts as they relate to affordable housing, lockstep with the county efforts. And I heard you about that one parcel, but I can tell you that in downtown, when you try to get the tax credits, we have so many affordable housing projects in downtown, we actually lose points, and it's hard to get because there's been so many recent ones that it's hard to get the points when you apply for tax credits in downtown. And I think that the other thing that we're missing here is—
You say we have too many affordable housing units? The county seems to think—
If you just, right there where you were pointing out where the county owns that property, there's 2 buildings right across the street, and 2 blocks down, Jim Ellis built one as well. So in that one area alone, there's a lot of affordable housing units.
So the county has a they have a test that you have to pass.
No, the state of Florida does with their pool, with the lottery system.
I see.
And unless you have a financial incentive, you know, you get a lot more bees with honey. I mean, adding punitive in lieu of fees or deed restrictions when none exist in Palm Beach or Miami. And I heard that Miami has a much more stringent inclusionary zoning program. Well, I've looked it up, and they're requesting that 14% of new apartment building be workforce housing, which is 140% of AMI. And they do give incentives, sometimes up to 100% density. They don't have unlimited density in downtown. I think putting it in downtown is potentially it could lead to people looking north and south. And what if that happens? What if builders just say, you know what, we're going to go north and south? Then you get nothing. You get nothing without adding the financial tool, the financing part of it. How are you going to build these things with in lieu of fees when none currently exist? And giving density bonuses around downtown, but there is no density bonus for downtown. So you're just taking expensive land and making it more expensive, and you're giving no carrot whatsoever. And, you know, with all the Northeasterners that are showing up here, they're scooping everything up, and they look at this area as affordable, okay? And so what's gonna happen is, what if we don't build any more units in downtown and it just exasperates the affordability issue? What if they go to Miami? We're competing with them right now for corporate relocations and for, you know, high-paying jobs. And Miami and Palm Beach are way more competitive than we are. We need to get competitive, and we need to include comprehensive tools. We need to include financing for developers to actually build affordable housing without tying up the units with inclusionary zoning. I just think if you want to get it done, let's talk about where we're going to get the money, and I'll be the first one in line to try to build them. But it's very difficult. And so it's cheaper to go buy an existing building, renovate it, and then just own that, because you're just going to make the demand even stronger. I think we need to look at financing. Okay. I really do want this problem solved, but I think financing is a huge part of it. And punitive in lieu of fees, to me, is it's not going to get the results that you're hoping for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hooper. You remind me of that phrase that I hear often attributed to Yogi Bear, who said that the place is so crowded that nobody wants to go there. Who said that?
I heard you say that before.
It was Yogi Bear. I think he was talking about Waikiki Beach.
So, you know, I agree with you that supply and demand will often dictate the value and the price of housing. But right now, as you know, there's a significant amount of demand for people coming to Fort Lauderdale. Why? Because Fort Lauderdale is a fabulous place to live. And so I don't see people saying, oh, I'd rather live in Lake Worth because it's cheaper. They say, I want to live in Fort Lauderdale because I like the quality of life better there. So right now we have an opportunity to capitalize on that demand, and we have an opportunity to do the right thing that will create a sustainable downtown for at least 30 years, if not in perpetuity. So, you know, I hear what you're saying from a developer's point of view, trying to maximize profit, but from a public official's point of view, who's trying to maximize sustainability and viability of a downtown, we're trying to create a diverse demographic here in our downtown community, and try to do it in such a way that we provide the necessary incentives for a developer to want to still be able to develop here. As you know, our units are being gobbled up by developers. And we have almost nothing left in the downtown RAC allocation. Why is that? Because people like yourself and developers have made application to build new buildings. We still have not seen all the buildings that have already been approved for Flagler Village yet, and we continue to see those units being filled up by newcomers to our community. We're happy that it's happening. We're thankful that it's happening. But I think our staff is on the right path in providing these recommendations as going forward, because I think they understand the dynamic, and I'm very proud of the talent that we have that does and has been able to really provide the recommendations to the commission that we're going to be able to go forward from this point and send it over to planning and zoning and try to encapsulate these recommendations in a future ordinance. So, Mr. Lockery, you've signed up to speak.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much for taking your time this afternoon on this very important issue. This is obviously one of the major challenges for a region, really for every region in the United States that is urbanized like we are. But it is a global regional problem. I also think the Commission should be very proud of the city and the efforts that this city has done since the last recession in tackling this problem. 17 new affordable housing projects in Fort Lauderdale. That's over 1,500 new units. And it's across the entire spectrum of Fort Lauderdale. It's in every commission district. We talked a little bit about the efforts in the Northwest, but with partners with the Housing Authority of Fort Lauderdale, with your partners, other private partners, 5 new projects in Flagler Village, 3 in the area south of the river, and even down in the South Rack, an example in a picture that Adam showed of a new affordable housing project, the first residential project being built in the South Rack zoning. Think about that. It's an affordable housing project. And in District 1, the first project that's being built in District 1 in the Cypress Creek area in over 30 to 40 years has an affordable housing component. What's important about that project, and it goes back to what Adam said, that affordability component is an extra bonus. It's on top of what you're already allowed to do. Had that been reversed and the restriction had applied to what you're allowed to do today, I don't know if that project would have been built, because without that extra density, they couldn't build it. And I think that's one thing we've got to be very clear about. When we talk about optional units and flex units are the only units that we have in Fort Lauderdale to develop residential and mixed use projects on commercial corridors outside the RACs. That's it. This isn't some extra optional process. When the mixed use ordinance was adopted in July of 1997, we provided then that we were going to, or the city did, that they were going to use flex units. So really what you are doing, you can say it's not inclusionary zoning, but it is. You are now putting new additional criteria on the allocation of flex units, which have been used for 24 years in the city. Similarly, in the downtown RAC, it's even more severe. We haven't used downtown RAC units for over 2 years. The last project that got approved was 2 years ago. Downtown approved projects comprise about 40% of those that have been approved have been have been flex unit projects. All we have left to continue to grow the downtown is flex units. And when you go to your code, it's very specific. If you meet the master plan, you get those units. So I don't think it's fair to say that these are optional or flex units. I believe that you are potentially violating state law, which is problematic. Number 2, the impact that this could have on the city as a whole and the cost, because it's only being done in the city rather than regionally throughout the county. There's no doubt costs in downtown Fort Lauderdale and Fort Lauderdale are going to go way up from what they are today. In lieu of fee, let's just use that as an example, what it may cost to develop about $33,000 a unit. Right now, people are paying about $35,000 a unit in land. So the additional cost doubles that cost before you even put a shovel in the ground. So finally, I know my time is up, but I think it's important that we look at this globally rather regionally rather than just Fort Lauderdale, because I think the impact it's going to have on Fort Lauderdale is actually going to drive the overall cost of housing up. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lockery. Mr. Wallow, are we going to bump up against any prohibitions at the state level if we utilize flex units to try to accomplish the goals that have been proffered today?
Well, we've taken a different interpretation than Mr. Lockery. We view the flex unit as bonus, but I can have Mr. Spence probably more artfully explain that position. I think he's coming on right now. Mr. Spence.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. How are you?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so the state statute provides that you can have inclusionary zoning if you provide incentives that fully offset the cost to the developers. The flex units are units that would not typically be permitted within those zoning categories, or rather within the land use categories, but for the allocation. In fact, the county PCT 2004 that Adam was referring to earlier is set up in the exact same way, in that they are looking at flex units as the incentive for ensuring inclusionary zoning. So as of right, what is permitted on those parcels is what is permitted by the land use plan. The allocation of flex is on top of the as of right permitted density in those locations. I may have complicated that a little bit.
No, you didn't complicate it at all.
Okay.
Because what you're telling us is that the flex units are not subject to the statute prohibition because they are of a different category. So that gives us the free hand to use flex units in order to provide incentives to accomplish the goals that we're seeking to accomplish here.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. But that's different than Mr. Lockery's interpretation, but this is our.
So Mr. Lockery's position is that traditionally the city has used flex units as its only way of getting residential in the regional activity centers. That's partially incorrect. We've over the years, when we've allocated units in particularly the downtown regional activity centers, we didn't have density to draw upon, and the county forced the city to use our flex units as our primary density units. And his argument is because of the traditional position of using the flex as the main source of density, that somehow prohibits us from or recategorizes those flex units, which we disagree with.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Spence. Mr. Village, you have signed up to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. John Millage, General Counsel, Downtown Development Authority. This has been a great discussion. You kind of really hit all the main issues. As was mentioned earlier, there's two parallel efforts going on. One is what the staff is working on. It's really a regulatory approach to this issue. And obviously affordable housing has been going on a long time. I've seen a number of times the city has tried to attack it, and it's very difficult. And it's reason why it's failed a number of times is just very difficult to get over the finish line. But the second parallel track is what was alluded to, I think by Commissioner Sorensen, is the Broward Workshop started a process and assembled a group of people that includes the DDA and others to work on a permanent funding mechanism, concentrating on the county. And it's showing some early promise. It's going to take some time, though. It's not going to be anything we can do overnight, but that's going to take some time. Getting to the staff's approach, that shows some promise where there are true incentives. And we have been focusing on the downtown, but there's a number of areas that this incentive approach looks like it may work. You mentioned Uptown, where it's an incentive approach. I think the South Rack might be one. But the problem that was mentioned in the downtown rack is what's really happening is, as you've mentioned, you've clarified, Mayor, is that the way this is going about it is kind of a clever way to try to get around the statute. And council has indicated their interpretation. Mr. Lockery and others have another interpretation, and lawyers often have different views on that. What that means, though, is that that's something that is not clear at all. The intent of that statute is to, if you regulate in that area, you've got to make the developer whole if you're going to require these things. So obviously, by taking flex back and then giving it with some conditions, that's just really a technicality. It's really getting away from the intent. So I would say to you, no one's going to guarantee that opinion is going to hold up in court. That's an interpretation. But I would be suspicious whether that can hold up at the end of the day. But the staff has tried, in fairness, to come up with solutions for the DRAC. They've offered the Geller Amendment as a possible option, and it shows some promise. But I think the Geller Amendment is going to take some time to cycle through. It's got some conditions in it that probably can't be met. I think there's a 10% commercial requirement. There's been no project that I'm aware of in the downtown that's met that. I think the main is at 4.5% commercial. So I think it's going to take some time. So I'm just concerned that with the DRAC, the way this approach on flex, what it's going to do is it's going to take away from the effort on the funding. It's going to probably elicit some kind of legal challenge from somebody that's going to tie up the whole program. So I would say to you, the thing that would be most productive here is for you to move forward with this. I don't think you're ready to move forward with the DRAC yet. I don't think we're there on funding, because I think you're going to need a funding source in the DRAC to make this happen. And I think that needs to play out. I think we need to work more with the staff on the DRAC to see if there's any other incentives that can be done. We've not really had the chance to sit with the city manager on things like permitting or other financial incentives. But that's going to take some more time. So what we'd suggest is that you're going to move forward with this. The DRAC's really not ready to go. So I would say to you, DRAC's not ready. I would say move forward with the rest of the ordinance, see how that implements, see how Geller is implemented, and come back in a year from now and say, okay, where are we right now? Has the other parts of the ordinance, has it worked? Has it worked in Uptown? What can we learn from it? And where are we with the funding source? And knock on wood, we're further along with a funding option so that we can match up dollars with a regulatory approach. So that's what, we'd recommend. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? Okay, anyone from the commission want to comment?
I do.
Commissioner Moritas,
Sure.
please go ahead.
Thank you. So many shout outs to Uptown. What a good job we did, staff. Thank you. And attorneys who helped too. Came up with a good way to incentivize developers and not penalize them. And I do feel like these regulations that we're proposing, pseudo inclusionary zoning, are penalizing and not incentivizing. So I don't support them. Some of the things I do support, and we've been talking about the Geller Act, or is it synonymous with PCT 24? Is that the same thing? Okay. So that seems like it has a lot of regulations with it. I guess we're talking about adding additional regulations from the city perspective to what the county's already asking developers to do. When we're talking about moderate income, I appreciate that, Adam, you clarifying that. I believe that these regulations will greatly reduce the amount of new construction, which will ultimately increase the cost of all moderate housing in this area when we do have a reduced inventory. So once again, I don't believe these policies will lead to more moderate income. If I did, I would certainly support them, but I think the unintended consequences of these regulations will be, we won't have as many new developments coming, which once again, will ultimately increase the cost for all moderate housing. We have had a lot of affordable housing projects in the CRA area, the Northwest RAC. So I know that is different, but I believe we have made investments in that area that have been successful. The TOD housing, the transportation oriented design for housing, I fully support that if we can get anything going. If it was up to me, we would have had the wave going by the 5,000 new residential units in downtown. And that would be a lovely TOD project where Adam, you mentioned transportation and housing, you add those two together and it really stinks to, be a new college graduate. I know that because I have one and she can't afford anything. So, reducing the cost of both of those is important. So once again, I would have had the wave going by, which would have helped reduce the transportation needs, but these are just my opinions and maybe they won't be the same as everybody else. I seem to be going that way lately. I also really like the idea of trying to get some serious dollars down here and pushing forward some funding from the county side in terms of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and some sort of referendum and village that would be designated solely to that. So, what else I would support? I'd support a P3 on this property. I would like to get rid of this property sooner than later, actually, but certainly happy to wait for the Joint Government Center. But what are we doing with this? I mean, this would be a great opportunity for a P3 if we're talking about our downtown RAC and not selling it, not saying, just not selling it, but once again, a P3 for affordable housing. So if we're really serious about affordable housing, I think I've heard Commissioner McKenzie talk about that a lot. When we do have land and we don't use it for these affordable housing projects, maybe shame on us. So what is the county doing with their land? I mean, I think once again, that'd be a great opportunity for a P3. Do we really need another mall there? In my opinion, probably not. So those are my ideas, but I don't support any of the inclusionary zoning policies. Like I said, I'm not sure what word we're actually using. I would certainly talk about the zoning incentives that we're talking about, changing some of the language that you need to, whether it's 30 years or changing it to that, or the suggestions you made in Uptown also. But thank you.
Vice Mayor, do you have any thoughts that you'd like to add to this?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. First, I wanted to thank Adam and staff for the work from the last time that we saw this presentation. And I think we are getting there. I don't think anyone can argue that affordable housing is important to all of us. After all, it is one of our priorities. We set it at our goal setting workshop. But I don't want to, cut off our nose to spite our face. And by that, I mean, I don't want to get embroiled in possibly directions that could land us in court. And I don't want to see challenges and I don't want to see stalling. So I want to make sure that as we move forward, we're very confident. And, we obviously have a different interpretation as a city as from what we've heard tonight from some of the speakers. So I want to make sure that all of those things are cleared, because at the end of the day, the most important thing is getting those units done and making sure that we have that affordable housing component in our city. I think we've made progress, but I agree with some of the speakers that we need to still tweak. And we can move forward with portions, but I think we should hold back. I'm also very curious to see how quickly the county moves on the proposals that they're bringing forward. But I don't want to make it so that it's just going to be impossible for folks to develop these affordable housing projects. So I'm a little nervous about some of those extra regulations and restrictions. But I think we can get there. And I know that we have good teams and good partners. I want to make sure that before this goes to planning and zoning, that staff sits down with all of the speakers this evening, people that actually have experience in this area, people that know what it takes to get the financing, know what it gets to take to do these actual projects. So that's how I feel. I think we're getting closer. I think we have to keep going, but I want to make sure that as we move forward, we're not going to get embroiled in situations that are just going to hold us up and be, detrimental to our overall goal. So I say, let's keep going, but let's tweak. Let's meet with all the stakeholders and make sure that staff is hearing from everyone who has the experience on the ground. Thanks, Mayor.
Commissioner McKenzie, do you have any thoughts you'd like to add to this discussion?
Well, I never wanted to go down this route. I thought we were doing okay with what we had. We just have to get people to step up to the table, developers in particular that will do it. I mean, Hooper, look at some of the examples Lockery and Hooper gave in terms of people that have already come before us and have completed projects. So I don't want to tie anybody's hands. And I think the road we're taking could very well do that, unless we take some things out as indicated by Commissioner Moritas. I never wanted to go down this route, but I, went along with the group to get whatever it was you were trying to accomplish done. And that's why I wanted my Northwest RAC excluded from this, because we already worked very diligently to put these RACs together. And if you look at what we have thus far, I think we are doing a good job. What the county does, we don't control. But if we look at the example given by Mr. Hooper, maybe we need to reach across the aisles here, work with them, and maybe we can get something going that can work for all of us. So I mean, I'm just a minority on this particular process. I didn't want it. And I hope we can get somewhere that won't hurt either the developers or the city or the attempt to preserve affordable housing.
All right. Commissioner Sorensen, do you want to add to the conversation?
Yep. Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Adam. Thanks, Anthony. So I think we have to really continue to push forward. And strategically, I think this is what we do, is we move forward with the incentives that have been discussed, keep pushing those forward. When we talk about the flex units, look, I think, unfortunately, we have to talk about this publicly because we can't talk about it privately, so we have to strategize publicly. But look, again, we have a strength here. We're negotiating from a position of power. And I think as a commission, we give that up too often. We are a position of power. You heard from developers and those who are taking that perspective that, hey, they are concerned about the flex units and what the presentation is suggesting. Great. That now gives them significant incentive to try to figure out what they can do, how they can work with us to find ways to increase the inventory of workforce and affordable housing. I'm interested in, as they see we're serious and we're ready to move forward with some significant measures, to give them a chance and give especially affordable housing developers a chance to see how can this work? How can we make this a win-win, and give them a time period. And if they aren't able to come with solutions, then we're left with little chance but to move forward with some of what we're talking about. So I think move forward with the bulk of this, give a little bit more time for the flex unit discussions. And I think that's the best spot for us to be right now, Mayor.
Okay. I happen to agree with Commissioner Sorensen. I don't see these as penalties, Commissioner Moritas. I do see these as incentives. I think that we are now negotiating from a stronger position today than we were 10 years ago. And honestly, if you look at it that way, if you look at it as incentivizing, obviously a developer wants to come into a city, build market rate housing, and make their profit and move on. We as public officials, I think we have to find ways to see if we can kind of carve out opportunities for us as a community to see if we could add affordable housing, which in the developer's playbook is not desirable. They don't want to do affordable housing because they don't make as much money by setting aside affordable housing units. So we have to figure out incentives that will say, hey, we'll let you build, but you got to throw some affordable housing units in there. And these are the definitions of affordable housing. And we'll let you build taller, we'll let you build more, but you've got to build affordable housing. So to me, those are incentives which I think allow a developer to still make a profit at the percentage that they need to make in order to get financing and in order to make it worth their while. But by allowing them, additional height, allowing them additional units, creating greater density, I think those are incentives that most developers look for and are willing to accept, especially in this housing market. And so I applaud the efforts that you folks have made in trying to come up with a strategy that I think is not only feasible, but will be successful going forward in trying to use the tools that we currently have, use the resources we currently have in order to try to fashion a new downtown and new regional activity centers that are going to be diverse enough to allow for a demographic that's more diverse and not just all for market rate housing. So I mean, it's my opinion, and I think you guys did a great job. So anyway, you heard the commission.
Yes, Mayor. One thing I just would like to put out there for your consideration. What I'm hearing is we'll take almost a phased approach. We'll focus on those incentives that are outside of the flex unit allocation, move those forward, and then lay some more groundwork for the flex units. I would like to just state, as Mr. Lockery and Adam and Dwayne mentioned, there are different pools of units. So waiting too long could find us in a situation where the flex units have now been allocated and gone.
Right. So let's
development, because we're seeing them primarily in the downtown anyway. We do have some interest that we're seeing along the corridors, along that map that Adam had up. But once those are gone, they're gone. And right now there's only a little over 8,000 units left. And we're already asking the county for another 5,000 unit pool. So I just wanted you to be aware of that. And the
clock is ticking.
Let you know. Yes.
Yes. All right. Anything else? Yes, Commissioner Sorensen.
Anthony, yeah. So I think good points there. Anthony, it would really help me to hear from affordable housing developers or developers who are interested in this next time you come to us with the flex discussion of developers saying, you know what, we've talked to Anthony, this works. This works for us. This works for other folks we're talking with. Does that make sense, Anthony? So
yes, absolutely. And as Adam indicated in his presentation, we have reached out to developers on several occasions. We're not getting a lot of feedback in terms of pro forma on what works and what doesn't work, in terms of detail and numbers. So we'll do it again and see what we get and then bring that information back.
That'd be great. And Anthony and Mayor, what are we thinking timeline in terms of coming back to us to have this flex unit further discussion?
Well, I think you guys have to set the timeline, and we need it, as you just said, sooner than later.
let us look into what we need to do to make this work and the way that the commission's directed us, and then I'll propose a timeline at a later date.
Okay.
Anthony, you'll sit down with some of these folks that we're talking to not today and say, okay, let's start sharpening the pencil even more.
Sharpen the pencil. So you'll get back with us, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Business 3, discussion regarding public-private partnerships between the Fort Lauderdale Police Department and the City of Fort Lauderdale Homeowners Associations. Is the staff member going to?
Yeah, I'll start it and then we'll see if the police department wants to weigh in.
Okay.
I think this is a fairly quick item. Just need some guidance from the commission, and this really is the only way to do that in the format where I can hear from everybody at the same time. So we've been over the last couple of months approached by some neighborhoods in Fort Lauderdale that want to install their own camera systems and their own license plate readers and some of their own technology advances, and share that data with our police department so that we have access to the data that's collected in the license plate readers as well as the cameras themselves. The city attorney and I took the position early on, and I still think we're there, that we don't want this to become a program of the city. This really just needs to be the neighborhood acting as the neighborhood, because they're putting up potentially electronic devices that will capture information for their use. And if they choose to share it with us, that is great. We'll use it as it can benefit us. But there's a couple of things that hang out there of where we really need direction. We understand that the neighborhoods themselves would be purchasing whatever equipment they choose to purchase, whether that's a license plate reader or a camera. We're not advocating for any certain brand or any certain type, just that they will procure their own electronic devices. They will be seeking a revocable license from us to be able to put these items in the right of way. I've given the green light for us to proceed with just one revocable license per neighborhood as opposed to one per location, which is how we typically would look at revocable licenses, although that would really price this idea way just beyond what a neighborhood would be able to or willing to expend. So we've agreed to one revocable license per neighborhood, and we've agreed to the hard costs of what it would cost to issue a permit. So, we have fees that happen. We can calculate exactly what it would cost to issue this particular permit. And we've been willing to say that to keep this affordable for our neighborhoods, one revocable license and the hard cost of the permits. There's a couple of things that are still outstanding, which is why I'm here today. The police department is here today to talk through this. And that is the costs that are associated with the ongoing maintenance upkeep of these systems in the neighborhoods. Let me peel that apart just for a second. So the first is power. Obviously, they have to operate. So in order to operate, they need power. In the areas that they're being contemplated, we have power, typically powering streetlights. And so one of the things I would throw to the commission is whether or not, because this would be a general fund expense, the commission would authorize us to allow these to connect to the power streetlights that are in these neighborhoods without being separately metered, indicating that then we would absorb the cost of that energy to run the devices. They could move forward without that. They could certainly have a meter installed and meter from the nearest power location where these are being installed. I just need to get some sense as to where the commission is with that long-term and ongoing. So ongoing power, we'll come back to that. The second is that there is some annual costs that go along with these devices, the license plate readers and the cameras. And I've had some questions from some neighborhoods that would say, would the city be interested in helping pay any of those annual ongoing maintenance fees? I've had other neighborhoods say, not really interested in that. But when we start to work with the city and we start to apply things, we have to do so strategically, but uniformly. And so I wouldn't feel good about us saying, we'd be willing to step in where a neighborhood asked us, but if a neighborhood didn't ask us, that we would take a different path. I think we need to apply this uniformly. We just need to decide what that uniform is. So annual maintenance fees is something I will come back and hopefully get some feedback from you on. And then the third, and I really don't have an issue with the third, which is if in fact we issue a revocable license and at some point in the future, the pole has to be moved because of improvements the city is doing in its right of way, that the city would absorb those moving costs as a part of the new construction project. That's difficult to predict what that would be in the future, but generally, I don't have an issue with the fact that if it needs to be moved because there's a larger ongoing project, the cost of moving those devices is not going to be the large cost of the project. The moving of the pole is going to happen anyway. And therefore, I think unless the commission would object to it, that I am okay adding those costs of moving it to the extent that it needed to be moved in the future as part of any future project. So really, it boils down to whether or not we want to, whether or not the city commission, the city generally has any interest in general fund expenses to allow these programs to continue, or whether we just say, we want to be there and are willing to accept the data and we'll use it to our benefit if we can in the fighting of crime or other things, but that we'd rather just work with the neighborhood and have that bright line separation between their LPR and camera program and our city processes. So that's
How do you pick the neighborhoods? If we were to do
when you were out of the room, Mayor, I did say that's what happens when you work with us is we have to apply it uniformly. So there is no winners and losers if we get involved. It is everybody treated the same way.
And that would be an enormous expense.
Well, we're not talking about an enormous expense in the enormity of our budget, but we're talking that there are annual ongoing fees and there are the costs associated with power.
The capital cost, the installation?
No, they would. The neighborhoods are handling the installation. The neighborhoods are handling the revocable license. The neighborhoods are handling the permit fees. And we've worked with them on that. This really deals with ongoing power to keep them functioning and some annual maintenance.
And monitoring? Who would
well,
monitor?
monitoring, they would share the data with us and we would use it if it could be used to our benefit.
All right, there are a few people who signed up to speak. Tom Brinkley, Mark Sneed. Is Tom Brinkley there?
Tom is recognized. If he could just go star 6. There you are, Tom.
I'll try to not go over the same things that the city manager went over. I have been speaking with the city representatives on behalf of the Landings community. And we have agreed to conditionally, based on raising the funds, which we are in the process of doing, to pay for the cameras, the installation, the right-of-way permits referenced by the city manager, continuing maintenance costs of the cameras, paying the wireless SIM cards and the connectivity that's required to get the data to the city. If there's places where we need to put in power, we would do that. If we can utilize city power in other locations, we would do that. And we've discussed all along the question of our supporting as an association the annual software renewal licensing fees. And as a representative and having discussed this with the city, I would acknowledge that this has been consistently a topic of, we told you from the beginning, you're going to pay the licensing fees. And so I understand that. And I don't want to back up on that as a representative and as a individual discussing this with the city. But those fees are about $525 a camera. And there's a possibility that it could go as low as $250 a camera. Well, if in fact that there is an opportunity in the future for those fees to be reduced, the language in the agreement should permit that. I also believe that that there should be, I mean, we're spending over $100,000. We'll be spending over $100,000 in capital costs to put these cameras in. And it does benefit the community, but it also benefits the City of Fort Lauderdale Police Department in that it gives them 8 additional cameras to cover a neighborhood that has high traffic counts. So we would, we do support and want to try to move this process forward. But I think that long-term, the city should look at how they want to deal with the ongoing cost. And I think the other big issue that wasn't touched on is the importance of we as an association, if in fact we are successful in signing an agreement for the software licensing with a company called Vigilant, which is a software company that interfaces comfortably with the city police department's current software. That we should in fact you know, it's an opportunity for everybody to benefit, and long term, there may be opportunities where the city could
Okay.
benefit as well. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Mark Sneed, followed by Chris Rotella. Is Mr. Sneed there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. This is Mark. I don't want to reiterate everything. I represent the Rio Vista Civic Association, and we have been working through this process with Vetted, Vigilant, and the city. I'll echo Tom's statements that we understood right from the beginning that we would be responsible for the annual maintenance costs. So we're not really pushing hard for that. If the city does come to a different agreement in the future, of course, we would like that. The key thing for us is that we own the cameras, we own the software, we own the licensing, but we don't want the data. We send the data to the police department and they have access to it. So we don't want access to it. We don't want the liability that would come with that. And we would like the commission to direct the city manager to negotiate an agreement, work out the agreement with us and with Vigilant that makes that apparent, just so we're not in any way responsible for the use of the data, because we don't want to touch it.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you so much. Chris Rotella, followed by Roseanne Lovell. Is Chris there?
I don't see that name, Mayor.
Is Roseanne Lovell there?
Don't see that name either.
Is Susie Bailey still on the line?
Susie is here.
Miss Bailey?
Hi, yes, sorry, I just got the unmute.
No problem.
Yes, I agree again with Tom and with Mark. We've been working together. I represent Nurmi Isles. And we all just want to say a special thank you to Lieutenant Jenkins and to our city manager, Chris, you know, for all of your help and your guidance with this direct police monitored security camera project. We hope that this sort of like donated, even though we do own the cameras, as Mark was explaining, but we are, you know, giving you guys the data, and we hope that this will help various neighborhoods, just because, you know, this can be done through various neighborhoods throughout Fort Lauderdale, and it helps aid the police department with their goal for more security cameras throughout all of Fort Lauderdale, which will help them do what they do, trying to keep us all safe. So again, I just want to say thank you, and we appreciate all the time and effort you've all given us. That's all.
Great. Anybody else want to speak on this in the public? Okay. Anyone from the commission like to comment on this? Sounds like a good program.
Yeah, so if I can just summarize real quick before you hear from the commission, what I'm looking for is we are in the process of negotiating a data sharing agreement. I just need to know whether or not in that data sharing agreement, we incorporate language that provides us providing the power, as well as some language having us deal with the annual ongoing costs of software. So those are the real 2 points that I'm.
And can I ask, with the power, is it only if it's power that's readily available now, or we're going to pay if it's not
readily available now? Or in some circumstances, there might be solar options, so then the power is not an issue. But you know, if there's power available, and if it's power that we routinely pay for in our street lighting program, we could go through the hassle of having them install meters and all, unless you would want to write that.
Commissioner Morais, do you have any comments on this?
Yes, I have been working with Tom and the landings on this, and I do support everything that has been brought forward. But in addition to that, I do want to make sure we're fair across our city too. So I want to see, I'm not saying we should go install, 8 cameras in every neighborhood, but we probably may need to have that discussion at some point too. And then maybe just hear from police too, and just understand, is this tool helpful to you all? I mean, it seems like it would be. I know the technology, police have even advocated for Ring, using that device or an app to get some data to share. So I just want to, would this help you all?
Good evening. Yes, the short answer is yes, but I just want to be clear that from our perspective, we're only asking that if an HOA installs it, that we have access to the data. So we're not.
Right, you're not monitoring
HOAs, and we're not suggesting which HOAs installed or which ones don't.
Correct. Okay, so if any of these cameras are installed in our city, the police would have access to the cameras in the data. And I know we use the word liability a little bit with the camera, so that makes me a little concerned. So I know when you form your agreements or draft them, they will make sure that we're not liable either, both parties. I don't know where the liability would fall.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously a variety of issues that are created by it.
Right.
Especially if we're talking about just license plate readers, that it makes it a little bit easier than your conventional camera that's just pointing out there towards something. But there's some, I mean, we can probably work through them all, but we'll have to make sure that, one, we're not in privity with the actual provider of the cameras because we haven't procured that. So that's solely on the associations. And it would only be a data sharing agreement where we have access to it for law enforcement purposes. But again, to the extent that we subsidize any aspects of it, as the city manager correctly stated, from a variety of legal standpoints, we're going to have to offer that throughout. And, there has to be a public purpose there. If there's a neighborhood that absolutely doesn't need it, I'm sure there's no such neighborhood, but
Right.
If the need is greater in some areas, then, that there's a cost there. Some neighborhoods may not be able to afford it. So we don't want to get into that kind of disparity as well, because
Right.
that may create some issues.
Sure. And I would obviously support funding it for the neighborhoods that can't support it. I mean, we even had the conversation with Commissioner McKenzie tonight about the shootings and everything. I don't know if these types of cameras would help that neighborhood, become safer, but obviously if the answer is yes, then we need to install them. So I do support it. My one question I wrote down, Chris, if we had a citywide licensing agreement with this Vigilant, do you think we could get our costs down per camera? I mean, I know we heard numbers like 500 to maybe 250 to 500.
We might, but the pathway to that is through competitive procurement.
Oh,
So, we couldn't just pick them and say, we want the citywide agreement with you. We would need to write a scope of work for a citywide system and then actively compete that and come to a conclusion, whatever that conclusion was.
Okay. And maybe our neighbors don't want us to take that path because it could hold them up. Also, if we installed these cameras and let's say they got started with Vigilant, could we switch over to another company? Maybe after a year, if we did the whole RFP and everything. I mean, the camera probably isn't tied to the licensing agreement software monitoring company.
It probably is.
Yeah, it probably is.
Probably is.
Probably, yeah, everybody's got their own special niche.
Special camera. And so I'm making it more complicated, but I'll support what you guys come up with.
No problem. Commissioner, Vice Mayor Glassman.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I think it's a great project and I applaud the neighborhoods that have already put so much work and effort into it. It's terrific. Chris, do you have any idea what kind of costs we're looking at in terms of whether it's, and I know the Landings has already said they're not interested in the maintenance part, but in terms of the power, connecting to the power, in terms of any other costs that you think the city should be taking on, do you have any idea what we're looking at out of the general fund?
I can give you just a educated, somewhat of a guess. If we take the Landings, for example, and they mentioned $500 per camera and they're putting in 8, that's $4,000 plus the costs of power over a period of a year. I can't imagine would be that much. So I'm thinking then this again is just a back of the napkin wild guess that somewhere between $5,000 to $10,000 per neighborhood per year. And if anybody who is representing a neighborhood knows better than I do, who would call to speak publicly, thinks that is incorrect and has a better answer, I'd love for you to raise your hand and weigh in, because that truly was just a wild guess.
Okay. Now I did hear, correct me if I'm wrong, I thought I heard $100,000 being willing to be spent by the Landings on, all in on everything. So here's my question. What do we do with all of the neighborhoods in our city that cannot afford anywhere near $100,000 to do those costs on their own? How do we make this an equitable program, in other words, is what I'm saying? Because I have a feeling that many neighborhoods that would benefit for this program might be the ones that cannot actually afford this program. So what are we willing to do? What are we willing to say? How are we willing to make this a program that every neighborhood in the city can take advantage of?
Okay, so in order to answer that question, I've got to divide the two topics between license plate readers and cameras and take them individually. License plate readers, we deploy throughout the city. We have several mobile ones that are deployed in cities and areas based upon data, based upon crime trends, based upon need. So those are not affixed to anything and we can move them anywhere. So they move around the city to serve all of the city. From a camera perspective, we do have a citywide camera program. Although many of those cameras at this point are installed in areas that either were or currently are CRAs. So the beach has a fairly good camera system up and down A1A, as well as the Sis Trunk corridor, 6th Street in the CRA, in the Northwest CRA. But we would, in order to serve other neighborhoods with camera systems, we would have to identify, and then we'd have to tie it to some public purpose and some data that would suggest these are the places that make sense to put it in, where we have the highest likelihood of it providing a public benefit. So LPR is a little easier than cameras to be able to distribute around the city.
But just to respond to his request, obviously we don't know the answer to that question yet. I mean, we'd have to identify the neighborhoods. We'd have to identify the number of cameras. I think today's item on the agenda is just to talk about those neighborhoods that are wanting to fund it themselves, and does the city commission have an interest in participating through paying for electricity and paying for the maintenance of the neighborhoods that want it. I think going forward, it's a good question, and it's an opportunity for us depending upon the cost. But today's issue is only regarding whether or not we want to participate with those neighborhood associations that are interested in paying for the capital costs of implementing the camera program.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. But I think the landing said that they weren't pushing for the maintenance. If I heard correctly, they were pushing for the other ones, the other items that Chris had mentioned that the city could take on. But I think they acquiesced to the idea of the maintenance portion.
Okay, so if it's just was it just electricity, and wasn't it something else? I thought.
So let's, if we can, let's recognize both Tom and Susie just briefly, because I did say that if anybody from the neighborhood could correct my math, to do so. So I want to make sure that my math was not way off, that we're all making bad decisions. So Susie, let's start with you, then let's go to Tom. Was my annual calculation way off?
Well, not really. I just wanted to, for NERMI, we have 3 cameras. We're not putting our cameras in near electric, so we won't be using the city electric. We're actually not in need for anything other than if you do lower the cost on the maintenance, we would love that. But if not, we're already set, we're ready to go. And we're hoping that, those areas that can afford these cameras will actually help the police to go into areas that might not be able to, because now they didn't have to put them in other areas because they're already there. So, but you can sort of take us off that. So that's a little bit off that tally there. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
And then Tom, real quick, let's hear from you in response to my question.
To clarify, the landings is fully planning to pay all of their own maintenance, carry, including what has been referred to as maintenance, but it's actually the licensing fee for the software that allows the data to flow to the city's Central Station Police Department. So we are not asking for anything to be paid by the city today. I simply said that in looking at this program long term, that from a citizen's perspective, I would like to see the city consider maybe trying to figure out a way for bulk licensing down the road if it becomes a popular program that allows cameras to be much wider used within the community. Also, I agree with Susie that by whether it's Nurmi Isles or Rio Vista or the landings or other neighborhoods that currently are willing to or have the capacity to get their community to voluntarily write checks to pay for all of this, it does in fact free up the city's budgets and the police department's ability to put cameras in other areas where they would like to have them rather than just dispersing them equally all over the city.
Okay, great. Thank you, Tom. All right, let's hear from the 2 other commissioners, and then we need to wrap this up because we're getting close to 6 o'clock. Commissioner McKenzie, would you like to add to this conversation?
Mayor, if I could just finish, I just wanted to say that I think it's really worth pursuing and moving forward, but I think we need just for Chris to give us a little bit more specificity with regards to some of these areas that we've all heard tonight discussed a little bit further. And I just think, you know, just so we all know exactly what we're talking about going forward, but I think it's well worth moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner McKenzie, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I don't have a comment because I don't really know where this is coming from. I know we have cameras in my district, which are tag readers, and it was an effort through dollars to fight.
Well, the item on the agenda is
Only in the Sistrunk corridor.
Right, but the item on the agenda is to whether or not the city should work with those neighborhood associations that want to implement camera system and license plate reader systems.
Yeah, I know it's on the agenda, but I know it's on the agenda, but someone asked about what I want in my district. I'm telling you, we have cameras in my district. I think the issue was if we do it for one, we do it for all. We have tag readers right now, but it was an effort with the CRA to fight slum and blight. So that's how we got that in my district. And it did not come without controversy, but we got there. And when we started having these other issues in my district, we spent the $500-something on shot spotters. Remember? So I don't know if this will work for me, but based on what we discover, I'm willing to explore. I'm looking at it. I mean, are we having? Is there a lot of shootings in these areas? I mean, what's driving this push for us to participate financially in this process? Maybe that's what I'm not understanding.
Well, there are some associations that are looking for the city to participate in terms of, well, it differs from association to association. Tonight, we heard from two associations that seem to have very limited interest in the city involvement, but want to be able to give the information to our police department. There are others that have asked for payment of electricity and other items. The issue tonight, and we need to conclude this conversation because we have a 6 o'clock meeting we have to start. So let's focus. And my goal here is, what does the city commission have an interest in working with the neighborhood associations to provide them with assistance as needed with regard to their camera and license plate reader systems? That's all that's on the table right now.
I would need more information to make that determination.
Okay.
Take it back. Associations of neighborhoods, let them,
All right, you're breaking up. You're breaking up.
I'm sorry about that. The staff is going to come back to us with a recommendation, right? We have to make that decision this evening.
Yes, I'm aggregating what I hear tonight. That's going to inform what we bring back to you. So I'm starting to work towards the middle. So this is good.
All right, Commissioner Sorensen.
All right, thank you. Yeah, this is something I've been involved with for a bit. So, all right, number one, permitting. So Chris, when I've talked with you and Alan in the past about permitting, I was told we're limited in what we can waive from a permitting fee for these cameras. I'm not tracking. So what are we able to waive?
Down to our actual costs, but we can't go beyond that in reducing what the permit fee is.
The actual costs of processing the permit.
That is correct.
Okay, great.
We refer to those as hard costs, and
Perfect.
that's
Yep, great. So, Mayor, I think we should waive hard costs for these cameras for permitting.
we cannot.
That's the only thing you can't.
Sorry, Chris, I'm not hearing you. What can we waive in permitting? Anything or nothing?
We can waive. We don't necessarily have to go to the book and charge what the permit fee is for a revocable license, because some of them are very detailed and some of them are not detailed at all. And the cost for a permit to do that is really the average of the hard versus the easy. This is a very easy revocable license to issue. So I believe that if we were to calculate the hard costs, that's going to be substantially less than what it would be if we just went to the fee schedule and decided to implement that.
So if I'm hearing you right, we can't waive the hard cost, but we can waive the dollar amounts above the hard cost. Is that what you're saying?
That's for purposes of this discussion, yes.
That's correct. Okay. So what do we call that? The soft cost?
I would call it the traditional permit fee.
So we can waive the traditional permit fee or that which is above the hard cost.
So, yeah, we're getting stuck on the terminology here. So if you were to come in the door for a revocable license, some of those are very easy to issue and some are very difficult. But when we do the study to find out what the fee is to issue a revocable license, it's typically the average, so that the easy ones make up some of the distance to the cost of actually issuing the fee, and some of the harder ones, it really naturally balances out. So you have one permit fee for a revocable license. What I'm suggesting is that this is so simple that the amount of time spent on it will be so small that if we were to calculate those actual costs as hard costs, that will be substantially less than what we would charge if somebody just came in and said, I want to apply for a revocable license. I don't want to get into the difference between hard and soft costs. Let's call it actual cost.
Okay. So my suggestion is we waive as much of the permit cost fee as legally possible for these cameras. Is that?
Let's use the word reduce instead of waive.
Reduce. We reduce the permit cost as much as possible for these cameras. Second thing, for power, I think that's great. I think we should, if neighborhoods are interested in tying into city power, I think we should allow for that and we should absorb that nominal cost. Third, the software and or licensing and or maintenance, I think we should not participate in. I think it's worth looking at. Could a bulk licensing agreement be possible? But I don't think we should engage, at least at this point, in sharing those maintenance costs or covering costs if it needs to be moved or so forth. I think we should, for the time being, leave that up to neighborhoods. So given that suggestion, Chris, I think the annual cost would be very small from a city perspective, what I'm suggesting. Is that right?
I believe that to be true, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So Mayor, if that's clear, that's my suggestion, which I think lines up with what folks are saying.
Yeah, I think we are. I think we're there.
Yeah, cool.
Okay, great.
Yes,
Thank
Mayor, I actually did support paying for the annual maintenance on the cameras while we're looking into possibly a citywide licensing agreement.
Okay. All right, very good. Can I ask that the city manager reserve his report till the end of the evening meeting?
I don't have one beyond the commission reports of earlier.
We don't. Okay. All right. Is there any further business at the conference meeting? There being none, that meeting is adjourned, and we will have our 6 o'clock meeting in about 10 minutes.
Mayor,
We'll do
before we
the
do that,
CRA
you want to
meeting.
see our OPEB
CRA
after?
meeting afterwards. Yeah.
All right, good enough. Thank you.
coming to the Fort Lauderdale regular meeting. It is April 6, 2021. And for those of you who are here for the first time, we welcome you. And we have a certain format. We start out with the Pledge of Allegiance and make certain announcements. And we have the opportunity to also recognize certain people or events or organizations through presentations. And we have several of those tonight. So if I could first ask you all who are sitting to please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. I'd also like to take this moment. It's a very sad moment, actually, to announce and to recognize several people in our community who have recently passed away. First of all, Congressman Alcee Hastings passed away this morning after a long-time struggle with cancer. It has been for many, many years a great champion for equal rights and for just so many causes, having well represented us in Congress for many, many years. Also, Gypsy Graves, great woman, great person who has been a champion of historic preservation, and Jack Ulsterholt, who was the county administrator for a number of years here in our community. So if I could please ask your indulgence for a moment of silence in recognition of those great, great people who have been part of our community for so many years. Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Commissioner Moritas?
Here.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Here.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Commissioner McKenzie, are you there? Guess not.
Not at the moment. Commissioner Sorensen?
Here.
Mayor Trentalis?
Here. So the city of Fort Lauderdale will be hosting its commission meeting tonight, both virtually and in person. To help ensure decorum, we ask that you please abide by the following guidelines. Please refrain from any behavior that is disruptive, distractive, profane, or inhibits the meeting in any way. While you are on the phone, if you're participating virtually, for your opportunity to speak, please mute the meeting broadcast on whichever channel you're watching us. And this will help avoid delays in the broadcast. I will call upon you when it is your turn to speak and also notify you when your time has expired. City staff has automatically added speakers in the to listen only mode, and you will be unmuted to speak when you are recognized. Once you have completed speaking, you will be muted and may either hang up to exit the meeting or stay connected to listen to the remainder of the meeting. Now, if you would like any additional information or you'd like to sign up to speak, please visit the following website, bit.ly/virtual CC meetings. I'll repeat that. That's bit.ly/virtual CC meetings. So let's take care of a little housekeeping first. There are no agenda announcements, so I'd like to know if someone could please move to approve both the minutes and the agenda for tonight's meeting.
Mayor, I just have one edit in the minutes.
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor. On the March 2nd, Tuesday, 1:30 p.m. minutes on page 10, second to last paragraph, I actually recommended that the commission revisit appointing an emergency medical service advisory board, not just a substation advisory board, but an actual EMS advisory board. Thank you.
Okay. With that amendment, would you like to move the minutes and the approval of the agenda?
I'd be happy to. Thanks. So moved.
Do I hear hear a second from Commissioner Sorensen. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Moritas,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
He's not.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and the minutes as amended are approved and tonight's agenda. So tonight we begin with our presentations. Our first presentation is going to be virtual. We have our newly elected, newly installed great guy, Joe Scott, who's the new Broward County Supervisor of Elections, who's going to talk about the 2021 high school voter registration drive. Mr. Scott, are you online?
Yes, Mayor Trentalis, thank you very much for the kind introduction.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Trentalis and Commissioner Moritas, Commissioner Glassman, Commissioner McKenzie, Commissioner Sorensen. I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak to you all about this very important initiative that we have coming up in the Supervisor of Elections office. We've actually been doing a high school voter registration drive for 18 years, but over the past couple of years, the effort that we've put into it kind of waned under my predecessor, and I'm hoping to bring it back and make it a strong program, and even to create a new rite of passage here in Broward County, that when you turn 16, it's time for you to get engaged civically, to go ahead and get yourself registered to vote. You need to be 18 to vote, but you can register at the age of 16, and we need to go ahead and start getting our young people on the rolls and get them civically engaged as early as possible to create lifelong citizens here for our community. I'm here before the commission to ask for the commission to offer any kind of support that you might be able to give in terms of communicating with your constituents about the high school voter registration drive, which is taking place from April 21st until April 30th. There's a number of different ways that the city could potentially help us with potentially putting information out by way of your website or just other communication means that the city has to communicate with their constituents. And I'd like to, take the time now to just sort of pause and see if you all have any questions for me or anything that you would like to know additionally about our high school voter registration drive that would, or any concerns or questions that you might have about this initiative.
Well, I think, first of all, thank you for being here tonight. And I know that this community would very much benefit from increased voter registration. Certainly, getting people used to voting at such an early age is really, really important because it's a habit that they will follow the rest of their lives. We do have an education advisory board, and we also have our chief education officer, Zoe Saunders. And I would really defer to her to be able to respond, but certainly this could be an ongoing, throughout the year kind of thing. I know that you probably have special programs set up during that time frame, but seeing that it's right at our doorstep, I'm not sure how we could jump in to participate. But I'll let Zoe. Zoe, are you on the line? Oh, she's in the house. Ms. Saunders, would you like to come up to the podium?
Mayor, I would also like to add why Zoe's coming up. Congratulations on being newly elected. And I actually was the liaison when I was a teacher at a school in my district. So I just want to make sure that you're also reaching out to the private schools. I represent District 1 in Northern Fort Lauderdale, and we have Pinecrest in the house today too. So just making sure you're reaching out to all of our private schools and getting a liaison for the voter turnout.
Absolutely. We're working to get, we want every high school in Broward County to participate in this program.
Zoe?
Hi, good evening.
Your thoughts?
Good evening. I'm Zoe Saunders. Definitely like the opportunity to talk with you, and we can help to communicate it out to our schools, and look forward to learning more about the events that you have planned in the coming weeks.
So Zoe will get in touch with you and see how we can partner with you to begin the process of this rejuvenated program, which you have in your department. And we thank you for really trying to make this a success, Joe, because the more people to vote, it's always a good thing. So So thank you, Zoe.
Thank you.
Getting our young people engaged, like you said, at an early point in life is a major major goal of our office for the Broward County Supervisor of Elections office. It's a major goal, and this is something that we will continue to build on year after year. Try to create friendly rivalry between the different high schools to increase engagement and hopefully make this something that becomes something that everybody in Broward County is aware of and knows about, that when you turn 16, you get registered.
Very good.
That's what we want to have happen. All right. So thank you all for your time. I really appreciate you having me out tonight.
You take care. Thank you for being here.
Welcome.
So our next presentation, we have Sarah Leonardi, who's our new school board member for District 3. Congratulations, Sarah, on being elected this past fall. And she's going to participate virtually. And Sarah, are you on the line?
I sure am. Thank you so much for having me.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. So good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I am Sarah Leonardi. I am a teacher and the newly elected school board member for District 3. And I just wanted to come by and formally introduce myself to you and to the city of Fort Lauderdale and let you know how much I'm truly looking forward to working with you all. Some of my priorities include transparency, accessibility, improving our facilities, and mental health. I feel very strongly about building relationships with municipalities. And in that vein, I am particularly appreciative of how dedicated the city of Fort Lauderdale is to the topic of education. Every single commissioner that I've spoken to is really, really dedicated to education. And the city of Fort Lauderdale has been a true partner with Broward Schools. And I specifically want to applaud Zoe Saunders and the work that she does on behalf of students, families, and educators. I would say she's made my job a lot easier as a new school board member, and she's just wonderful to work with and collaborate with. And I cannot speak highly enough about the work that Zoe does. So I'm really looking forward to working with you all and working with Zoe in these next few years. And I hope you all feel comfortable emailing me or calling me or texting me whenever. And to Supervisor of Elections, Scott's point, as a former high school teacher and as someone who is a member of the League of Women Voters, I feel very passionately about voter registration and getting high school voters or high school students registered to vote. So any way we can collaborate, I'm really looking forward to that. So thank you all so much. And again, I really look forward to working with you all.
Great. Well, thank you, Sarah. It's really, really great that you came here tonight. Hopefully next time you can come in person when we start to have more in-person meetings. And you're really a great contribution to our community already. So thank you. Our next presentation, Commissioner Moritas is going to make a proclamation regarding our wonderful students at Pinecrest. Commissioner Moritas. Tonight's all about schools.
Schools. Thank you, Mayor. And can I please call to the front our Pinecrest representatives? We have our high school swim captains. Come on up to the front. Dr. Markham, and let's see who else. We have head of schools, Joey Walters. We have our head coach, Coach P. Thank you for giving me that pass. Our diving coach, Jeanette, our athletic director, Jeff, and I already said Dr. Markham. All right, I think we have everybody. We get everyone? Yes. Okay. Well, we're so excited to have you here today and to recognize your swim and dive team. Let me get this out. Okay, so from the Office of the Mayor in the City of Fort Lauderdale, we'd like to issue this proclamation to you in recognition of Pinecrest Swimming and Diving Team Class 2A State Champions. Whereas Pinecrest School, established in 1934, has a long and distinguished reputation for academic and athletic excellence, highlighted by a challenging college preparatory curriculum, as well as a wide offering of sports, clubs, and extracurricular activities. Whereas despite an uncertain start to the school year with the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, The Pinecrest Swimming and Diving Team added to the school's outstanding athletic achievements by earning the state 2A championship at the Sailfish Splash Water Park and Aquatic Center in Stuart, Florida. Congratulations again. Whereas Pinecrest diver Kevin Mendez took first place on the 1 meter springboard, securing his 5th consecutive state diving title. Whereas Pinecrest girls, after an impressive performance, defended their 2019 state title. This was a remarkable 29th overall state title for the Panthers. Whereas the meet started as Pinecrest, Julie's Podcasnelli, Riley Bodding, Esther Lynn, and Hannah Smith dominated the 4x50 medley relay, winning the opening event with a margin of victory of more than 5 seconds. Isabella Chambers, Podcastelny, Bodding, and Smith teamed up to win the 4x50 free relay. And whereas Podcastelny, forgive me if I'm saying it incorrectly, successfully defended her state title. Did she come today? Wait, no. Okay, sorry. And it must be related to you, Coach. Yes. And her state title in the 200 meter individual medley. The sophomore was the only swimmer to break the 2-minute barrier. She also won the 100 meter. Yeah. She also won the 100 meter backstroke for the 2nd consecutive year by more than 3 seconds. Whereas the city of Fort Lauderdale is proud to recognize the Pinecrest boys and girls swimming and diving team, head coach P, diving coach Jeanette Gabrielle, and athletic director Jeff Johnson. Now, therefore, we as the city commissioners of the city of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, do hereby proclaim April 6, 2021 as Pinecrest Swimming and Diving Team Day in the city of Fort Lauderdale, and encourage all neighbors to join us in congratulating Dr. Dana Markham, president of Pinecrest School, and the swimming and diving team on winning the state 2A championship. Congratulations again. And I think we have a handheld mic I'm going to give you. And Coach, I'll let you say a word. Let me give you the mic. Does this one work? Okay, thank you. Would you like to say a word on behalf of your team? Would you like to? All right, either one of you. Okay.
No, just on behalf of Pinecrest School, I'd like to thank Mayor Trantelis and the City Commission for everything that you've done in terms of supporting us as a school. Most certainly, we've experienced a lot of success at Pinecrest School this year athletically, and we will be back in 2 weeks with our boys state basketball team who won the state championship as well. But it's a credit to our tremendous student athletes. And when I say that, they are extremely they're critical to obviously the existence of our school, but they are students before athletes. And I want to make that clear as the athletic director. What's most important is that they get their studies done in the classroom first before they ever see the fields, the courts, or in and out of the water. And that's what we're all about at Pinecrest. And it's character building, it's leadership skills, it's those life lessons and teachable moments that we learn first before we're athletes second. And that character building is what we're all about at Pinecrest. And it doesn't help, it doesn't hurt that we win too. So that helps as well. But it's a credit to our tremendous student athletes. I'd like to introduce our head coach, Coach Mario Podcastelny, which you said it perfectly.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you so much for recognizing this hardworking 3 student athletes, but also all the ones that are not here. No other year it's been like the one that we just went through, and to be able to finish on the top, so to speak, and be recognized by the city, by your peers and people that you see every single day, it's really special. And on behalf of our swimming, diving teams, thank you. And we look forward to hopefully coming back here in the years to come.
Take a quick photo so we can like squeeze together a little bit, even though we'll try to stay somewhat apart. Let me get the proclamation.
You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're perfect. You're fine. You're fine. Thank you. Congratulations. Absolutely. Thank you. Absolutely. Oh, really? Nice to see you too. Tell your divers that we got a 27-meter platform being built
Oh,
at the aquatic center, so limber up.
Exciting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Our next presentation, we invite Vice Mayor Glassman, who will present a proclamation regarding water conservation. And I believe the recipient, Cesar Alza, is he there? Is he here? Cesar, come on up. Vice Mayor Glassman is appearing remotely. So if you don't mind just standing here for a moment, and Commissioner Glassman, are you there?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And Cesar, nice to see you there remotely. I'm all around you. You just look for me, but I'm all there. Just kidding. Just kidding. But thank you for being with us this evening. And I'm going to read from the Office of the Mayor this proclamation in recognition of Water Conservation Month, 23rd anniversary, April 2021. Whereas water is a basic and essential need of every living creature, and whereas the state of Florida's water management districts, Broward County and the city of Fort Lauderdale, are working together to increase awareness about the importance of water conservation. And whereas the state of Florida and the city of Fort Lauderdale have designated April, typically a dry month when demand is high and supply is limited, as Water Conservation Month, to educate the public on how they can help save Florida's precious water resources. And whereas Fort Lauderdale residents and visitors use about 40 million gallons of water per day. And whereas by choosing water sense labeled fixtures for their homes, yards, and businesses, residents can save water and protect the environment. The average family can save 13,000 gallons of water and $140 in water costs each year by replacing inefficient toilets their home with water sense labeled models. And whereas the city of Fort Lauderdale encourages and supports water conservation through various educational programs, including Water Matters Day, Fix a Leak Week, Drinking Water Week, Broward Water Partnership, the Conservation Pays Program, Naturescape, and the Wyland National Mayor's Challenge for Water Conservation. And whereas every business, school, and resident should commit to this year-round initiative to protect Florida's water resources. Now, therefore, we as city commissioners of the city of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2021 as Water Conservation Month in the city of Fort Lauderdale, and urge our residents to help protect our precious, finite, and fragile water resources by making water conservation a priority and by implementing water-saving measures year-round. Dated this, the 6th day of April, 2021, and signed by the Honorable Dean J. Trentalis, Mayor. Congratulations, Cesar. Would you like to say a few words?
This is the second time I get this award. I was here probably like 2 years ago. Something that always remind me, because, you know, like you can see, I'm not from America. I come from another country that probably like 30% of the people doesn't got water, potable water. So to me, this is something very nice, especially because it reminds everybody how important is water for everybody to live. I mean, right now with the pandemic and stuff like that, I think people recognize that, you know, it's very precious to try to conserve as much as we can. Thank you very much. You know, this actually is also is a recognition for all the employees, you know, that work for me. Got 47 employees for the water treatment plant that work very hard every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all the staff. Thank you so much for your work.
Yeah, the city commission thanks you and the staff for all the work that you do on behalf of our community and our city. So take a little picture here. Vice Mayor, I wish you could be here to take the picture, but I'm a poor substitute for you.
Well, Mayor, I left you a cardboard cutout of my face behind your desk. If you just want to hold that up in front of yourself, that would be fine.
Still have mine in the car.
Right.
Okay, our last presentation tonight will be made by Commissioner Sorensen, who is also appearing virtually, but will be accepted by Carrie Ann Brown. It's a proclamation regarding Child Abuse Prevention Month here in the city of Fort Lauderdale. Is Carrie Ann Brown here?
Yes, she is, Mayor. She's
Come on down.
beautiful.
If you could
Thank
please
you, Mayor.
You're sure. Is Cynthia Reynoso here also? Cynthia? And Megan Turetsky. All three of you, great. So anyway, the floor is yours, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. And thank you, Carrie Ann, Cynthia, and Megan for being here. Really, really appreciate it. Carrie Ann and I go way back when I was a guardian ad litem, and all three of these ladies do amazing work in our community. So, Mayor, I haven't been to City Hall today, but the fountain should be blue in recognition of Child Abuse Prevention Month. I don't know if you've seen it.
I've seen it. I thought maybe someone dropped some tidy bowl in it, but I guess
Yes. Nothing is wrong with our water, Mayor. It's just fine. Just fine. We
Is
never
that for
have-
fix? Is that? I thought that was for Fix a Leak Week.
right, right. Child Abuse Prevention
better
Month.
be better blue than any other color that we can manufacture here. Go
That's
ahead.
right. Exactly. So Carrie Ann and wanted to read this, and then Carrie Ann will turn it over to you to give some words. So this is in recognition of Child Abuse Prevention Month, April 2021. Whereas child abuse and neglect is a serious problem affecting children across the world, abused children can suffer psychological, emotional, and physical injury that has lasting consequences. April is designated as Child Abuse Prevention Month, and the 2021 theme is Bouncing Back Together. We got this. And whereas Child Abuse Prevention Month conveys awareness to the exploitation and mistreatment of children by finding effective solutions for the prevention of child abuse, this initiative requires input and action from all to protect our most valuable resources, our children. And whereas the Children's Services Council uses dedicated funding to provide resources for a wide variety of programs designated to help children lead healthy, safe, and rewarding lives. And whereas the Children's Services Council provides support to the Broward Aware Protecting Our Children campaign. This campaign is a partnership among dozens of organizations striving to ensure the community is aware of resources, information, and programs that help prevent child abuse and neglect and heal those who are victimized. And whereas Child Abuse Prevention Month is an opportunity to encourage communities to put children first and engage in activities that strengthen families. Now, therefore, we as a city commission of the city of Fort Lauderdale do hereby proclaim April 21st, 2021 as Child Abuse Prevention Month in the city of Fort Lauderdale in support of the work of Broward Aware Protecting Our Children campaign. Signed, your mayor, Dean J. Trantellis. He obviously didn't wait for me to finish to get going, which is perfect. Mayor.
Well, I'm just anticipating your conclusion remarks.
Background noise. It's all good.
Okay. So who would like to say a few words?
Really good.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Trantellis, thank you so much, commissioners, for giving us this opportunity. I know Ben mentioned going back. I am with the Guardian Ad Litem program, and I work more on the back end in terms of the abuse and neglect, but it was such an honor to be selected to work with Children's Services Council in a capacity as their chair for their Abuse and Neglect Committee and the Broward Aware campaign, which has become very important and instrumental to our communities. So it's an honor for me to be here this evening representing Children's Services Council and representing over 59 agencies that participated this year in the Broward Aware campaigns throughout Broward County. And I am so appreciative that the city took this great opportunity to light the fountain blue. And we are excited. And in your city, you're also going to have the Bank of America building that will be lit blue. So it is a great way of us to, it's a great way of us, for us to, you know, step up and realize that abuse has no zip code. It's everywhere. And we just want to remind everyone, if you see something, say something. And our campaign is out there providing resources for the families that need them. And we'll continue to do the hard work, all of us collectively, to make great childhood happen. So thank you so much for giving us this opportunity today.
Really, it's people like you and everyone here standing today that really make Fort Lauderdale the great community that it has become. And, you know, especially for those who are on the fringes of society, who are often neglected and overlooked, and to see you as angels in our community is really what, you know, we thank you for all your service that you've been able to provide to us. So I give you this proclamation. It's a small token of our appreciation, but certainly in recognition of those young kids who suffer from child abuse. So want to take a picture together? Sure.
Pretty.
Thank you again. Okay, folks, those are our presentations for tonight. Really wonderful causes. So thank you, commissioners and vice mayor, for
You actually did a good job doing that, Mayor. I'm glad we can afford you the opportunity to do a little bit of this you don't normally do.
It's been a while.
It's very nice. It's very not too rusty. Very good.
Okay, so at this point, I would ask any member of the community that has an item on the agenda, on the consent agenda, that would like to speak on a consent agenda item. The reason why I ask that is because if the commission will vote on these consent agenda items all at once. A commissioner may seek to pull one of those items. If a commissioner pulls the item that you wish to speak on, we would ask that you wait until that item is brought up and you can speak at that time separately. If none of the commissioners have pulled the item that you'd like to speak on, then we invite you to take a moment now and speak on that item. So let us first see if there's any items that the commissioners seek to pull, and I'll ask Commissioner Moritas, do you have anything you'd like to pull on tonight's agenda?
No, thank you.
None. Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. CR1.
Okay, is that it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Commissioner McKenzie?
None, Mayor.
None, and Commissioner Sorensen? Commissioner Sorensen, did you want to pull any items?
None, thank you.
Okay, so except for CR1, I see that one person has signed up to speak on that. So I would ask that you wait until we get to that item. So except for CR1, do I hear a motion to approve all the other consent agenda items?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Moritas,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and those consent agenda items are now approved. CR1, this is a resolution declaring notice of intent to lease city-owned property located at 2000 Northeast 16th Street in Fort Lauderdale pursuant to Section 8.13 of the city charter to the Fort Lauderdale Professional Firefighters, Inc., IAFF Local 765. We have Scott Bain. I believe he's asked to speak virtually. Is he on the line?
We're moving him over from attendees to a panelist. That's in progress. And he's recognized. He could star 6 and unmute.
This is Scott Payne, professional firefighters, IFF Local 765. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, I just came on for questions, to answer any questions that may be needed for tonight.
Oh, okay. Okay then, thank you. Vice Mayor, you pull the item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And it's really for informational purposes, because if you would read the CAM, it's just a little bit dry in that it doesn't really talk about how cool this building is. And I just wanted to mention that. It has actually sat empty for more than a decade on the shores of Lake Melba in beautiful Poinsettia Heights. In 1983, this building was built as the Fire Prevention Bureau. And actually one of our most noted local architects, Donald Singer. And it was given an award by the American Institute of Architects in 1987. So I wanted to congratulate Don Singer for that. And also I wanted to mention that I was concerned when I heard there might be some rehab work. And I was really pleased. I put Don Singer, the original architect, in touch with Scott because any renovation, any rehab, any work, I just wanted to make sure that it's really true to the building. And appropriate for the work of what is really a really neat building. And I wanted to say congratulations to Mr. Singer as the architect and to also to Local 765. And I look forward to the work. And I think it's terrific that that's going to happen. So that's really all about from me, Mayor. I just wanted to add that information because I just wanted people to know about it. It's a terrific little design building. And I'm very pleased to be able to move this forward.
Okay, so I happen to live right across the lake from there, so I see it every day. And Scott, you will be neighbors soon. So, but I do want to ask, I want to ask something really important here, and that is about the structural integrity of this building. Because for years, I was told, at least by the previous administration, that this building was falling apart and that it would take a significant amount of money to be able to bring it back to structural integrity. Has that review been undertaken yet to determine whether or not this is habitable within a reasonable cost? Mr. Bain, do you know anything about this?
Yes, I've worked with, actually, I've had several contractors as well as other architects come in and take a look at the building. Reviewing the building, we do believe that we're able to get it done. The majority of the issues, there is some old issues in there. There are some, and the homeless has made it a home for them. And our station that is right there has been trying to relocate those people out of the building because they've used it for, there's no running water in the place or anything. So that you can imagine what goes on inside of that. Other than that, looking at there was at one time a hole was actually broken through the outside of the concrete structure. We've also had people look at that. We believe that with the finances that we have to be able to restore the building, that we can put the building in excellent shape back. It does need a roof and mechanical done, all kinds of work that we're prepared to go ahead and move forward on.
Have you, does it really, you're moving your office now from the State Road 84 area to this location, correct?
Correct.
Okay, it's a pretty big building. Were you going to use it for other purposes as well, a function facility or whatever?
Yeah, we have some different ideas that in place, but we also want to do some community outreach out of the building as well. So we have an opportunities to possibly down the road put on some classes and help the community in some various ways as well. We'll also be running what we call our health trust or our VIBA out of that building administration as well. And as well as possibly looking at some peer support area as well for our members who might be going through some different hard times.
All right, cool, great. Because I know the neighborhood associations, I know Poinsettia Heights always seems a little tight when they're trying to meet in the fire station itself. So if this could be, if there can be like a community room for the different neighborhood associations in the area, that would be very helpful. So Vice Mayor, do you want to introduce the resolution? Vice Mayor?
Yes, I'm sorry. I think I did, but I'll be happy to do it a second time. Thank you.
I don't remember, but can you do it a second time?
I just did. I'm going to do it a third time right now. Yes, I'm very happy to do it. Thank you.
Very
Move it forward.
Okay, please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, providing notice of its intent to lease city-owned property located at 2000 Northeast 16th Street, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33304 to Fort Lauderdale Professional Firefighters, Inc., IAFF Local 765, a Florida not-for-profit corporation pursuant to Section 8.13 of the city charter and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
What's that? I'm sorry.
This is CR1. This is to lease the
Oh, yeah.
building
Yeah.
to the firefighters.
Yeah, Jeff put me to sleep with all that reading.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
And Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay. So when are you moving in? I'll have to come visit you.
We got a lot of work ahead of us, but hopefully we still need to settle up some, I believe this will come back to you. This was the intent, but I believe the actual lease agreement has to come back.
Okay. I'll take my rowboat and visit you. Okay, thank you. Now moving on to neighborhood presentations. I think Sarah Leonardi, I think this is a mistake because she's already been part of the program.
That's
earlier
correct.
tonight.
Right.
Neighborhood presentation 2, Nikisha Berger. Is Nikisha on the line?
Do not see her on attendees unless we have one call-in user. And I do not, as a panelist.
Nikisha, Ms. Berger. Well, if she comes back, we can always.
So we've acknowledged the call-in user that does not have a name attached to it. So if there's a call-in user that is Nikisha *6. Call-in user is not unmuted.
All right, we'll move on to NP3, Jessica Graves regarding the Parks bond. Is Jessica online?
Jessica was here.
He's here. Yep.
Yep.
Jessica,
Yes, hello.
good evening.
Oops, good evening. Let me take that background off of there so you can see us.
Is that your son in the background?
This is Jesse.
It's
Jesse
pretty
would like to speak
authentic.
today.
It's very realistic CGI.
Yes, no, he's a real boy.
Oh, okay.
So we're here today because we want to talk to you about the park bond money, and Jesse has some things that he would like to say to all of you. Go ahead, Jesse.
Hi, my name is Jesse. I'm 9 years old and I've been skateboarding for almost half of my life. I love skating because it's challenging. It's taught me to never give up, and I get to meet kids from all different families and neighborhoods. My mom and dad drive me to skate parks in Oliver, Coral Springs, and Davie at least once a week because there isn't a skate park in Fort Lauderdale. Please consider building a skate park for our community. Now here's my mom.
I hope you all got that. He worked very hard on that. So thank you. Hi, everybody. Like Jesse was saying.
Teleprompter, that was pretty good.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, he did a great job. He's a little nervous.
He gets whatever he wants. We can have 4 parks now.
Well, fantastic. I'll let him know the good news. I need that in writing though, please. So thank you for
You got my vote.
Thank you. Thank you so much for letting me speak. I'm sure that this has been brought up over the years. I grew up here. I remember being 16 and going downtown, and we all got kicked out for skateboarding, and that's still the case. You have the park bond money that came up. We let our voice be heard in the virtual open house. We did pinpoint a few parks that I thought would be good for the community around Fort Lauderdale. We're in East Fort Lauderdale, and there's a lot of kids that have aged out of the playgrounds. And if they're not into team sports, skateboarding is popular. It's not going anywhere. It's actually now the newest Olympic sport. And you know, Tony Hawk is a household name. If you haven't heard of him, then you've been living under a rock. You know, skate park really builds community, and it's become a gathering place. Skate parks are a gathering place for kids from all different neighborhoods and schools. and they all share a common passion. And unfortunately, since there isn't one in our city, a lot of kids end up going downtown and they end up running the risk of injury or getting a ticket when they're skating in the parking garages or other high traffic areas. In fact, less than 5% of skateboarding accidents actually happen at a skate park, and the other 95% happens on the streets or sidewalks or stairs or curbs, and sometimes even a motor vehicle, which can be fatal, obviously. Skateboarding improves children's health and their well-being. It gets them off their devices, and it's one of the least expensive sports and universally easy to learn. And it's great for kids who, like I said, aren't interested in team sports, or maybe their parents aren't able to drive them to and from practice and games and to be able to afford all the equipment that comes along with it. Our city spends money on soccer and basketball and baseball and many other legitimate sports. And I think it's time that skateboarding is also given the same consideration. So I hope that you could potentially use some of the bond money towards building a skate park. There are also some nonprofits that will meet you halfway. So maybe the city doesn't have to cover the entire cost with the bond dollars. And the 3 parks that I've looked at and voted on were Snyder Park, Mills Park Pond, and also maybe in Sistrunk. Of course, Holiday Park would be great too, because it's so large, but there's a lot going on there. So with that, thank you. And if there's any additional information or any resources, I would be happy to continue working with you all.
All right, well, thank you, Jessica. Personally, I've always advocated the city building a half pipe skateboard park. I think it is an Olympic sport. It is a popular sport. I think it's unfortunate that kids are, they skate in and around parking garages and inappropriate places, and they are going to get hurt. I see them skateboarding on handrails, which is really, really clever. But my recommendation is that you speak with your commissioner and perhaps take your message to the Parks and Recreation Board, which is making recommendations to the City Commission on funding for various uses of the Parks Bond. And I think you might get some traction there. So I think that's the next step going forward. All righty.
All right, thank you,
Also,
Mayor.
Jessica and Mayor, Jessica, we had this conversation also, Mayor, a few months back. Have you been to the skate park at Calvary School? It is
Yes.
open to the public. And so that is in the city of Fort Lauderdale. I know it might not seem like Fort Lauderdale, but it is.
Well, it's 25 minutes west of us. It's also a religious place. It's closed certain days, and it's not free. So it's not open at all times to the kids.
Not open at all times, but I don't believe a city park would quite be open at all times. I think the fee may be reasonable, like $5 or something. I don't recall, but I think it's, well, if you just need a place to go in the interim while you're looking for a spot.
Oh, no, thank you. That's our second home, Ramp 48. But like I said, it's not that close, and it's also not open 7 days a week.
Okay, super.
Okay. Okay, moving on. R1, appointment of board and committee members. Mr. Clerk, would you like to read?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, for the April 20th resolution, there is one consensus appointment that I'm bringing forward to you tonight. It's a reinstatement for Carlos Salazar and Ken Elizondo for the Beach Business Improvement District. Aside from that one, for tonight's resolution, Board of Adjustment, Howard Elfman, and that's consensus nominated by Commissioner Sorensen. Central City Redevelopment Advisory Board, Lakshmi Lawani, and that is an appointment to Central City Redevelopment Board.
Jeff, I think that should say that's my appointment. It should, I think, note that.
You're correct. Yeah, that's what I was stumbling on there, looking for the individual. So thank you, Vice Mayor. And
you're welcome. Thank you.
Was nominated by Vice Mayor Glassman for the Central Wastewater Region District Advisory Committee. Commissioner Moritas is appointed to the Central Wastewater Region District Advisory Committee. Civil Service Board, Kevin Keimel is appointed as an elected representative, and the results of that election are in the backup to this item. Community Appearance Board, Beth Shaw, nominated by Mayor Trentalis. Marcus Susan, nominated by Commissioner Sorensen. Education Advisory Board, Chad Klitzman, nominated by Commissioner Moritas. Nuisance Abatement Board, John Foreman, nominated by Commissioner Sorensen. And Robert Panoff, nominated by Commissioner Sorensen. And that rounds it out.
Okay, are there any additions or modifications other than what was stated? Okay, may someone please introduce the resolution approving these? It's been introduced. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, appointing or nominating, if applicable, board and committee members as set forth in the exhibit attached here to and made a part hereof. Commissioner Moritas, Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and those folks are approved. Thank you all for wanting to participate in our advisory boards. We thank you for your service. R2, resolution adopting application fees for the transfer of development rights program. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Introduce, please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, adopting a fee schedule for the transfer of development rights program established by ordinance number C-21-10, providing for severability and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Moritas,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and the resolution is approved. Moving on to public hearings. PH1, public hearing amending the Housing and Community Development 2019-2020 amended annual action plan in response to the Community Development Block Grant under the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act. You got that? We have one person who's asked to speak, Mary Fertig. Mary, would you like to come up and speak?
As Mary is approaching, Mayor and the rest of the commission, this is the item that we've started a couple times tonight, dealing with that $500,000 towards an education program, CARES funds.
Good evening, Mrs. Fertig.
Good evening. I just want to start by thanking the city manager and the commission for creating this chief education officer and selecting such an outstanding individual to lead it. And thank you also for considering this item tonight. I think it'll be many years before we really know how much COVID has impacted our students, but we know that it has. We know that we have the COVID slide, and we know that we need to do everything we can as a community and with all our other community partners to address the educational impact of COVID. So thank you for considering this. And I think it's a very exciting program, and thanks again.
You're welcome. Anyone on the commission have any comments regarding this? There being none, would someone like to?
I have a couple questions, Mayor. Just wanted
I'm
to
sorry.
go-
I'm sorry.
Well, I have a couple questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear
Come on
you.
up, Zoe. I support everything we can do in the field of education, obviously, in our students. I just have a couple questions around it that I just want to understand. I just got when I looked at one of the backups, the first one, it does say that we're going to reallocate $500,000 from public service housing reentry and support to public service education. So that makes me a little nervous, just knowing that we could be shifting money. It's I know obviously we talk about that even if the state does it. So, but I also heard or was briefed that it's possible that the county has more money to pay for the reentry programming, that we don't really need this money to cover the reentry program that we currently fund?
Commissioner, I think that's right. Yeah, there's many different opportunities for, we sometimes term it rental assistance or reentry money. There's many different avenues that we can seek funding for that purpose. And if we have people out there that are in need of rental assistance, we can help them through our Housing and Community Development Group. This was just a way to diversify our opportunities and doing some small business loans, some rental assistance, housing reentry, and now because of what was identified as this gap or this need, that we can also assist in enhancing the education opportunities for this summer.
And then also we should be receiving more funds, and then we will be able to continue to fund the housing reentry or rental assistance or small business loans as the needs present themselves kind of coming up here in the next year.
Yeah, why don't I have Rachel come and just give you a quick answer to that question, since she would be the one that we would refer those questions to. And that way you can hear it directly from her.
Okay. And then I'll ask Zoe some of your stuff.
My name is Rachel Williams with Housing and Community Development Division in the City Manager's
Pull the
Office.
microphone closer to you. Oh, that's even.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Thanks for this opportunity to explain what we're trying to do here. As City Manager just mentioned, we're just trying to diversify what we're doing. So it's not that we're leaving the rental assistance program bare and empty. Actually, there is going to be a rental program coming on stream shortly in a 6 weeks or so, depending on the procurement process, that will avail $700,000 towards rental assistance. We have also, over the period of the pandemic, in terms of homelessness and housing reentry, invested approximately $6.5 million in that effort.
Wow.
And so we're just asking if we could reallocate only 500 of that 6.5 into education, which we need that support for our students.
Okay, thank you. And Chris, the memo that we just got on April 5th that talked about the sheltering program, it looks like we've distributed 79 of the 111 vouchers. So we still have funding for those vouchers and we're still distributing.
That is correct. Yeah, we made our initial push, and we have that program set up. We can even expand it beyond the initial location that we're using. And we believe that there's funding in place. At least we will continue to track that funding in place through the end of September. And so we hope to make a lot of difference in moving those people quickly from being homeless to having a sheltering option into something that looks more like a traditional home.
So you feel at this point our homeless population is being funded and those who are struggling with rental assistance, two different groups of people that we do have funding sources available in case we get those concerns from our district and from our neighbors. So thank you for that. That helps, because when you see that, the transfer of funds, it is good to know that that fund is still being is utilized and the needs are being met. So we have, I'm sure, this is, wow, a unique opportunity in our city's history, and hopefully never to be repeated, addressing the needs of our students who are falling behind. And I know you've been on many calls and the percentage of our students who are failing and suffering. So I always say that you do a really good job at your job. And here you are, you designed a program and you're bringing it to us because you are so good at what you do. So we all definitely appreciate that. So just from a commissioner's perspective, I just want to make sure we're using all of the resources we have, in the best way for our city. So thank you for making sure and clarifying to me that we are meeting the needs of those who need help with rent or who are homeless. I just want to also just clarify real quick. I know, once again, this is kind of a one-time program. I'm sure that because we do have the opportunity to use some of the COVID CARES money. Have we partnered or looked to partner with any other agencies? I did meet with the new leadership. I told you, with the Boys and Girls Club, and it looks like they have a little bit of capacity also. And, I know we have some capacity to expand our programming. Are we looking to partner with any of these groups who already provide services?
Yes, absolutely. And Mayor and Commissioners, thank you for having me this evening and for considering this proposal. One thing I want to note is that this proposal came out of a lot of extensive planning over the past several months with a really diverse group of stakeholders. Our Education Advisory Board as a whole has focused on this. many times over the last few months, and at our last meeting brought in a lot of experts from the school district who are designing this program to really understand the funding that's available and where we can play a role. And as our Education Advisory Board Chair indicated at the conference meeting, it was unanimous support from the Education Advisory Board to recommend a reappropriation for this program. We also have several community members such as Mary Furtick. Thank you for being here and always providing your guidance and input on what's going to be best for our students. Our Parks and Recreation Department has also been very involved. I really want to give a big shout out to Carl Williams, our Deputy Director of Parks, Susan Riestra, Barbara Barber, Shakidia Ponder. They've all been really focused on what we can do that's right for kids. And that's just really, I'm so proud of the staff that we have at the city for that focus. And of course, Rachel Williams for all of her insight into understanding what we can do at this exceptional moment when we have a unique opportunity with this particular funding source. So just wanted to note the kind of level of coordination that's happened across the city along with our IT department. Andrew Parker, thank you for you and your team and helping advise us as well. So to answer your question, I think is really related to how we've developed this and kind of the exceptional moment that we're in. Right now, the Broward County Public Schools has identified that 6,000 of students in the city of Fort Lauderdale are failing. That's about over 30% of our student population. So in all of the coordination that we've had with community partners, Children's Services Council, Broward County Public Schools, everyone has concurred that there really isn't enough funding to support the full need right now. Right. So we know that it's a really a large intensive effort to provide the support. As it relates to partnerships, if you look in the slides, and I could share them if you'd like, we're really looking at a bifold strategy. One would be to use these dollars, and I'll just skip ahead, to enhance our Parks and Recreation full day program. So students will benefit from 2 hours of academic enrichment in those programs. And then we're looking to use the other dollars for Program B to be an extension of Broward County Public Schools program. So as way of context, Broward County Public Schools is offering a summer academy, which is going to be 4 hours Monday through Thursday. And so we know that many of our families will really need a full day program, and we have an opportunity to be an extension. Within that Program B model, we are absolutely pursuing partnerships with service providers and have had conversations with organizations in the community, including the Boys and Girls Club of Broward County, YMCA, ASP, and Children's Services Council, who is a primary funder of many of these organizations. And what we've all been very focused on is making sure that there is, we're really looking at these dollars to address the gap. And so there's really concerted focus and understanding how Broward County Public Schools dollars can support with the academic enrichment in the morning, what opportunity we have as a city to use these funds to really expand our service providers' capacity. One other interesting element with COVID is we're all limited with space. So within our traditional Parks and Recreation program, we're serving much fewer students or campers than we typically would in a summer. So as we go through this opportunity to partner with the school district to use their facilities and also partner with other service providers that are maybe able as nonprofits to ramp up services more quickly, we're able to really achieve, hopefully, the service levels that we would have pre-COVID. So it's a really innovative opportunity where we can look at how we best maximize the funds that are available to these 3 government entities, along with foundation dollars that may be available to nonprofits.
Thanks.
That
Zoe.
answer your question?
Yeah, no, that's interesting. It always seems like Broward County Public Schools, that's kind of interesting that they're offering a half-day program. Like you said, why can't they offer a full day program? It's probably not your question to answer, but I know you've been on a lot of these calls where, you meet with the school board and other cities. Is there any reason why they came up with a half-day model, especially for our elementary kids or something?
I wasn't part of the initial design with that half-day program. I can say that what they're looking to do, from my understanding, is to focus on where they specialize. So to really deeply provide that academic rigor in the morning to as many students as possible. The budget right now is for 68,000 students. And they're looking to partner with community organizations that tend to provide that traditional camp fun experience. So I think that's the logic behind the approach.
They were intentional.
But I think from our perspective, as we look at it, we just, with this availability of funds, we have a unique opportunity to do what we think our kids will need. Certainly as a working mom, I can tell you it's been a really hard year, and it's a tough decision for parents if they're going to be offered or their child's invited for a half-day program and they know that they need help academically, but with their working arrangement, they may not be able to send their child there. So we're looking really with these funds, not just to enrich our own programming, but really enhance our community's capacity to serve kids.
Okay, so Broward County Public Schools hopes to serve about 68,000. And how many do we hope to serve? I know 6,000 are failing, but what do you think we can serve with our funds?
Absolutely. So with our Program A model, which is enriching our Parks and Recreation program, we're looking to serve 348 campers. So these dollars would fund the supplemental academic enrichment. That's at a 1-to-12 ratio. If COVID conditions lessen, we might be able to serve more students within that program. So with that model, just wanted to point out for the Commission's awareness in terms of looking at some of these success factors. We're looking to recruit really creative, high-performing teachers. We will be collaborating with Broward County Public Schools to implement curriculum, and they'll support with training as well. And of course, build on the expertise of our Parks and Recreation team. They really, in every community center, are very, very connected with their families and really have those relationships that they can build upon to create a really wonderful experience. With Program B, which is the extended day camp, those would be at school sites or potentially another community organization. This is where we're looking to partner with the service organizations to ramp up quickly. There are still some variables that we're working through to understand the actual number we'll be able to serve. Mainly, with this new model that the school district has implemented, service organizations are redefining how they're going to deliver their programming. Typically, service providers would do a full day camp. So now they're restructuring that to do an afternoon and Friday. And so providers are in the process this week of really finalizing what that per camper cost will be. And in consultation with the school district, we're looking to understand what other safety protocols may be in place in terms of other fees and using those facilities. Additionally, there is still a question mark around the total number of weeks. There is a request to provide more weeks of service. And so because of those variables, I wanted to share a range with you of what I think we'll be able to serve, assuming that our service providers have the capacity. So looking at hopefully serving another 333 campers at minimum through this partnership, which would almost double our service levels. And if we are able to secure more classrooms and ramp up more quickly, it could be up to 500 additional elementary school students. Another component that we are really focused on is providing middle school and high school support. So we understand we want those kids to make sure that they're exposed to opportunities in career and college. And so in that model, looking to partner and provide workshops to those students throughout the summer. And those can be delivered both in an in-person on campus and a virtual environment. So I do want to note some success factors with the Program B. It does depend on classroom availability at school locations. So we are working very closely with the school district to confirm the number of classrooms that would be available at our schools to provide these services. We don't know yet parents' comfort level with sending their child back to school. So that is a variable as we look at this program. Hopefully with all these vaccinations occurring, people will be much more comfortable and we'll see higher enrollment. Then of course we will be working with our service providers. So if a commission does approve this direction and approach, our immediate next step will be to work with the service providers and to confirm their capacity to expand for our Fort Lauderdale residents. And we'd want to determine that within the next week or two. And as I mentioned, this has been a very coordinated, collaborative process. So we'll continue to work with Broward County Public Schools and understanding what resources they have available. They're currently packaging some curriculum that we'll be able to use in these programs, which could be a cost benefit to the model, so we don't have to outsource that. And also with Children's Services Council, they've been a great partner in really helping us to identify where the gap is for this academic year.
Okay, so at the minimum, we'll serve about 350 students, in best case, maybe about 1,000. And then if we have some additional funding left over, we can use some of this funding to maybe pay
Correct.
the Boys and Girls Club to offer the services, because it sounds like we're 600, but we really need to get to that 6,000 who are failing. Not that they're necessarily can even enroll in the program. That would be our goal.
Yeah, and our goal would be to really pool resources. So if we're able to be able to fund these additional, 500 through the Program B program, and Children's Services Council could do the same, we start to get at that larger impact within our community. So we're really trying to be intentional about understanding how we can best use those resources to serve the most kids possible, while still managing our own kind of bureaucratic processes, and managing those funds appropriately. But yes, contingency planning is already underway. So if we do not meet the expected enrollment levels, we are working with the service providers to understand where their gap is in terms of reaching students. We also have the ability with these funds to extend the use of them into the next academic year. So that is also an option to provide sustained support beyond the summer if we're not seeing as many children come back into that traditional camp environment.
So tutoring after school, maybe in the fall.
Yes, tutoring has been a big focus, and all the research is indicating the importance and the high yield impact of tutoring. So yes, absolutely, that would be another scenario we would be able to pursue.
All right, thank you, Zoe. I know you've done a lot to design and develop this, and I'm sure it'll be a great program. We'll look forward to seeing what the results are.
Okay.
Very good. Anyone else have any questions of Zoe?
Yeah, Zoe, this is Ben. This is fantastic. Thank you to you and the EAB on this. This is wonderful gap filler. As a working parent with kids at home, it's just been so challenging, and I think I have it
Speak
easy.
from experience, Commissioner.
Yes, I speak from experience, and frankly, there are other parents who have many more obstacles than I do in trying to navigate through this with kids. So I think this is awesome. And Commissioner Moritas, in terms of the homelessness, I think you bring up an important point. And I was out, again, Chris and Hal, you're on the line, and let's see your smiling face here, man. If you can get on here.
Yes. Hey, Hal.
It's in the room. Perfect. So Heather, they've just done an amazing job. And Vice Mayor, you brought up a couple meetings ago, Joanne. And so I don't know if you've spoken with her last week or so, but she's a happy camper. No pun intended. But Heather, Chris probably already talked you through all this, but I mean, we're providing COVID testing to these folks, vaccinations. Salvation Army is providing 3 meals a day to the folks that we're helping through the CARES funding that we're on the streets. It's just amazing. And Hal and Chris and Angela have been driving it and just doing amazing work. So anyway, thank you.
Thanks.
Anybody else wish to address the matter? Otherwise, let's move forward.
Mayor, I just wanted to echo some of those sentiments and thank Zoe so much, and staff and the Education Advisory Board. And I'm just so very proud of the commission that created this position. We created this, and Zoe has been, I think, just beyond expectations when we created this position. I think that the immense progress that we've made working with our school system and caring so much about the children in our community, I'm just very proud of the work that's ongoing every single day. And Zoe, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to serve.
Your head is getting bigger and bigger.
Don't worry, it won't get big.
Thank you.
I know, it's not
County
going to fit
should
through the
try to
doorway.
Steal her from us. I do a good job over there.
Mayor, I just want to add this. I mean, when this city commission sees issues with schools or homelessness or whatever the case, we could easily kick the can and say, you know what, that's the school board, or you know what, that's the county's job, and yada, yada, yada. And we don't. We work to solve it. And that's a result of all 5 of us and the city manager and the city staff. And I put us up against any city in terms of solving problems. I love it. Thank you.
I agree with you 100%. We learned our lesson about relying on others and, picking up the mantle and trying to do it ourselves. I applaud our city manager and all of his staff for, having that can-do attitude, and we get it done. So Hal, thank you. Also, I can't see your smile because you're all covered up. I assume you're, oh, okay. And Zoe, so thank you, Zoe.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, so I guess we're on PH1, and I needed someone to, I guess,
Close the public hearing.
let's see, is that
Open the.
a resolution or a motion?
Let's see.
Do I hear a motion to approve PH1?
So moved.
Been moved and-
Second.
Please call the roll.
Close enough.
Commissioner Moritas,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and PH1 is approved, and let's hope we have success this summer. And really appreciate all the work everyone's doing. PH2, public hearing and adoption of resolution approving Parks, Recreation, and Beaches Advisory Board's recommendation for approval of additional funding for the Aquatic Center project as provided in the Parks and Recreation bond resolutions. Someone like to move the item?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded.
A
Please call the
resolution
roll.
of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, approving the Parks, Recreation, and Beaches Advisory Board's recommendation for approval pursuant to the Parks and Recreation General Obligation Bond Resolution numbers 18-261 and 20-08 of additional funding for the Aquatic Center project with proceeds from the Parks and Recreation Series 2020A General Obligation Bonds. Commissioner Moritas,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes. So, Phil, when are we going to have a ribbon cutting?
So it's
He's
interesting.
sitting there stone cold.
Really?
So it's interesting you bring that up, Mayor. So one of the things that we'll be meeting with them out at the Aquatic Center later this month is the fabrication and installation of the 27-meter dive tower. So I do think that there's an opportunity for us to do some type of a topping out ceremony as it relates to that dive tower. And
Who's going to get up to the top?
nobody has to. But I think there's going to be some opportunities to build some momentum around that site coming soon.
I'll join the vice mayor since that's in his district. We'll
It
walk
will
up. We'll
not
walk
be
up
me.
the 27-meter.
Stick him up there.
Is that a deal, Vice Mayor? He's not listening.
No problem. I'm listening, Mayor. Don't worry. I heard what Commissioner Moritas said about stick him up there. I heard that, Commissioner. Yes. Yes.
I wasn't going to push you.
I'll be happy to join you.
Okay. All right. Very good. So, all right. So we're probably looking for full completion by the end of 2022.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. They're full speed ahead now. This was the last piece. This is
Okay.
the last funding. So yeah, it'll move now.
Very good. Okay, moving on to ordinance of first reading. This is OFR 1, first reading of an ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale regarding cemeteries. We have Patricia Zeiler who's asked to speak. I'm not sure if she wants to speak or just respond to questions. Patricia, are you in the house?
She is recognized.
She's recognized.
And so we'll go *6. Patricia, please.
Okay, got it. Okay. Yes, I'm here. Thank you so much, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, for this opportunity to speak. I am Patricia Zeiler. I live at 721 Northwest 2nd Street in Fort Lauderdale, and I am the Vice Chair of the City Cemeteries Board of Trustees. Our board oversees the Cemetery Trust Fund and has just overseen the separation from Carriage Cemetery Management Assistance to City Parks and Rec. Here I have to acknowledge the incredible dedication of city staff, particularly Stacy Spates, for the tremendous effort required to navigate this transition from Carriage. This amendment to the cemetery ordinance allowing for the purchase of real property is part of a necessary expansion plan. Our city cemeteries are rapidly running out of space for burial plots, family monuments, and mausoleum space, which limits the city's ability to serve its residents. However, since the separation from Carriage, the Cemetery Trust Fund has been bearing 100% of the expense of operating and managing all 4 cemeteries. This includes all personnel costs, equipment, and capital expense. The current trust fund is a blend of the state statute required corpus to sustain cemeteries and generally unrestricted funds. Presently, this is approximately a 60-40 split. The trust only income is 19% of sales of all cemetery services. 81% of sales are deposited into the city's general fund. The cemetery board wholeheartedly supports the purchase of additional cemetery property and the construction of additional mausoleums. The challenge is the trust is already exceeding its 19% income with the current reimbursement requests. If the trust bears the full cost of land purchase and capital expenses, the city's own budget office projects that the trust fund will have no unrestricted funds available as of 2025. If there is a significant market change, this tipping point could come earlier. The cemetery board recommends this change to the ordinance, but also seeks an adjustment to the 1981% share of ongoing cemetery sales to cover reimbursement to the fund of 100% of the expense for land purchase and capital improvements. Thank you so much for your time.
Great. Well, thank you so much. Anyone have any questions of Patricia?
Well, not of Patricia, but I just would like to hear, someone explain some of that, because in the CAM, it does say that the fund has $9.8 million in excess income. And also as of September 30th, the fund has $16.9 million in the corpus of the trust. So Chris, I just want to know, should we be concerned in terms of what Patricia just said, with them only getting 19% reimbursement on the money that's allocated for capital improvements in land, or what do you think?
So let's go to either Phil or Stacy Spate. Stacy has her hand raised. Let's start there to respond to that. Stacy, if you go *6 and take the Vice Mayor's question, please.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Good afternoon. Good evening, actually, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioner. So let me clear up a few misconceptions. So the Perpetual Care Trust Fund does not bear 100% of the cost. The Perpetual Care Trust Fund pays 80% of the maintenance, salaries, and associated benefits. Our operating account carries the other 20%. So there are no costs that are associated with the administrative side of the house. That is all funded by our operating and our sales. So the 81% pays for, administration. It pays for other operating costs that are not associated with maintenance, such as interments, burials, entombments, that type of thing. The state statute of Florida, Chapter 497, only mandates 10%. So our Perpetual Care Trust Fund is doing more, above the actual 10% by contributing 19% to the Perpetual Care Trust Fund. So all of the sales that we make in terms of any property, any interments, entombments, and urnments, 19% of our sales go directly to the corpus of the fund. And then from that, interest and dividends are then, there's money available to be able to spend for maintenance and other capital improvement projects. Now, what's important is, in order for the fund to continue to grow, we have to have, property and certain things to sell to be able to keep contributing to the trust fund so that it does continue to grow. And we are very much aware of the need to protect the corpus of the fund in perpetuity. However, we have to be able to continue to build the fund by having sales. So the 19%, in my humble opinion, is more than what the state statute asks for. And I think it's fair because we do have a lot of operating costs associated with running the cemetery. And we have not been a burden to the general fund. No money goes to the general fund. 81% goes to our operating and to the enterprise fund, and then 19% into the Perpetual Care Trust Fund.
Well, Stacy, this is Dean Trentalis. This sounds like a Ponzi scheme. You have to sell more plots in order to replenish the fund in order to be able to operate the system. And if you don't sell more plots, then your fund is static and you're relying on the interest and dividends of what you've already collected to maintain the cemeteries in perpetuity. Is that kind of what I'm hearing?
Well, I definitely would not call it a Ponzi scheme.
I know, but it sounds like one.
Well, I don't think so. Everything that, certainly we have staff, we've had to increase staffing and be able to keep up with the maintenance of these 4 cemeteries. When the previous contractor was in play, the city, the Perpetual Care Trust Fund bared a whole lot more of the cost associated. They really got by without doing bare minimal to the cemetery system to modernize it. So when the city came into play, we realized how behind we were. We realized that we did not have a cemetery software system. When the when the previous contractor walked away, they really left the city destitute. And they did not do anything to build any more capital improvement projects such as mausoleums. If someone comes today and they want to purchase a mausoleum, we don't have anything to sell them at all.
Well, that we have been approached recently regarding a mausoleum, correct?
That's a private family estate. That's different from a community mausoleum.
Oh, I see. But there was an estimate made of how many more years we have for being able to sell plots, right? Isn't there a limited number of years we have now?
Correct. For Evergreen, we are totally out of spots except for niches and hopefully we get some private family estate sales. So currently we're working at Evergreen to get some road space in order to remove road space and pedestrian walking space in order to extend the life of Evergreen. Because right now, if you come today and you want ground space, we have nothing to offer you. At Sunset Memorial Gardens, we have said that we approximately have 2 to 3 more years based on the activity that we have. The burials, the activity that we have at Sunset. And the Lauderdale Memorial, we have probably anywhere from 10 to 15 years of ground space, but we have nothing in terms of mausoleums. So folks that come in, we've actually, lost sales, and it's just not one family coming in looking for a mausoleum space. That means we're losing out on heritage. So if Dean Trentellis comes in and he wants to buy a mausoleum and we don't have it to offer, that means Dean's family and friends. We're losing all of those sales because we don't have the product to offer.
Well, I'm expecting a monument, so
yeah, me too.
Aside some space for that. Anyway, okay. Any other questions of Stacy?
Mayor, I'd be happy to serve on that monument committee if the commission is going to be making appointments.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm sure we'll choose something appropriate. I actually just wanted to say to
we
Stacy,
have plenty of money. We have plenty of money, it seems.
Yeah. Well, I want us to be careful. I think that we should get more aggressive with regards to what she said, though, about mausoleum space. I'd like us to get in, just a little bit more aggressive with how we conduct the business there. And also just making sure that we're watching every quarter that we're not exceeding the income, too much. But other than that, I feel very confident with the answer. So, and thank you, Stacy, for all your work on this.
You're welcome. We enjoy it. It's hard work, but we certainly enjoy it. And we are like I expressed to the board at the last meeting, it is not our intention to spend, and then leave the cemetery system destitute. We want to be able to continue to make healthy deposits into the trust fund so that we can do things. So there are offerings, so we can continue to build onto the cemetery system and also the Perpetual Care Trust Fund benefiting from that. So it is never our intention to be reckless with the corpus of the fund or what's left in excess income. And so that's why, Susan Grant, our finance director, has been very involved in making sure and doing some analysis for the board. We're upfront, it's transparent, and we don't, everything that needs to take place, we bring it to the board so that we can have a discussion.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Stacy. Anyone else have any questions? Otherwise, would someone like to introduce the ordinance on first reading?
Introduced.
Introduce. Please call the roll.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending Section 10-47 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, entitled Municipal Cemetery System Funds, to provide a definition of corpus and to include real property acquisition as an authorized purpose for expenditure of income of the Perpetual Care Trust, providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Commissioner McKenzie, are you still on?
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Commissioner Sorensen, are you there?
muted.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Okay.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and the ordinance is approved on first reading. This is OSR 1. This is second reading of an ordinance amending the City of Fort Lauderdale Unified Land Development Regulations to bring the code section into substantial conformity with the Broward County platting requirements. Any questions? Someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
It's been introduced.
An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending section 47-24.5 subdivision regulations of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida Unified Land Development Regulations to bring the code section into substantial conformity with the Broward County Land Use Plan platting requirements, providing for conflicts and repeal, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Moritas,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and OSR 1 is now approved on second reading. OSR 2, second reading, de novo hearing, quasi judicial consideration of an ordinance for a vacation of right-of-way application. It's a portion of Northeast 8th Street, applied for by Holman Automotive, Inc. They want to defer this to April 20th, 2021. Do I hear a motion to defer?
Mayor, I have a question, actually two questions, if I might.
Do you want to, let's put a motion on the floor, then we can have discussion.
Okay, motion to defer.
Second.
Do I hear a second? Okay, great. So go ahead.
Thank you. Came up at my pre-agenda meeting last evening, several concerns. Neighbors saying they never received notice of the first reading of this. And they said, is that why this is being deferred? In other words, it's kind of unusual that we would pass something on first reading and then the second reading is deferred. So I'm just trying to get some answers. Was notice properly given on the first reading to everyone required to get it? And what is the reason that we are being asked to defer the second reading?
So the answer to the first question, let me have Anthony make his way to the podium. I'm not aware of any advertising issues, and I do not know the reason for the deferral request. Let's see if Anthony does.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Anthony Fajardo, Department of Sustainable Development. So the legal advertising can happen between first and second reading, which we have done in the past. We generally like to do it before first reading. In this case, it didn't occur that way, so we're doing it before second reading. And we were able to verify that with the city attorney's office. As far as the request for the deferral, the applicant let us know that they had a conflict with tonight's meeting and that came up unexpectedly. They said they couldn't be here, so they asked for a deferral.
Okay.
And let me just clarify on the first point Mr. Fajardo made, that's advertising, which is just in the newspaper. It's not an actual notice of it, let's say in the agenda or any other notice provisions that would be required.
Exactly.
We had three people who had signed up to speak, so we're going to move to defer. John Phillips, Antonio Curatolo, and Hernan Gonzalez. We would ask.
So Mayor, I just want just to clarify. So Anthony is saying that notice was properly sent to everyone that it was required to be sent to, and all the notice signs were posted and everyone was properly noticed before the first reading?
Vice Mayor, the notice that was provided prior to the first reading meets all the ULDR requirements. We're doing the other notice between first and second reading.
Okay, maybe I just eventually would like to get a list from you what's required prior to first reading, because I just want to make sure that it makes sense. I would hate to think that, I don't even know why we would say that some things are okay in terms of notice to be given between first and second reading. It seems to me that notice should be given, no matter what kind of notice, everyone should have notice prior to a first reading. Makes sense to me, but we can have that discussion, I guess, later.
No notice was provided prior to the first. Remember, this is an appeal and it's a de novo hearing. We provided what we do between readings as a publication, which is a newspaper ad that, frankly, unfortunately, nobody really reads so much anymore. But the other notice provisions, to the extent there's notice required, we're all complied with.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so please call the roll regarding the motion to defer. Thank you, Anthony.
Motion to defer to April 20th, 2021, 6 p.m. Commissioner Moritas,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and the item is now deferred to April 2021. So the last item on tonight's agenda is R3, resolution designating vice mayor. And according, what?
Yeah, can I make a recommendation? I'm sorry to interrupt, but since we have some business left over from conference, if we do this item first, you're going to end up with a different vice
Nothing
mayor.
left over from conference.
The CRA and
That's
OPEB.
not, that's the CRA meeting.
Correct. Okay, that's fine. You're just going to have two different vice. Okay.
Yeah, it's conference meeting and CRA meeting, CRA board meeting are two different. Correct?
That's right. Jeff will have to change his script for OPEB and CRA as he calls the agenda. Other than that, we're good to go.
We can wait too. It's not that pressing. Maybe we can wait.
do it?
Maybe we can
Okay.
wait a year.
Steve, you survived. Steve, you got another 10 minutes.
Commissioner McKenzie, thank you, Commissioner McKenzie. I think I know what Alan's saying is typically that's the reason why R3 comes out of the agenda order and is placed at the end, because it's just assumed that you've conducted all of the business of the day. And then at the end of the very day, all the business, including the CRA, then the new vice mayor, is appointed. So I think that's, correct me if I'm wrong, Alan, but you're just saying that you recommended that all of the business of the day is concluded, and then we go back to R3.
That's what I was saying.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We appreciate that explanation.
It's typically why the clerk puts it at the end, because we do all the business and then change the rules.
Correct. Commissioner McKenzie, I'm holding on. Don't worry. I'm holding on.
I got you. I'm holding your hand. You're slipping fast. You're slipping fast.
Holding on.
Okay, we have R3, which is resolution designating vice mayor. It's been our tradition that we do this in rotation, and the current vice mayor is District 2. So the rotation would now offer the vice mayorship to the district commissioner for District 1. And Commissioner Moritas, this is something you would accept?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Would you like to introduce, so would someone introduce the resolution? Introduced. Okay. So the resolution introduced designating Commissioner Moritas as vice mayor for the next year. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission. I'm sorry, a resolution, yes, of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, designating Heather Moritas as vice mayor for a one-year term in accordance with section 3.05 of the city charter. Commissioner Moritas,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman,
Congratulations, Vice Mayor Moritas. Yes.
There, take that shirt off.
Commissioner McKenzie.
This is the last day.
Take it off. Take it off right now. Take it off. Yes.
Wants your wardrobe.
Oh, I thought she wanted me to take it off. She's gonna see me when I climb to the top of that 27-meter tower.
Hey,
So
Steve, take it off and stand up.
take it off. No, I can't stand up. Trust me.
That too.
Is that a yes?
Yes, and
Yes.
Mayor, I just want to also say, by the way, that it's been an honor and a privilege, honestly, to have served for the year as the vice mayor. Thank you so much for that, everyone. I tried my best, and I know that you all remember with me that momentous day on December 2nd, when the mayor had to go to the lavatory and he passed the gavel for 2 agenda items. So that is a memory that we'll all share together. And Mayor, I want to thank you for that. But seriously, it was an honor and a privilege to serve in that capacity for this great city. So thank you very much.
You were a heartbeat and a pee break.
Yeah, you were the second vice mayor we ever had. You're the second best vice mayor we ever had.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, Commissioner McKenzie.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Sorensen.
Yes.
And I'm yes. Yes. All right. Congratulations. And thank you, Commissioner Glassman, for all that you've done this past year and all the years that you serve on our commission. Thank you for everything. So is there any further business of the commission?
There's none.
Okay, there being none, this meeting is adjourned. Do you want to take a 5 or 10 minute break, or do you want to go right into the CRA?
Keep going, keep going.
Okay.
These are quick.
All right. Okay. So we're now entering the meeting for the CRA board meeting. Could you please call the roll?
Vice Chair Moritas,
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Chair Trentels.
Yes. So moving on to M1, motion approving minutes for March 16th, 2021 CRA board meeting. Someone like to move the item?
Move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Vice Chair Moritas,
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Chair Trentels.
Yes, and M1 is approved. R1, resolution approving and accepting the charter documents for the Northwest Progressive Flagler Heights Community Redevelopment Area Economic Development Corporation, appointing members of the Economic Development Corporation Board, approving the qualifications for service and term of the board, and ratifying the duties of the board members as set forth in the bylaws. I have some questions. Is somebody else, but I'll go last. Anybody, Vice Mayor, do you have any comments? Vice Mayor Moritas?
Oh, gosh, I just don't recognize that. Sorry. Where's the guy in the shirt?
She's picking out her wardrobe.
Yes,
She's got the catalogs in front
I
of her.
did. I already sent that text. I'm ahead of you on that. Getting my new shirts. No, I don't. Thanks.
Okay. Commissioner Glassman?
No, I'm good. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Commissioner.
No,
McKenzie?
sir. No, sir. No, sir.
Okay, Commissioner Sorensen?
I'm good.
Okay, so I have a couple questions. First of all, I think that the appointment of the members should be, I think every member of the commission should be able to appoint one, rather than it just being the district commissioners for 2 and 3. That would be my recommendation for a change to this item. And also, it was my understanding that this was supposed to be an independent board. So if we're appointing, we have the right to unappoint, how are we, explain to me, if you could, the dynamic here of the independence of the nature of the independence of this board and our ability to influence the decisions of this board. Mr. Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, newly elected Vice Mayor, Clarence Woods, the CRA. So with respect to your first question about each member being able to appoint one, each member will appoint just one. I think what you're referring to is that in order to have staggered terms, 2 of the commissioners need to appoint a member that would serve 3 years for the first term. And then the other 3 would appoint members that would serve 2 years. And then after the first term, the two commissioners that are or the 2 members that are serving 3 years would then just serve 2 years, and it'll be staggered. So everybody just appoints one.
All right. Okay. So, okay, that's the first issue. Now, the second issue.
Now, as far as the independence, this board would be independent, except for the fact that the board members of the city commission, or the CRA, I'm sorry, would appoint members of the board. They still would have the independence and autonomy to be able to act and carry out the
purposes of
the yes.
But if we have the right to remove them, how does that guarantee the independence of their decision making?
Well, I guess.
I mean, is that typical? Is this the typical structure that all the other, what do we call them? The Community Economic Development Corporation boards, do they all operate this way?
Not really, no. But
I don't want to trip ourselves by violating, an IRS rule or any other kind of, federal.
Well,
rule.
what this does is it creates a board that's created by the city of Fort Lauderdale.
I get that.
And it is prohibitive in some respects when we talk about wanting to create those additional agencies. But this agency can create a separate agency that would then be able to apply to become a CDFI, which is a requirement of the federal government in order for an organization to be a CDFI. It can't be government controlled. So you still can get to having an independent board when this board creates a separate board.
So this board can create another board.
Yeah.
Actually, Mayor, the independence, and I can have Ms. Solomon pipe in, but you're going to be ultimately approving an economic plan that's going to be developed for this particular board. At that point in time, you all are going to give them the authority to be able to implement that plan. So they're going to do that independently from you.
Right.
So it's not like an advisory board. You're going to charge them with the implementation of the economic plan that you're going to approve.
But if I can remove a member.
Correct. But for example, like your planning council, right? You're planning, your local planning council, your planning and zoning board, you appoint those folks, but they do have some independent authority as your local planning organization.
But they're still an advisory board.
To some extent, but they do approve some things that don't come to you.
But
So-
isn't this economic board, isn't it given the authority to invest money doesn't it have powers?
It will have powers that you're going to confer upon them through this economic plan that Mr. Woods and Mr. Karras, I presume, and others are going to develop and make recommendations to you.
And who funds these projects?
That needs to be developed.
Well, so
this is in essence, it's sort of a pilot program. And to some of your points, this will, and again, if I'll give Ms. Solomon time to pipe in, but this will come back when CRA sunsets. Because right now this is going to run concurrently with that, and these things have to be developed. So the economic plan has to be developed, the funding, all of that has to be developed before any of it actually comes to fruition. At that point in time, if it's something the city commission wants to continue with, when the CRA sunset, you're going to have to essentially pull the trigger again, essentially letting them continue, or you're going to be able to just get rid of it. So that's my understanding. Ms. Solomon,
yes,
you can explain that.
Alan, you are correct. The organization is independent, Mayor, and I guess in some ways I compare it to how this board has the power to appoint the board members that sit on the housing authority, but the housing authority has to go out and implement its purpose. It has to get its own funding. It has to have its own operator and management. And the only influence or control is through the appointment of the board members. But this organization has to become self-sufficient. It has to raise the capital it needs to implement its programs. And your influence is on the appointment and removal of the board members. But it has to become self-sufficient. And I, as Alan says, it is only the CRA that appoints right now. When the CRA sunsets, the city commission, you sitting as the city commission, will have to ratify this organization and decide whether or not you want to continue it past its sunset date of the CRA. And that will be determined in part by the success of the organization and whether or not it's able to put on successful economic development programs.
So it operates sort of in the same model as our housing authority then?
Well, it's not limited to low income rentals. Right. It has a broader mission, but yes, in some ways.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And
someone like to introduce the resolution? Oh, I'm sorry.
Introduce.
Yes, thank you. Clarence, you wanted to add to that?
Well, I was just about to say, we're going to come back to you with a business plan right after you guys appoint the board members and we have a meeting with the board members, we'll come back with a business plan that will outline exactly what the organization will be doing, all of its actual operations.
Okay, great. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the Board of Commissioners of Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency approving the articles of incorporation and bylaws for Invest Fort Lauderdale, Inc., approving the conflict of interest and gift acceptance policies, approving the qualifications and terms for service on the Board of Directors, appointing members to the Board of Directors, ratifying the duties of board members as set forth in the bylaws, authorizing the Executive Director to file the articles of incorporation with the state of Florida, delegating authority to execute director to take certain actions, and providing for an effective date. Vice Chair Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Chair Trentalis?
Yes. Is there any further business of the CRA board?
There's not.
There is none. Meeting adjourned. Any further business?
We have an OPEB agenda to handle real quick if we can convene as the OPEB board.
Sorry. Don't go away, folks. Okay. This is the meeting of the other post-employment benefits board meeting, this April 6, 2021. Please call the roll.
Vice Chair Moritas?
Here.
Commissioner Glassman?
Sorry, here.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Here.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Here.
Chair Trentalis?
Yes, here. BR1, this is the other other post-employment benefits trust quarterly investment report for the period ending December 31st, 2020. Does anyone have any questions?
We'll go just quickly to Susan Grant for the purposes of a quick presentation. She has gone virtual for the evening. She's on her day after her second vaccination, so I think she's better at home right now than she might be here. So we'll welcome her back. We saw her earlier.
Thank you much, and good evening, and thanks, Chris. Very quickly, the OPEB accounts earned 8.77 for the current quarter. The trailing 12 months, 12.66. Both of those are above the 7% assumed rate of return for those funds. And that's all I have, unless anyone has any questions.
So what are we doing with that, with the differential? Are we buying down the principal?
You know, that goes towards the unfunded liability of the plan, and then to pay benefits. And we've actually accumulated enough money in the fund this year for the budget that we're actually paying those OPEB benefits out of the fund as opposed to the general fund or the water and sewer fund.
Okay.
Susan, what's the unfunded liability right now? It's been.
You know, I don't have that handy with me, but we'll be able to provide that, and I'll send you everyone an email tomorrow.
Yeah, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Okay, someone, I guess, move the item.
Don't even need an action there. That's
Don't
just
need
a
an action.
report.
That's just a report.
And there's one item of minutes.
So M1, motion approving minutes for December 2nd, 2020.
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. We have an eager commission.
Vice Chair Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes, I didn't mean to cut you off, Mayor, but I want to expedite this. Yes.
It's okay.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Chair Trentalis?
Yes, and M1 is approved. Any further business of the OPED board?
Not of the OPED board, Mayor, but if I can make one correction on OSR 2, particularly for the recently former Vice Mayor Glassman. On your question regarding notice, there is a second notice that is required for a hearing dealing with the P&Z board, which has gone out and does go out before the second reading, but it wasn't just the advertisement. There's also a mail notice that goes out. So just so you're aware of that, it's not required before the first reading, but it is before the second hearing, and that is being done.
I think you had said that, so.
Who does that go out?
Clear.
Okay.
Thank you.
Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Hey, Alan,
Yes.
who does that go out to, the notice?